Okay, we're live. We are watching to see what the House does to vote on this bill. Of course, it's Hakeem Jeffries speaking. Can't really stand this man, but whatever. We continue to mess around this bet. Sounds like a Mike Tyson with Obama punctuation. I'm sorry you're not feeling good. You want to say that more? Baby's not feeling very well. She's kind of sicky today.
The longest shutdown in American history, would rather do that than provide health care that's affordable to working class Americans,
Yeah, that was you
middle-class
guys. Would
Americans,
rather shut
and
down
working
the government
American
than
taxpayers.
actually work on a negotiated
All
deal.
across the country, I'm certain that there are people in America asking the question, where do we go from here? House Democrats have a simple answer. We will continue to fight to lower the high cost of living. House Democrats will continue to fight to address the health care crisis that Republicans have created. And House Democrats will continue to fight to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for tens of millions of Americans. This fight is not over. We're just getting started.
No, I'm pretty sure the fight's over
We'll fight
today.
tomorrow. We'll fight this week. We'll fight next week. We'll fight this month. We'll fight next month. We'll fight
Of course you will.
till we win
We'll
this
fight.
battle for the American people.
This dude's a loser. An absolute loser.
As House
I'm
Democrats.
sorry, baby. Why are you not comfortable? What do you need me to do? Need me to hold you up?
Fight will end. Only two ways, Mr. Speaker, that this fight will end.
Feel bad?
The Republicans finally
sorry.
decide to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits this year.
I'm
Or
sorry.
the American people will throw Republicans out of their jobs next year and end the speakership of Donald J. Trump once and for all. That's how this fight ends. Mr. Speaker, during this painful Trump Republican shutdown, what we've seen is two different philosophies in terms of how to govern for the American people. The Democratic Party philosophy is clear. We are ready, willing, and able to find bipartisan common ground.
So many teary eyes. I got you.
Anytime, any place. To enact spending agreements that actually make life better for the American people. But in order to do that, we need to have partners on the other side of the aisle who are actually willing to find a bipartisan pathway.
Ooh. Oh
What
yeah.
we've seen from Republicans from the very beginning of this presidency is a my
Are you
way
okay?
or the highway approach.
Yeah. Not feeling very well.
Philosophy. Jam your extremism down the throats of the American people.
I'll give you up,
from day one of this presidency. That's the reason why the government has been shut down by Republicans and Donald Trump for the longest period of time in American history. What have we seen from Donald Trump and Republicans during this shutdown? A consistent unwillingness to actually find
because she was wiggly when I was trying to keep her laid down. Seems like she wants to be up.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, during this shutdown, found
Got teary eyes.
To play golf week
Sinuses.
after week. Donald Trump found the time
to
pardon serial fraudsters like George Santos and Rudolph Giuliani. Donald Trump found the time to meet with the Chinese Communist Party. Donald Trump found the time to destroy the East Wing of the White House. Donald Trump found the time to extort $230 million from the Department of Justice so he could line his pockets. Donald Trump found the time to bail out Argentina with $40 billion.
Technically, his lawyers were working on that lawsuit for years against the DOJ.
42 million Americans. Mr. Speaker, these extremists are not like us.
No, we're not like you. That is good.
They have zero interest.
You have zero interest in the people.
for the American people. Their philosophy,
No, they're making it harder for the American
our
people.
response, get lost. We're going to continue to fight hard on behalf of the American people.
Hakeem Jeffries, the joke of the political floor.
In the midst of a healthcare crisis and a cost of living crisis that is very real, despite what Donald Trump, the leader of the Republican Party, has to say. He claims there is no affordability crisis in the United States of America.
Brick and one sheet.
But why would anyone believe anything that Donald Trump or Republicans have to say on this issue? Because throughout 2024, before the election, Republicans in the House and in the Senate and Donald Trump on the campaign trail spent all of their time saying that costs were going to go down on day one. But costs haven't gone down. Republicans haven't done a damn thing to lower the high cost of living. Costs haven't gone down in this country. Costs have gone up. Inflation is on the way up. Housing costs out of control. Grocery costs out of control. Electricity bills out of control. Healthcare costs skyrocketing out of control. And in the midst of this affordability crisis, seeing this, Democrats said, we've got to fight to make sure that we extend the Affordable Care Act tax.
Sounds like a mix of Mike Tyson and
middle-class folks, people in rural
Obama.
America, working class America, small town
More
America,
punctuated talking, but he's got this nasally,
all throughout
Mike.
don't experience
No.
premium increases that in some cases will go up by $1,000 or $2,000 per year.
Yeah, she's wiggly.
In many cases, month after month after month, $1,000 or $2,000 per month.
Or $2,000
per year. Unacceptable in this country.
Sounds like a
the
creep.
wealthiest country in the history of the world. And this is in the midst of a Republican healthcare crisis. Republicans enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, ripped health insurance away from 14 million Americans. As a result of Republican policies, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing all across America, including in rural parts of this great country of ours. And now, because of Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, tens of millions of Americans are at risk of being unable to afford to go see a doctor when they need one. In this country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, it can't be the case that health care is simply a privilege for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Mr. Speaker, that's the Republican perspective. We believe as Democrats that health care has to be a right, and a right that's affordable and available to every single American in the United States. That's what this fight is all about. And that's what the fight will continue to be about as we move forward. Many of my Republican colleagues have suggested that they want to deal with the health care affordability issue, that they want to address the Republican health care crisis that's devastating people all across this country.
Get down, please.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to do
Your
so.
side.
There's a discharge petition connected to legislation that House Democrats have introduced to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 3 years, because we believe that working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans deserve the same level of certainty that Republicans always provide to the wealthy, the well-off, and their well-connected donors. Working class Americans deserve that level of certainty. So join us.
Yeah, they do, but you're not giving it to them.
It's not too late. We're in the midst of
Not too late. It's not too late.
Tax credits expire on December 31st. And we will stay on this issue until we get this issue resolved for everyday Americans. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I've had the opportunity, as many of us do, to serve in the United States Congress with legendary figures, too numerous to mention. Legendary members, of course, Speaker Emerita
America.
Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer,
America.
the great Jim Clyburn, Maxine Waters, Elijah
And
Comer,
Maxine
Charlie
Waters, she looks like she needs to be in the grave.
our own Marcy Kaptur, the longest serving woman in the history of the United States House of Representatives.
Which should be illegal.
We've all had the
Being
opportunity
the
to serve
longest
with legendary
serving
members,
member
John
of the
numerous to mention.
Senate. Sheesh.
But
8-year,
one can't
12-year
call that
terms
roll
at most.
without calling the name of the great John Lewis.
There's people in there
I
for
had the
40 years.
honor of serving
I
with
think there
John
should be an
Lewis
8 to
for several
12-year
terms.
limit.
Many of us here in the House of
I
Representatives.
don't think you should be able.
I'll never forget, on my
I
first
believe
day in
so.
the
I believe
Congress,
government. I know president
I
does.
had the opportunity to meet John Lewis.
I don't know
for
if
the
vice
first time
president
in
does.
person. And he called me over to see him on the House floor, and he just asked me
I'll have to
a
ask
simple
Brock.
question. He said, "Are you the new guy?" And I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis, I am." And he said, "Well, we're colleagues now. You don't have to call me Mr. Lewis. You can call me John." I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis, I understand." And then he said to me, "You're from Brooklyn, right?" Now, Mr. Speaker, I got to be honest, I was tempted to say, Brooklyn is always in the house. But instead, since my mother raised me with some sense, Louisa Jeffries, I said,
Very little sense. I don't think she did a great job.
And then he said something to me that I've never forgotten. He said, "Well, I hear some positive things about you from your predecessor, but Washington, D.C., young man, can be a rough place. So I don't want you to get into any trouble unless it's good trouble." And I just wanted to stop by on the House floor to make sure it was clear to the American people that the spirit of John Lewis lives amongst House Democrats, and we will continue to get into good trouble to make their life better. That's our commitment to every single American.
Sounds like you just try to make people's
all
lives
across
miserable,
this
though.
country, from this day and for every day moving forward. And it was John Lewis who said to us that ours is not the struggle of one day, 1 week, or 1 year. Ours is the struggle of a lifetime, and maybe even many lifetimes. And each one of us in every generation must do our part. Mr. Lewis, we love you. We were blessed by our opportunity to serve with you, and House Democrats are here to do our part. We're in this fight until we win this fight for the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentlewoman from Connecticut has 30 seconds remaining and is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my distinct pleasure to yield the balance of our time to the distinguished Speaker of the House, my very good friend and a person I admire greatly.
1 minute.
I'm actually just going to hold you to 1 minute, Mr.
okay.
Speaker. My good friend, the gentleman from Louisiana, Speaker Mike Johnson.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank my friend Chairman Cole's done an extraordinary job in this process. And Mr. Speaker, we all know why we're here. House Democrats voted to shut the government down. It was 54 days ago when we had that vote, September 19th. And since that time, Senate Democrats have voted 14 times to close the government. Republicans voted a collective 15 times to open the government for the people, and the Democrats voted that many times to close it. And then they admitted, many of them, and we could name them here, but I'm not going to take the time, they admitted that they were using the American people as leverage in this political game. They knew that it would cause pain, and they did it anyway. The whole exercise was pointless. It was wrong, and it was cruel. In mere moments, I want you to watch the board. They're going to do it again. I'm going to guess for you that most of our Democrat colleagues are going to vote again to close the government, again to take food out of the mouths of families that need it, again to deny pay to federal employees, again to stall flights and cancel airlines and do all the rest that they've done. But we are not going to let them succeed in that gambit. And that's right. While the Democrats keep voting to shut the government down, Republicans are going to vote to open it back up. And with that, we're going to get the American government running again and working for the people as they deserve. I'm going to close with this. You know, as Speaker, you have the ability to talk as long as you want, but I'm not going to do that tonight. We're not going to waste any more time of the people. I'm just going to say this. I think that everybody needs to remember this one simple thing. From the very beginning of this whole ordeal, on the Republican side, we operated in good faith. We offered a clean, nonpartisan CR. We were honest and
the same
transparent with the
thing
American people from the very
that they were
beginning. Every
offering
single day
during
of the shutdown, we went out
Biden's,
and looked right into the camera
or
with a
were
press conference and
offered
told the American people
during
the
Biden's
simple truth.
presidency.
We have done for the people what has been right and
That's a
just and
joke.
truthful.
What the Democrats have
And in the
done,
end,
and they have made a
that
joke
is what
out of
God
their
honors
party.
always. Don't forget it. We need to get this government open as soon as possible.
And
I'm
don't
gonna
think
yield
that
back the
Schumer's
remainder
not
of my time so
involved.
we can do that. The American people demand it and deserve it. My friends, let's get this done. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma has 3 minutes remaining and is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 873, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut stand?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Oh, start the vote. Oh, is this where AOC speaks? The House, or is this a Senate? House. It's tied. Let them leave. Look at them running. vote yes. Don't like the way it looks. I'm assuming most of these reps aren't there. Public majority of the House. No independents, huh? Ah, there's Maxine Waters down there. I see her. The crypt keeper herself. No, Maxine Waters. Nancy Pelosi's retiring. Yeah, I know. The previous crypt keeper. Oh, they got a yay vote from the Democrat. That was weird. One voted yes and then back to no. Some idiot pressed the wrong button. Democrats voted yes.
But
6 minutes. Five-minute mark. Water, buddy. Dun, 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 dun. 79, yeah, 182, no. 82, yay, 182, nay. 83, yay. 84. They just need a majority, I believe. Right now it's neck and neck. 184, 184. But there's so many Republicans that haven't voted yet, 37 of them. One 190, 192, 3, 5, One Republican nay. It passes. That's time. Why don't they follow their time limits? What in the world? It's 212, yay, 205, nay. 213, yay. Looks like it's the yay vote. One person each to vote, Republican and Democrat. But it
On
doesn't
this
matter.
vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The bill is passed.
Bill passed.
The motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Well, this was House vote, it looks like. House of Representatives, I think. $246 representatives. So it really didn't matter. We had the majority in the House anyway, as Republicans.
The chair lays before the House
But 4 Democrats voted yes, and 200
The Honorable
voted
Speaker,
no.
House of Representatives, sir. I
And then
respectfully
pretty much
request
all but
relief
2
from
Republicans.
assignments to the House Armed Services Committee and the House Select Committee on Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party, effective immediately. It has been an honor and privilege to serve on these committees.
I believe the Senate already voted on it, which they passed it. Now they had to get it amended. They voted yes on the amendment, so I think it goes through.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted.
Okay. Good. It'll be good to see him. All right. So now where does it go? Is it?
The House will be in order. Yeah. Shh. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 874, resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable Richard B. Cheney, a former Vice President of the United States of America. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn as a further mark of respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Whoever that was, missed it.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1 and House Resolution 874, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable Richard B. Chaney.
Well, that's the House vote. Cool. So it's over. What do they got?
Republicans have to talk about it, Laura.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have.
You have limited talent.
And people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles, or I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
Well, let me
when you and I were
I'll give you an example. In
Operation
Georgia,
Paperclip.
Yeah, I say we brought in Nazi scientists
because they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people from South Korea that made batteries all their lives. You know, making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing. It's very dangerous.
The dirty job too.
A lot of problems. They had like 500 or 600
It's
people.
nasty.
Early stages.
The battery plant. The street
to teach people how to do
around the corner.
Well,
it is not a. It is a well-employed job, but
you can't just say a country's
it has hazards.
Invest $10 billion to build a plant and get
Hazards that I'm not willing to deal with. Just never willing to deal with anyway.
And they're going to start making missiles. It doesn't work that way.
Rather deal with radiation.
So there's a couple issues here. Firstly, the way the H-1B issue is always framed is that we just don't have the proper talent in the United States, and American workers aren't competent enough to fulfill certain duties and fill certain positions.
I think the majority of Americans.
You could potentially make the argument that when you are dealing with once-in-a-generation brilliance, which, yes, certain very exclusive high-level jobs do require, that maybe in some circumstances you might have to start hunting in other countries because the United States just doesn't have anyone who fits the requirements of this very important position. There's a conversation there. That is not how H-1B visas are used the vast majority of the time. You look at these H-1B listings, and they've got
people aren't happy about the H-1B stuff.
H-1Bs who don't even speak English, and they're like running their bot farm and cooking at the same time as they're behind the wheel, like running over families in their minivans. The whole argument is ridiculous. We can't allow them to frame it this way. It is obvious that the purpose of H-1B visas is a handout to companies that make billions of dollars annually off of high-skilled workers but don't want to pay them high-skilled wages.
Yeah, he's a CEO at heart. Like he really is, and we kind of get into this a lot of times. You think about it; it's like what's going on in Hollywood right now. Not to derail, but people are losing their jobs because AI is streamlining the creative process for a lot of them there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't expect a CEO to look at the creatives and value them the ways perhaps a manager would, or somebody who worked in the creative fields before them. The guy who went to business school isn't going to see them with the same value. And Trump, at his heart, is a businessman, and he's not going to look at the American jobs as the value that he claims to, because this clearly proves that that's not true.
So first of all, H-1B there's actually a separate category of visa for exceptional talents called the O-1 visa. Yeah. That's not what H-1B is. The second problem that I have with this is all summer we were inundated with case after case of H-1B violations getting exposed. To be able to qualify for an H-1B, you cannot have an American qualified candidate apply for the job. We're finding out that they've been listing these H-1B positions in the back of newspapers that no one reads to technically legally qualify for having advertised the job and then just shipping it out to an H-1B. The problem that I have with this as well is that we have public universities around the country that are hiring H-1Bs by the tens of thousands. These are state universities that are required. They're set up to educate the people of that state in a fiscally make it like a cheap university for the residents of that state. And what are they doing? They're going out and hiring H-1Bs. with state government, taxpayer dollars. I mean, it's an absolutely
weird.
insane problem all the way around. But, quite frankly, I think there's a lot of confusion going on.
So the universities are hiring foreign workers to work as staff and administrators. Is that where they're coming in?
Teachers, staff, administrators, yes. So in fiscal year 2025, 17,000 H1 this year, 17,000 H1B visas were granted for universities around the country.
Man, it's an interesting combo because if they're not exceptional talent, but they're better than average, and
they're not.
The teachers, like a foreign teacher, they're getting like a Chinese teacher to come in and teach mathematics at some private public
over the summer when President Trump, he came out with this announcement with Lutnick that they were going to be placing a $100,000 price tag associated to H-1Bs. There's an article in the Houston Chronicle talking about hundreds of Houston teachers are going to be not able to qualify anymore because they have K through 12 teachers in Texas on H-1Bs. We can't even hire teachers.
They need to end the H-1B visa program entirely. I don't see the point. Like for H-1Bs, if you wanna talk about the O-1s, that's a totally different topic. But this has been my position for a long time, and the H-1B visa program entirely. Well, we don't need to keep importing people. We need to focus on the Americans that are here, the people that are here. We need to encourage them to have children. We need to have policies that encourage people to have families and encourage people to stay together when they get married. Like that should be a focus by the government.
Yeah, my problem with the H-1B program, and if you asked me 4 years ago, I would not have told you this, but this year I've been absolutely black-pilled on the program, understanding. So you can go through the list of jobs that people have for the H-1B. I mentioned the universities, state governments around the country are hiring H-1Bs. What we are seeing as well, you can go through the list of, applicants in your area. You'll see 7-Eleven managers. We don't have people who can manage 7-Eleven. And at the same time, what we're seeing as well, in addition to the fraud I mentioned earlier, what we're seeing is we're seeing college graduates, American students graduating universities with technical STEM degrees, unable to get jobs.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very serious problem because we will never be able to solve the problem of
but
Americans
majority of them are getting history degrees and
these roles. We'll never be able to solve
diversity
that problem
degrees and so on and so
stop
forth.
pursuing those degrees,
Kind of a
and we're
waste of
essentially going
time.
to import an upper class. Now, another huge part of this is you
Correct,
mentioned that there were a lot of companies that were putting ads for jobs in the backs of obscure papers and magazines that no one was reading. And I remember reading about this, and I can't remember the name of it. Someone either made an app or a website that was exposing this. Do you remember the name of that?
I forget it. I'll have to look it up. But there's an X account where they're exposing this, and they've done an amazing job. And the backlash was hilarious because they got angry that Americans were calling and applying for it. And so Americans, so you see the job will come up on the X account and you just go apply. The second you apply, that job can no longer be filled by an H-1B person.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? That's
just the act of applying caused them to no longer be able to fill that position with H-1B because of the regulations.
You had to call in. The thing is, if you really wanted to get seen for an interview, you needed to call in and talk with an accent. Like, yes, I went to the software job, and they bring you in. You're like, hey, guys, how are you? No, I am the guy who talked to you on the phone.
It's just how I sound on the phone.
Yeah, cold. I don't know what you're talking about. I thought
in regards to this interview with Laura Ingraham and Donald Trump, I think that Trump generally is a disagreeable personality type. There's agreeability, on a scale, and he's just made a living being disagreeable. If you come at him, especially emotionally charged, he'll say, no, you're wrong. No, stop. No.
Yes.
And then when she said, don't we have talent here? He's like, no, we don't. He's probably sitting there thinking, oh my God, of course we do and we can. But it's not that. I don't think that he's intending to stunt the growth of the talent of the American people, or he's not saying that just because he hasn't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
The problem is to his base right now, it feels like he's chosen the donor class over actual American citizens.
I think he needs a longer platform to talk about this because that was a 1-minute, high-powered, emotional charge that he barely got any coherent message out. Talking about why? What's so important about the H-1Bs? I really want to hear him go on that.
He needs to let Stephen Miller write the press relief and then sign it Donald Trump is what he needs to do. That's what he should do. He should say, Stephen, what am I going to say to the American people about this topic? And then Stephen's going to tell him, and then he should do exactly what Stephen says.
Then he and Stephen could do a conference where they sit together and talk about it. If Miller's the guy that has the info, and like
Miller's the guy that he has the best idea the best ideas in my opinion when it comes to immigration and stuff like that.
Is he
which
pro?
is basically no immigration.
Is he not pro H-1B? Is Miller not pro H-1B?
I know that he's not pro-immigration. I don't know his specific take on H-1Bs because there's not just H-1Bs. It's like there's all kinds of subcategories as well. So I don't know. He would know the specifics obviously better than I would. But I know that he's very pro-American worker and he's very anti-immigrant.
The other flip side, and trying to steel man Trump's perspective, is that if you bring in like a Chinese teacher to a college and they're
Why?
really
Because of
good
DEFA?
teacher, but they're not like exceptional 01, then they can teach the kids and make the American students better than if we didn't have a great teacher.
We shouldn't take any Chinese at all.
Or than India, whatever country, foreign country, you know.
Oh, how was that?
At least because we talk, like, there's talk about
and it was the spaceship edition. I didn't know that was too. I think I might have actually. Of course, can we watch a movie? No. Well, that's all it is.
Trump was made reduces or the way that China treats intellectual property and stuff like that. They just steal everything.
Yeah, they don't really
steal
value patents,
everything.
from what I've
So,
been told.
so there is no benefit to having Chinese people come to the United States, help develop things in the United States, and then send it back to China.
It's a different conversation than H-1Bs because we're talking about students.
No, but it's the
My experience with Chinese students, I was just at Rice at the nanotechnology lab. There's Chinese students developing material science like
that's called Rice.
New batteries.
And it's going back to China.
No, they're starting corporations in the United States and made CEOs of these corporations to hire American workers.
Maybe they're doing that, but the information is still going back to China.
But it's also going to the United States. If they go to China, it's just going to go to China.
But that's why we don't bring them in.
And they're using our resources to develop it.
I mean, they're not like pro. A lot of these people are not like pro-communist dictatorships. Like they're not.
But Ian, the point isn't whether or not they're pro. The point is they have family in China, and China will put their family in a hole. They'll put them in jail and say they get out when you start doing what we say. Like China has like there are actual like police departments in America that police the Chinese population in the United States. The FBI has actually found them and
Found a
broken
couple
up
in New York.
But the point is, China. If you're a Chinese student, if you're a Chinese person from China, you have family in China, they're going to use you against whatever your host country is, and the United States has a responsibility to prevent that.
Does it also say something about what Trump thinks about the American people's station in life? Because I did a video this week about Trump, the Trump administration, like Customs and Border Protection, were like using shots of the Batman advertising deportations and stuff like that. So is the idea supposed to be that we free up lower wage jobs by deporting illegal immigrants? Americans can have those jobs, but anything higher than that, no, we're going to import H-1B visas. So there's no upward mobility. You can get those jobs because we're going to deport illegal aliens, fine. But you're not going to have any upward mobility because we legally bring in people, which will benefit the corporations because they can give them those jobs at a lower cost.
Exactly. Well, and also it's just disheartening and confusing that Trump has gone back and forth on this so much. We were all white pilling because he said, oh, actually, we're going to make them pay $100,000 for each H-1B. And then some were saying it was going to be annually reoccurring. Which, you know, if you really need to import this talent from other places in the world and you're not just doing it because you want to cut down wages, then surely you should be willing to pay a premium for that. This is somebody who's the top 1% of the top 1% talent-wise. Oh, but as it turns out, they're not willing to do that because we all know that that's not what they're looking for. So I'm curious, why do you guys think Trump keeps going back and forth on this? Is it just a question of him being caught between trying to please his base and trying to please some of the business people around him, or what? Or his advisors? Is he getting bad information and input from the people who surround him.
I think he at first was idealistic and like, we're just going to go with what feels right. And now he's being utilitarian and realizing I don't want to gut, 6% of our economy by stripping out the H-1Bs.
I saw a tweet with somebody saying that Charlie Kirk was somebody who would have been able to tell him that ideas like this are bad and that your base isn't going to support it. And without Charlie there to kind of give him that information, that his administration is suffering right now.
Yeah, and one of the good things about Donald Trump is very pragmatic. Like, if there is a policy that he presents and it gets a lot of pushback, he will change. He's not
always
ideal. What was that?
I said always chimp.
Always
exactly.
chimp.
That's why we freak out. That's why we do
Donald
it.
Trump will respond.
Ooh,
and,
ooh, ah, ah.
And that is something that, honestly, in my opinion, is good. So, like, if
I think that Trump has been on the road for the last 6 weeks in foreign countries. I think he's been hearing from a lot of CEOs. I think he's back. I think we need to tell him what the American people think very clearly on this.
Totally agreed. And one thing we got to remember about Trump, we admire him because he realizes you can just do things. We get upset with him because he also realizes you can just say things. And Trump will just say things sometimes, and we got to call him out and say, not what we voted for, not what we're looking for, not what we're interested in.
He's not an ideologue. He doesn't have some kind of he doesn't have an ideological plan for what's going on. He wants to do things that are going to make him look good, and the things that will make him look good as a president is having a successful country.
Well, yeah, and I'll say this. If there's any shot of Donald Trump ever hearing this, or anyone hearing this who's near him or who speaks to him, the people who are telling you that we need more H-1Bs, the people who are telling you we need more IVF, the people who are telling you that we need more immigrants, the people who are telling you to abandon your base, just remember this. Your base loves you even when they're disappointed in you and unhappy about these things. These people telling you to do this stuff, they hate you even when you do what they want. You can't go along with them. You got to give the voters what they voted for.
I don't think that American equals better. That's not the way it works.
But that's not the argument.
America with foreign workers.
It's no. It's not a question of does American equal better, like is in our Americans intrinsically more valuable as human beings. It's who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for the people who elected you and the people you were elected to govern, or are you rooting for foreigners?
Well, if I could get you a tutor, and it was the best tutor was like an Indian guy, why wouldn't I get you the Indian guy? And we have a legal precedent for it.
If you could give me the best, well, this is an argument for meritocracy, but the reality is it's just not
why
the case that you're automatically going to find a better person who's not American to do the job.
Not automatic.
When we found the last 6 months, the amount of H-1B fraud is showing that the companies that are using this program are cheating the system that was set up to allow for H-1Bs to fill jobs that there were not Americans to do. The fact that they have to cheat shows that there are
balance post for Marvels looks awesome. David Wood's doing an interview. Matt Pratt. Don't know who that is.
So it looks like the government shutdown is poised to end very soon, because tonight news broke that
announcing Steam hardware. This came out like an hour ago, right? It came out an hour ago. People are going crazy about this. So Steam controller, Steam machine, Steam frame. Watch our jazzy announcement video and wish list here, all right? And do you remember what I said before about how I wanted to, I wanted to have Starforge make a black box that didn't have any lights in it. There were no frills. There was nothing. It was just a black box that you could buy, and it would play video games. A big black box. Yes, exactly. And what we have here is a small black box.
Hey, everyone. This is Steam Deck.
Okay.
Steam Deck is our powerful, portable, handheld gaming PC
I have these.
that lets you take your Steam library with you anywhere. We're pretty proud of it. People who own Steam Decks have been playing everywhere, and we couldn't be happier with the response we've heard from all of you. We're excited
Nice.
to talk about the future of Steam Deck, but not today.
Oh,
because
fuck you, bitch.
this isn't a video about the future of Steam Deck. This is a video about the future of Steam hardware.
Oh.
Today, we're announcing 3 new members of the Steam hardware lineup. All connect you.
It's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
They're just like, yeah, by the way, we're going to bring this out. Yeah, there's like 3 new things. Yeah, it's coming out right now.
With powerful PC gaming. All are optimized for gaming with Steam, and all are shipping in early 2026. Let's start with this one.
Okay. The controller. Okay, so it's got, yeah, I've seen these before. This looks like an Xbox.
This is the new Steam.
This is like a fat Xbox controller.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an Xbox controller with 2 beer bellies.
Steam controller. The new Steam controller puts all of your Steam
It
games
is.
at your fingertips, so you can play wherever and however you want. Just like with Steam Deck, we want you
Yeah.
to be able to play any game with your Steam controller.
Great.
Even games never built with a controller. in
Balataro.
mind. It has all the great features from Steam Deck, like trackpads, gyro, and back buttons.
Oh, wow.
All in a comfortable form factor. Its next generation magnetic thumbsticks let you play with improved
Yeah.
responsiveness and longevity. We've put capacitive touch sensors on the thumbsticks and now on the back of the controller too, so you can enable precision gyro aiming with the
Okay.
touch of your thumb or your pinky
Cool.
if you're feeling fancy.
Oh.
Play for way too long with a rechargeable lithium-ion battery that allows for
How
over
long?
35 hours of playtime.
That's crazy. 35 hours for a fucking controller? Wow.
With Steam Controller, we want to make charging and wireless pairing something that's actually easy. That's why we created the Puck. The Puck
Okay.
is a combination wireless adapter and magnetic charger included with every Steam controller. Snap it on to charge.
Damn, so you don't even need to plug that shit in. It just connects like a Lego. Oh, wow. This looks good.
Once you're charged up,
That's
snap it
sick.
off
Yeah,
again.
that's awesome.
You can play over Bluetooth or a wired connection too. The new Steam controller
Yeah.
works with any device running Steam or Steam Link, whether it's a PC, Mac, handheld, smartphone, Steam Deck, or the new Steam machine.
So it just works with everything. That's awesome.
Oh, this is the new Steam machine.
Oh! Damn. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I like that blue light.
Steam machine is a
This thing is small, too. Look
Mhm.
at it.
Form factor.
powerful gaming PC
Yes, it's a
in
game-
a small but mighty package.
Oh, yeah.
Designed for your games
You
on
put
the
a
big
little
screen.
panel on it.
It's quiet too, which is crazy since it's 6 times more powerful than a Steam Deck.
What?
What? That's insane.
What?
Powered by a discrete, semi-custom AMD GPU, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with
What the fuck?
Some AMD
Pretty good.
GPU, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR. Steam
Oh my god.
With FSR.
machine runs SteamOS made for a bigger screen, built for gaming in your living room, your office, or wherever you play, with the rest of your PC accessories. Steam Machine borrows some great features from Steam Deck, like lightning-fast sleep and wake, an SD card slot to easily expand your storage, and brings some new tricks of its own, like a customizable LED strip, which can show different system functionalities, or your own light show.
That's cool.
Steam Machine is a PC, so run whatever software you
So it's actually just literally, okay.
It's
It's just
form
it's just a
factor
PC.
Mhm.
So they just, it literally, they turned the GameCube into a computer. Look at it. There it is.
want. And
It's
it
a
works
PC.
with all your favorite desktop and gaming accessories.
I wanna see what this,
Steam
the-
Machine is
the
designed
thing's
to
on it.
work hand in hand with the Steam controller,
Uh-huh.
with the low latency, wireless connectivity of the Steam controller puck built right in. And it's great for streaming your games to your phone, tablet, laptop, Steam Deck, or Steam Frame.
Damn.
Oh,
so it can run the game and then you can play it remotely? Holy fuck, man. I feel like this is like that's actually kind of crazy. I mean, like, wow.
Yep. This is Steam Frame.
Oh, what's that? What is it? Ooh. What is this? The goggles? Oh,
Steam
shit.
Frame is Valve's next generation VR hardware. Stream all your Steam games.
Wake me up when we have Sword Art Online.
games,
Yeah,
VR and non-VR
awesome.
alike, in this comfortable, lightweight, wireless VR headset. Steam Frame uses camera-based
not my
tracking,
thing.
so getting into your games is as easy as slipping on the headset and waking it up. Steam Frame controllers, included with the headset, are designed with all the inputs you need for your VR titles, like motion controls and capacitive tracking for all your fingers, as well as a split gamepad layout to work with your whole Steam library. They even feature the same magnetic thumbsticks as Steam Controller for responsiveness
That's nice.
and longevity. Steam Frame also pairs seamlessly with the new Steam Controller, a great companion for playing non-VR games in the headset.
Oh, what the fuck? So you can just sit there and play it. Damn. So I guess if you walk out from the, you walk out on the porch, Nancy's just sitting here looking at fucking nothing. And she's like, and you're like, damn, bitch. I thought you were going to cook dinner.
To make sure streaming is smooth and stable no matter what, Steam Frame includes a wireless adapter that lets you stream your games from your PC to your headset over a fast and dedicated Wi-Fi 6 connection. And the game is streamed to your frame, optimized for VR.
Bro, like, I'm like kind of glad my mom was in here to see this, because she'd be like, "Oh, so you're gonna be getting Wi-Fi directly into your head?" Yep, I knew it. That's how they get you.
Using new technology that allows for the highest resolution streaming exactly where your eyes are looking. And Steam Frame is a PC, running Steam OS. In addition to streaming, you can install and play a bunch of VR and non-VR games right in the headset without a host PC.
Yeah.
You can also expand your onboard storage to fit even more games with a micro SD card.
Well, how much? I guess I'll look at
Steam
the
Controller, Steam Machine, and Steam
How much?
Frame.
How much?
All built with the same DNA as Steam Deck.
How much?
All powered by Steam,
How
work
much?
together, and can be used however you'd
How
like.
much?
With whatever peripherals and
What is that?
accessories.
Say like $80 to $90 for the controller, $700, $800 for the headset.
$10,000.
And what we've wanted ourselves,
That's
it.
Powerful PC gaming.
I'd probably
in
say
an
about
open
$1,000
ecosystem,
for the PC.
giving you
Exactly, bro. Well, listen to that again.
as gamers. Powerful PC gaming in an open ecosystem.
There it is. There it is. That's all we want. That's it. That's all I want. Thank God. Who would have known the business strategy of doing things that the customers want you to do actually works pretty well?
Giving you more ways to enjoy the games
Yeah.
you love and discover new ones.
What?
Steam Controller, Steam Machine,
What? You can
and Steam
do
Frame
that?
are all shipping
What?
in early 2026.
Oh, wow.
Learn more at steampowered.com/hardware.
All right. Well, we're gonna buy one of these. I guess so. What I'll do is I'll have to get my switcher set up, and then I can put it onto this, and then I can stream off of it. This should be super easy for me to do. I'll pre-order one myself. I'll pre-order one of each. Yeah, I'll even get the VR goggles, but I'm probably not going to use those. How much? I don't know. Who cares? I'm just going to write off my taxes. Oh, I got a letter from the IRS yesterday. They said I owe them $2,000. Sorry. I owe them $20,000. Yeah. Apparently, you know, I didn't give them enough. Yeah, how about that, huh? The fuck? That's it. That's the zero. I don't know how it happened. Man. That looks really fucking nice. This right here, this box, this to me is beautiful. I am the kind of person, like, I know, obviously, you know, I started a company of, like, you know, custom build PCs, and they've got all the lights on them and everything. I know that other people like that shit, okay? But if you go over and you look at all the PCs that I built myself, big black box. That's it. That's all I want. Yeah. I just want a big black box. And there's something to me that, and like maybe there's like an element of like brutalism to it, where it's just like this imposing, massive square, and it just sits there, and it can run any game at 165 frames per second. It's a monolith. Ooh, I love that. A monolith. Wow. Big word. Call it the big black box. Exactly. Yeah, Space Odyssey type shit. Haven't been this excited since PS1. I am reserving a degree of judgment until we actually see what the specs on this are and everything. I do want to say, though, this is awesome. This is super cool. I'm really excited to see this, okay? And hopefully we're going to get and see more information about this. Finally, the Gabbin Cube died 2017. Born 2025. Welcome back, Steam Machine. Announcing a VR headset, a console, and a controller on a random Wednesday is such a Valve thing to do. Well, the thing is that, and let me explain the reason why. The reason why is because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can release it, you know, before or after or anything like that. It doesn't make a difference in any case. The specs are on the website. Why the Crusades were awesome. I'll have to watch that. And yeah, do you think it'd be worth it for people to, what's this here? People with average PCs to just sell it and get that box instead? Well, it really depends, right? So from my perspective, I think that if you are strapped for cash, the best option for you as an individual is to build your own PC. Like, and this comes from somebody, again, who started a PC building company. If you want the best value for your dollar, you should build your own PC. And I'm going to explain why. It's because whenever this product comes out, the technology now starts a timer. And the odds are a lot of these, you know, obviously like bespoke products like this, they're not going to have customization and like you're not going to be able to open them up and put a new graphics card in this, for example, right? And because of that, that's whenever you really start thinking, and oh, let's start looking at the information here too. But like basically that way you can upgrade your PC again after that. And so my advice to any guy is that, you know, like most of you guys start off with like a family computer. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the way I started out as a PC guy. And this is the way I think a lot of you guys started out, right? Is that we started out with a PC that was a pre-built from someplace, right? It was a pre-built from, I don't know, Sam's Club or Best Buy or something like that. And it was a family
Then I was
computer.
into consoles for a while.
As time went on, you wanted to play video games that became increasingly more extreme, or not extreme, I think it's a better bad word, more demanding. And so you went to Best Buy, or actually, you know, since we're talking about back in the day, you went to Circuit City and you bought a Radeon 4650. This is my first one. This is my first graphics card right here. I think it was actually this one. Yeah, there it is. And I bought this one. This is my first one. And so anyway, I bought this graphics card, and it was a very, very long time ago, extremely long time ago. And I had it, frame it. I don't know where it is. I'd have to go find it. And you upgraded your PC for the first time. And then you maybe tried to do another upgrade, but then you realize like, oh shit, I can't do more RAM because more RAM, the you know, the RAM port on my motherboard ends up only taking, you know, this amount of RAM, and it can't take a 16 gigabyte or an 8 gigabyte stick of RAM. And so now I have to get a new motherboard. But if I get a new motherboard, now I also have to get a new power supply. And so before you know it, you realize, okay, so you basically learn how to build a PC by trial and error. Focus on the error. And so anyway, that's the way I think a lot of you guys have gotten into it, right? And then you started building your own PCs. And I bet some of you guys now are now old enough that you have a good career and you're able to just simply buy a pre-built PC that's just a gaming PC. You don't have to worry about it. How many of you guys do that now? You just buy one and you don't even think about it. You maybe upgrade the graphics card once and that's it. So that's the that's basically, I think this is the computer, like the computer gaming aficionado. You know, in general, you start with pre-built and then you build it yourself.
Yep.
And then you usually go back to pre-built, right? And it's not because you want to. It's because obviously you just have other time. You have a lot of time.
Pre-built are cheaper.
You have time. And so no, I think so. I think this is what happens with a lot of people. No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think it is. I think a lot of people, and for some people it's no, but here's the reason why it's different. It's because a lot of people, whenever they get older, like let's say you're 35, you're 40 or something like that, your most valuable resource stops becoming money, assuming that you have a decent career. you stop worrying about, oh, well, this is like, oh, I have to do this or whatever, because you're making a lot of money. You've got a decent career. Yeah, your valuable resource now is time. And the time that it would take you to build a PC, unless it's something that you're very invested in and you personally enjoy doing, maybe it's not worth it for you to do it. So that's why people go and they buy pre-builts, right? That's why obviously there's so many pre-built companies and there's a lot of people that do it. It's not necessarily for young people, it's for old people that just don't want to deal with it, and they have some idea, but they don't really want to deal with making PCs all the time, right? That's why there's such a big market for it. It just makes sense. Because for everybody who's broke, there's also somebody who's not, and they buy a lot of these PCs. It's just how it is. And but my best advice is that if you don't have a lot of money, my best advice is not to buy one of these necessarily. It's not to buy a pre-built. It's to build your own.
Yep.
You will always get the best value for your dollar buying your own, and you can upgrade it later on in the future. And my best advice for people that are buying their own, there are two things not to skimp out on. Don't skimp out on your power supply, and don't skimp out on your motherboard. And I know those are ones, but I can get this one for $20. It's way less. Oh, but there's a motherboard for like $35. I should buy this. Those motherboards, not only are they, usually like third-party wholesaler motherboards, but on top of that, having a power supply that has a much higher wattage allows you to future-proof your machine for whenever you want to upgrade it in the future for future technology that will be coming up in the future, right? That's it. And so that's my best advice. Like you basically spend an extra like maybe $80, $100 somewhere around there, maybe even less, honestly, in some cases, to get something that's a much higher quality, and you're going to guarantee the longevity of your PC much more than anything else. It's better. Terrible advice? I don't think so. I really don't think so. And so yeah, 1,000 watt PSU, good start. Yeah, 1,000 to 1,200, something like that. That's what I would do. But anyway, however, a lot of people might not want to build their own PC because maybe they have more time. Maybe they have more money than they have time. So they're going to buy something like the Steam hardware. Now, would I recommend buying this? Absolutely, I would recommend buying it. But I'm just saying that each different type of thing has its own. It has its own value, right? It has its own audience of people that it's appealing to, right? So yeah, Steam Deck is OP, exactly. And let's see here. It's more efficient and quiet. Yes, definitely. Powered by Steam, optimized for gaming in any form. And just like the Steam Deck, all are designed to help players get even more out of their Steam library. So Steam Deck, I can't buy that right now. Okay, so I have to follow Steam hardware for updates, news, and launch information. We are besties. Wow. Okay, so where is the information about the Steam machine? Where is it? Okay, let me just click on this. I'm going to open it up. Your games on the big screen. Powerful PC gaming made easy in a small and mighty package. I can't believe that they actually just made the big black box like I wanted.
On the edge.
I am so happy about this. This is great because as I said, like I had wanted to do this, but obviously Steam has so much more resources than I do, or Starforge, right? I mean, they can do this in a totally different way. So it runs on Steam OS, and this is also another thing is that do you see kind of like what they're trying to do?
Well, I mean, it'd be nice. They're trying to get their own operating system.
So
they're getting their own operating system out there.
That
which I'd like
really
to see.
Big money.
That might get better than Windows instead of like Windows being such a RAM
Larry Ellison, a lot of these guys,
crazy
Bill
how
Gates is another
crappy the RAM sync
why
is.
A lot of these guys have so much money is because they control vertical integration. And you can even go back to like J.D. Rockefeller and you can see the same thing, is that they own an
32
entire
gigabytes
product
of RAM and I'm
ecosystem.
using
Apple.
60% of it.
Apple. So basically you have Steam OS, right? Steam OS. And then Steam OS runs on your Steam GameCube, right?
Yep.
This is the Gavin Cube. And then the Gavin Cube also uses Steam. So basically what I'm saying, yes, the Gavin Cube. And
okay.
What's happening is so all of these products feed into each other. And so these are like, multipliers on value, right? And so, for example, like this is a 2x, this is a 3x, let's say this is a 1.5x, right? And so this multiplies the profit and the amount of money and the value that they get out of attaining one customer. Because if you can bring one customer into your product ecosystem like Apple does, well, now you can lock them into potentially a lifetime of purchases staying inside of that ecosystem, assuming the ecosystem is friendly and non-problematic, right? And so that's it. It prevents more competition. Well, I think it really controls. I mean, you could say it prevents competition, definitely. But I think a lot of, like, Apple is bad in the way that it prevents competition because it's not compatible with other things. But SteamOS, I'm pretty sure, is much more compatible with other things, which makes it better. But it runs SteamOS. Operating system is designed to be provide a plug-and-play user experience while keeping power and flexibility of a PC. So there you go. Steam Machine verified, and it's a PC. Steam Machine is optimized for gaming, but it's still your PC. Install your own apps or even another operating system.
I was holding you as much as
this is what separates Steam from Apple. Right there. Open source, baby. That's right. That's right. That is crazy. Absolutely insane. The machine's front cover is detachable. Oh, yeah. No, I saw that. People were showing, like, where was the image of this? Let me see if I can find it.
I do.
Yeah,
What?
the 2600.
I miss her already.
Oh, wow.
Go get more
the
water.
Atari. Yeah, and so they have, like, customizable frames that you can put on it. That's really nice. Steam Machine plays
What do you
well
want?
wherever Steam is. And so,
Here,
obviously,
can I see my
you're
phone?
using... I mean, any of you guys that
There
have
you go.
done... Who here has done any form
You
of
done
cloud
with it?
gaming in the last year? Who's done cloud gaming in the last year, guys? Me? It's pretty good. I would say it's actually pretty good. I'm going to be honest. I think it's actually quite good, and it is improved by quite a large margin. And yeah, I stream my PC downstairs. It's annoying. I don't think so. Like I used Parsec like 2 years ago, and it was incredibly high quality. It really worked well.
Yeah, you
And
shrink
so
my
yeah, I mean,
TVs.
and by the way, if you don't think it does, I'd invite you to try it out yourself.
It wasn't
Because I think
horrible.
that cloud gaming
My
has such
issue
a
was
bad
getting them out
reputation
with
with
the
how bad
controller
Google
to work.
Stadia was at the beginning. But the fact is that the technology
Either
since
being
then
too far away
has
from the
just
PC or
improved
having
so
to plug it
much.
into
It's
the
really,
TV. That was annoying.
It's really hard to even compare. So yeah, Parsec is legit. Yeah, and it's a pretty cheap software if it's not free, right? And so that's it. I mean, I think this is great. Anyway, let me go back. I'll look at a few more of the things on this.
NVIDIA
Great
has
for streaming as
something,
well.
a
So Steam
remote.
Machine is the perfect host PC for streaming to other
Great.
devices. So there you go again. So it can actually run things, and you can stream it onto like maybe your VR goggles. So the tech specs. Okay, this is what's important. So let's see
has
here.
a DisplayPort
CPU,
and
AMD.
HDMI.
Holy shit. Was it 6, 10, 12? What the fuck? 4.8 gigahertz.
Holy cow.
What the
4.8.
Semi-custom AMD. I don't even know what a lot of this shit means, if you want me to be honest, right? Like, I'm not even used to looking at this shit. And storage, so you have half of 1 terabyte. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, no, you have 2.
Thank you.
And both models include... Oh, there's going to be 2 different versions of it. Okay, yeah, there we go. 6 cores, 12 threads. Okay.
Hopefully.
Well, either way, let me go back over. I'll look and see this. There's a display port and HDMI. Okay, that makes perfect sense. So HDMI only going up to 120 hertz is like not great, but you know, display port to 240 is crazy. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's super good. Yeah, and so and it weighs to like what's that, like 6 pounds, something like that, right?
Yeah.
And that's really, really good. And low-end specs, what the fuck? Well, so low-end specs, you need to understand that a lot of technology, like for example, a PlayStation 5, the technology for a PlayStation 5, it's built just to run video games, right? It's optimized for video games, and the CPU and GPU, my understanding is that they're built with this in mind specifically. So basically, if you have something that's highly optimized, but it's lower quality, in some cases, it's actually still equivalent to something that's generally optimized, but it's, you know, higher quality. So I would wait to actually see what happens when this thing comes out itself. Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to pre-order one of these, and I'm going to play it and open it and show it on stream on day 1, okay? So I'm going to have it pre-ordered. It's going to be delivered. I'm going to make sure I get it as soon as I can, and if I can get one early, I'll do that too. So yeah, that's pretty much about it. Never pre-order? Well, I'll pre-order this because I want to support them, and I think it's a good idea. I mean, again, like I don't mind pre-ordering, but like again, I think that pre-ordering is something that Valve has earned. Like, Valve has earned pre-ordering, From Software has earned pre-ordering, like 2 or 3 other companies have earned it. Other than that, absolutely not. So yeah, and again, I'm only doing it, and I'm doing this as a content creator, right? So I want, think about it like this. I'm pre-ordering it, and I want to show it so you guys don't have to. So you can see it on day one, hopefully, right? I mean, I'm assuming, like, unless there's something wrong with shipping. So you guys get to see it on day one, and then you can make an educated decision with your money, which probably you can't write off your taxes buying a video game machine like I can. So that's the real reason. So that's it. Yeah, earned loyalty is so powerful. Thank you, Jesus. You're welcome. And so, yeah, anyway.
I don't mind.
We've
Just
got
ask.
this, obviously, 16 gigabytes of RAM. That's fine with virtual RAM as well. 8 gigabytes of virtual RAM. That's a lot, man. It is. What games will I test on it? Games to test. Okay, so Notepad. Let's go ahead and just get all of them there. Where did it go? Okay. All right. This is not this. Okay. Games to test on the Steam Cube. Okay. Number 1. Wukong, demo Black Myth Wukong, Ball Pit. Just to get a variation, right? Variation. Cyberpunk. Let's see. Witcher 3. Ooh, let me go back. Let me think about this real quick. Ooh, let me think. Ah, jeez. Let's see. Oh, man. Elden Ring. Elden Ring.
Little
All
bit
right.
roar. A three-nager.
Let's see here. Monster Hunter. Oh, Monster Hunter. Yes. Yes, especially with how much performance issues they've
Cyberpunk,
had.
yeah.
Yeah, I think Monster Hunter
It could be a
definitely
good
you'd want to check
benchmark.
that one out. Exhibition 33.
New World.
Exhibition 33. Let's see here. Ghost of Tsushima. Haven't played that, so I don't have that on there. I'll give me 2 more. Give me 2 more. And Vampire Survivors. Maybe I'd try some Survivors game. I don't know if it'd be Vampire Survivors or General. WoW. Yeah. I'll see if I can download the Battle.net client onto it. And let's see. And maybe
Could be able
a
to.
multiplayer game. Good idea. Think of a good multiplayer game, guys. Oh, Arc Raiders.
Oh, Arc Raiders.
Okay, so we're going to save this, all right? I'm going to save this. Save as, and we'll save it to desktop. Games to test on the Steam Cube. There we go. All right, and we should be good. And so there it is. And our rivals, yes.
Can you help getting your lid on?
Take a clutter game like Vampire Survivors or PoE. I think that we'll have a lot of clutter with Cyberpunk, right? And also with Ball Pit. Because, again, like I have like a pretty end-game character, right? So it should be fine.
You haven't got
New
my den
World,
like that in a
well,
while.
That game's dead. It'll be dead by then. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Any new releases that come out right before its release? Yeah, that's true, too. To see how it works for games, because I bet it was optimized with games like Black Myth Wukong and Cyberpunk in mind.
Probably Black
But
Myth Wukong
yeah,
eventually.
Dead World, it's very sad. Wuthering Waves, I don't know. Yeah, I could. That's another one. Let me add that one, too. Good idea.
The UJ's investigating.
Well, an active Department of Justice investigation is underway right now into violent riots outside a Turning Point USA event this week at UC Berkeley. The senior correspondent Claudia Cowan is live for us in Sausalito, California. Claudia.
Trace, a federal investigation involving the Joint Terrorism Task Force and the FBI is looking now into whether Cal violated civil rights laws when the campus allowed this violent protest to take place Monday night ahead of a Turning Point USA event featuring conservative speakers.
Probably didn't even have permits for a protest or anything like that.
Concerns about security measures and the presence of what they're calling Antifa, a designated terrorist organization known for targeting right-leaning speakers and events, including at Cal. Ann Coulter and Ben Shapiro, and onerous security conditions forced the late David Horowitz to cancel his event at Cal in 2017, challenges the DOJ says liberal speakers do not have to face at the publicly funded university.
They don't have to face them whatsoever.
UC Berkeley has a history of treating conservative speakers brought to the campus by students differently than other kinds of speakers.
And why is that?
Occurs, that's an equal protection issue. That's a First Amendment violation. And where it results in this type of violence and harm to property and people, it's deeply concerning. It could be criminal in nature as well as civil. So that's among the things that we're looking at.
For several hours Monday night, protesters hurled rocks, bottles, and lit flares, and heckled ticket holders waiting to get inside, prompting some to leave. Now, the DOJ says that raises legal issues, too. A statement just out from Governor Gavin Newsom's office says, quote, violence is not a legitimate exercise of First Amendment rights. While people have the right to protest, it must be done peacefully. But activists were handing out this flyer ahead of the event, calling for bold, angry displays of protest. So clearly the university knew what was coming. The administration says it condemns the violence and will hold anyone accountable who broke the law. Well, now, Trace, they're getting some assistance in that from the federal government. Back to you.
Indeed. Claudia Cowan.
Stream, that's a premiere. Dave Smith debate with trigonometry. 2 hours long. I just can't stand listening to Dave Smith anymore.
Democrats are losing their mind. Zoran Mamdani got elected. What a wonderful day for everyone without a brain. They've all come together to say, hey, this guy promised us free things. We're going to vote for him, not realizing that he can't make good on any of those promises. Guess what, guys? He can't make good on any of those promises.
Commissioner Tisch received a heads up from ICE that raid would occur on Canal Street. Now, apparently she did give the Adams administration a heads up. If you were in his shoes, how would you have reacted to this? Would you have said, yes, NYPD officers do not interfere with ICE, but how would you have acted as mayor?
What I will continue to do is be someone who will stand up for New Yorkers when Donald Trump is seeking to fulfill his promise to create the single largest deportation force in American history. And
based, by the way, that's what the people elected him on. You are directly anti-democracy.
Exactly elected to do that, to clean up the immigrant issue.
He's a radical Muslim.
And my NYPD will continue to not be of assistance.
I have bad news about him and his NYPD.
To ICE whenever they are trying to terrorize New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs.
No, actually, they're mostly terrorizing invaders, actually, not the New Yorkers. The New Yorkers actually kind of love this.
In the right way?
I think that it's important to continue a separation between NYPD and ICE, and I think it's important to bring an end to a chapter which Eric Adams said on national TV where he opened the door to civil immigration enforcement.
Yeah, so this is absolutely diabolical. This is wild. So he decides to say that he wants the NYPD to fight back against ICE specifically, to fight back against ICE to stop deportations because he's anti-democracy and pro-radical Islamism because he wants to import radical Muslims that'll vote for him forever, and, force out all the actual rich, white, Jewish people from New York so that he can always maintain a stranglehold on the majority of the retards. Now, so this is his plan. Now, the kind of insane thing is, and this is wild, this backfired really badly already. And the reason for that is because 5,000 NYPD police are resigning on January 1st because they don't want to be ruled under a communist. So let's just say it's really not going well. It's really not going well, actually, at all. So it's really not going well at all. So now this is obviously due to Islamophobia, and Zoran Mamdani's aunt will never ride the subway safely ever again. So this is crazy. For
Another
the record,
joke from the comedian club of Democrats.
This is actually happening in New York. So he is an anti-democracy. Remember, because it's important to get these facts straight. Donald Trump was elected to do mass deportations. That's what he was elected for by the majority of the people. He won the election from the majority of the people. He was the democratically elected president running on mass deportations as his primary motivation. All right, let's remember this. Every single person that wants to fight ICE is inherently anti-democracy. Which, I mean, let's not be surprised. He is a radical Muslim. Democracy is not a thing in Sharia law, obviously. So this is insane. So it gets worse for Zoran Mamdani. If you pay attention to the skyline on his actual poster, you will notice two towers that might be missing. You will notice certain towers missing. I'm not even going to discuss it at length due to the severity of the situation. Obviously, Zoran Mamdani is probably watching this video right now, and I don't want to offend her too badly. But Kathy Hochul, the worst governor in America, or Hochul, however you pronounce it, is getting blasted by the Republicans. Now, it looks very, very much like the greater New York state is so mad that Zoran Mamdani is the mayor of New York City that it looks like we are getting a red wave across New York State.
Yeah,
not the
I
city,
believe it.
but the state. And it looks very likely that they're going to be electing a Republican governor in New York, which is an absolute game changer. It's
He's
completely
actually got
insane.
running on decent policy too.
Won
The Republican.
in a city of retards. All right, the city of retards are actually, they voted for him because they're retarded. And he's like, I'm going to promise you free stuff. And they're like, oh my God, as a liberal white woman, I really need free stuff because I am a wage slave to my college debts where I got a degree in surprise butt sex. That's right. Lesbian tap dancing was my degree. And now I have student loans that I need to pay off. So those guys were promised free stuff and voted for obvious retard numero uno, Senor Mamdani. As they say in specific Muslim areas of Mexico. And there he is, and he became the mayor. But the average guy does not actually support this at all. And that is why it looks like we're getting a rival primary from a Republican governor.
I can't do anything about over there. Come up over here.
This was a debate that happened. I have to show this because this is the exact. This is a girl that is pro Zoran Mamdani. Right,
oh yeah, I've seen this.
You don't think
these
like
debates.
pain exists absence of mind because it's your body. Your body is feeling things. You can feel things without your mind thinking about it.
What?
I mean, it's your central nervous system.
How do you feel something without a mind?
You never felt the
If you had no brain, you would feel stuff?
We have multiple.
If you had no
senses.
brain, you would feel stuff.
Well, I've never not
you
had
would
one
not.
before.
Do you think people with no brain feel stuff?
I don't know. Why don't we ask one of them?
What do you think?
I don't know. I
Where
don't
do you
have a
think?
brain.
Usually
where
they're
are your
dead.
pain receptors located?
Aren't they all over your body?
If you have no brain, how could you possibly feel pain?
Because you feel pain in your body. You don't think like.
For the record, this is a college-educated political commentator that can vote. This isn't just a random whore they pulled off the street for this podcast.
It's a
okay?
girl
This
that
is
can
a
vote.
actual college-educated political commentator that's hosting all sorts of debates. She has hundreds of thousands of followers for her political commentary. Okay, you have to understand. I saw this clip on Twitter. I immediately messaged Andrew Wilson. I was like, that's this guy, this debater. I was like, how the fuck do you do this? You fly out there, you debate this absolute retard for 4 hours? Like, how do you do that and not kill yourself? And his response was he's doing community service showing that people are retarded, which I completely agree. It's actually pretty based. This is charity. This is actual charity. But this was diabolical. This was diabolical. So anyway, these are the people voting for Zoran Mamdani. Now, the average person, human, creature, that's not a liberal white woman, that's a college graduate, that's in debt, those guys are not going to be voting for Zoran. So we might actually be getting a Republican governor in New York, which would be insane. They released this ad.
The Empire State has fallen.
So obviously the leftoids are super mad that this is not going as planned. A couple of retards are excited, but nah, a lot of people are really not actually excited.
Are just going crazy over the amount of taxes here.
There's no question. New York is facing
Even,
an
like,
affordability crisis.
Escape from New York.
Dems didn't like Obama, and
fleeing the
I don't even think Hakeem Jeffries endorsed him.
City say a wave of migrant crime crime has washed over the city. Foreign gang members terrorizing innocent New Yorkers.
Complete disregard for
Right, migrant gangs. I wonder if Zoran Mamdani is going to deal with that. Oh, never mind. He's using the New York Police Department to fight against ICE. Never mind.
The law and Kathy Hochul's failed policies are to blame.
Worst governor in America. Worst governor in America. Worst governor in America.
Kathy Hochul made New York the most unaffordable
You
state
can see as a
in the
military with the police
with
department. That's
sky-high
exactly what
taxes,
Mamdani thinks.
unaffordable rent, soaring energy costs, and record high grocery bills. And cozied up to a defund the police, tax hiking, anti-Semitic communist.
I can hear you.
But from the ashes of Kathy Hochul's failed policies, New York will rise, like we always do. The spirit of the Empire State cannot be broken. All we need is a courageous leader, ready for the fight. Elise Stefanik will make New York affordable and safe.
People in New York, no matter if you're a Republican, Independent, or Democrat, enough is enough. We are the most unaffordable state in the nation because of single-party Democrat rule led by Kathy Hochul.
As a working mom, congresswoman, and fighter, Elise knows families need more help, and she'll make New York affordable. That's why she authored and passed the largest middle-class tax cut in New York's history, letting working families keep more of their hard-earned money. Elise will reduce your energy, utility, and grocery bills. She fought woke insanity in our schools, stood proudly with law enforcement, championed small businesses, and will never back down from fighting for New York families. With everything on the line, we need someone who will deliver results and make New York affordable and safe for families and small businesses.
Woman on woman violence. It's what we're here for.
To not just survive, but thrive. Elise Stefanik will clean up Kathy Hochul's catastrophe and restore New York's greatness. Elise Stefanik for governor.
So the reason why this is going on right now is because obviously everyone's mad, especially a lot of leftoids, because it seems like a lot of the stuff he's actually trying to push, this Zoran Mamdani guy, are failures. They already failed. And that's the craziest part. Yeah, so anyway, not the ideal governor. I'm not going to make believe that this Elise Stefanik is my personal top choice. What I am going to say is, she's better.
Reset too.
That's what I'm gonna say. I'm a simple man. I'm a very simple man. All right, a very, very simple man. We here subscribe to the lesser of the two evils mentality. All right. Now, ultimately, she is female. I mean, she is. That's not. Editor, cut that part out. Moving on. Breaking. Zoran Mamdani retracts his $30 minimum wage promise to voters, saying they will have to make do. That was insane, bro. That was crazy. That was crazy.
Thought that was part of their like
this entire thing.
Increase
he ran on this
the
entire
minimum wage,
$30 minimum wage. Now, like, I'm not gonna be rude here. I'm just gonna be honest. Motherfucker is a fucking genius. He's an actual diabolical genius.
Just
so
promise things you can't make happen, and then
increase the minimum wage to $30. And the reason why you can't do that is very simple. Because you got a guy that runs a little store and he's paying his employees, and if all of a sudden overnight he has to start paying them $30,
they're gonna lose jobs.
He'll have to fire them. This is fucking crazy. So obviously it won't work, and anyone that knows anything about basic economics knows that won't work. But if you're a retarded voter with so much empathy, if you are part of the 80% of liberal white women that voted for Zoran Mamdani, all right, if you are part of the retard generation, then this is terrible news for you. This is absolutely terrible news for you, and it's pretty funny. It's pretty freaking funny, dude. I'm not even gonna lie. So obviously he retracted that after winning, because you obviously can't do this.
$30
You
an hour
can't just be like,
would
oopsie, I'm gonna print more money now. Actually, like if you just increase the minimum wage to
34
$30,
basically
then a bottle
to run
of
a
milk is gonna
plant.
start costing $30. That's how it works. This obviously doesn't work. He duped all of them because shockingly, retards fell for this. It's crazy. It's insane how well retards fell for this. This is Hassan Piker being shocked by China. Not relevant, but very funny. So I have to introduce you to modern politics in America before we do a deep dive in the actual governor of New York, Kathy Hochul. Kathy Hochul is the current governor of New York, the one that's being blasted right now and might actually lose the next election. She has directly stated the fact that they're not actually willing to do all of the things. All the things that Zoran promised they're not doing, because she knows that if she does do that, she has no chance of winning her next election. So we're not going to be seeing a $30 minimum wage. There's not going to be a government-run grocery store. There won't be free buses. There won't be free education. There won't be rent controls. His entire platform actually is nothing. His entire platform is literally, he's not actually going to be keeping a single one of his promises, except, seemingly, for flood the city with immigrants, which, in my opinion, was always his primary goal. But what a lot of retards on the left don't realize is they're actually up against religious fanaticism. And people that have no idea about what religion is actually about cannot understand that people's motivations might stem from religious fanaticism. I'm going to release a very dirty secret, and I'm going to tell it to you today, and I hope you're ready to hear it. Communism is the Trojan horse that retards will actually use to convince you to vote for them. But inside the Trojan horse is a colonial force coming to take over your country. That's the secret that no one wants to say. Communism and the socialist Democrat shit is the easiest way to get the retard vote. He'll just go up there and say, you know, $30 minimum wage, government, grocery stores, free buses, free education, rent control. The retards will eat that shit up. He's not going to be able to fulfill any of those promises, but he will be the mayor. He will release infinite retards to vote for him forever. He'll just go out there, promise free stuff, and not be able to deliver any of it. Now, the only way to defeat this is to fight fire with fire. And you're about to hear a story so insane, I made a full video on it, because there's so many twists and turns, but I am going to give you the abridged version. Zoran Mamdani had a guy that was really similar to him that ran for mayor in Minneapolis. This guy, Omar Fateh. This dude ran for the mayor of Minneapolis. He is a Somalian Muslim, and he also did basically exactly what Zoran did. This dude walked out. He's promised socialism. He promised all sorts of free stuff, and he also
The only reason he didn't get votes is because the Somalians that are living there are part of a different tribe than the one he's associated with. So that's the only reason he didn't get enough votes.
Best to import as much Somalian people as he possibly can. He wants a Somalian safe haven. All right, he's basically Zoran Mamdani, except he's obviously the product of incest. Now, the crazy thing is, he was up against this guy, Mr. Jacob Frey. Jacob Frey, also a Democrat, obviously. He was up against this guy. All right, it was a crazy battle, and honestly, it really looked like this guy was gonna win. It looked like Omar Fateh was in the lead. He was doing the Zoran Mamdani strategy. All right, he was doing the whole I am the mayor now.
Strategy.
All right,
Now that's
so
the
he was hitting
communist
them
socialist
with
strategy.
all of the fucking socialist bullshit keywords, and he lost.
That's
He
just
lost to Mayor
the
Jacob
socialist
Frey, who
strategy.
I've just learned is Jewish. The Jew defeated the Somalian in a battle for religious supremacy, even though he's not religious, but it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. I'm just saying, it's pretty funny. 2 billion Muslims, you can't kill 15 million Jews? What are you doing, guys? I'm not trying to be diabolical here or anything. I have Muslim friends, but, like, what are you doing, guys? Like, come on, dude. Anyway, so, despite the low numbers, all right, this is crazy. Jacob Frey won this in the greatest way ever. And so, if you're not familiar with this, you have to pay attention. It's the funniest thing in the world.
Yeah,
this
he
is
speaks
Jacob Frey's acceptance
Somali.
speech. Listen.
Whether you are from Galmudug or Getaway, you are from Minneapolis. Whether you are from Bosaso or Mogadishu, you are from Minneapolis. Whether you are from Hargeisa, Somaliland, Ogadenia, or Nairobi, you are from Minneapolis. In Minneapolis, we love you. In Minneapolis, we embrace unity. And in Minneapolis, this is a place where we are proud to call it home. Mahat said it. Thank you so much. So
obviously, this is the worst speech I've ever heard in my entire life, obviously. But that's not the point.
Especially with him speaking it.
So this is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Now, you'll notice something insane. There was a lot of cheering from him from a lot of people from Somalia. That's pretty weird, because I was sure all the Somalians would vote from the guy from Somalia. Well, if you want to understand a little more lore, This guy is taking advantage of tribal politics. We are too easy. This guy understands how to divide our people.
How are you? Good to see you, my man. Happy Friday.
So this is Jacob Frey going up against the radical leftoid guy.
Happy Friday. Hello, how are you? Good to see you, my man. Yeah, you got it, you got it. Maga. Said. Said? Maga. Maga igawa Yarut Farid. Boka Maga.
Alert Somalian.
Minneapolis.
I know.
Coming down.
All right.
When I have friends visit from out of town, of course I tell them to go check out the Stone Arch Bridge, but one of the other things I say to go see is the Somali Mall.
You have to go to the Somalian Mall. You go to Minneapolis, you have got to see the Somalian Mall. This is crazy, bro.
There's nothing like it virtually anywhere else. The color, the activity, just the sheer scope. I mean,
dude,
I'm a little biased because I'm the mayor of Minneapolis and it's here, but this rivals Mall of America every day of the week.
Yeah.
Hey, my man, how you doing? It's good to see you, buddy. Yeah. I feel like I get neck hair. Yeah. You have that problem? I get neck hair before I get the head hair. I just need to get my neck shaved.
Bro, what are we doing?
Mohammed? He's operating those clippers with precision. But if your face is framed up well, you look good. My wife will love it. Yo, how you doing?
So, anyway, he has AIDS now. But aside, I have to stop doing this. People are going to think I'm actually racist, when I'm clearly not. I'm only Islamophobic. No, I'm not Islamophobic. I'm actually not Islamophobic. That would break Zoran Mamdani's aunt's heart. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, all right, the point that I'm trying to make here is, this is the greatest election in modern history because this dude understands that he was going up against an actual guy who's basically like, I am fighting for Somalia. So what does this guy do? What does this dude do? This absolute diabolical mastermind. I'm sorry, I have to say it. I fucking hate his campaign with every fiber of my being. But this absolute mastermind, all right, decided, you know what he's going to do? He is going to instigate clan warfare among ancient Somalian blood feuds. He went to the opposing Somalian tribes, all right? This is how he won the election. This is Jacob Frey rallying the Somali clans against their common enemy in Minneapolis 2025. This is literally what just happened. It's absolutely diabolical. I wish that we had a guy like Jacob Frey in New York. If we would, Zoran Mamdani would have been absolutely cooked. Now, I know that I'm being very glib about this, but this has got to be one of the most diabolical weeks of American politics in the history of our country. The fact that it's ancient Somalian blood feuds that is literally like causing elections through the country. It is absolute insanity. I don't even know what to say. It's crazy. But the point is, this was a terrible week for the leftoids. All the promises that were promised by Zoran Mamdani, they're all falling through the cracks. They had a surefire winning candidate in this guy, Omar Fateh, and he got obliterated because some random woke Jew decided to rally the rival Somalian clans to his side like he's Lisan Al-Gaib, and he actually fucking won. It's crazy. It's diabolical. I made a full video on this. You have to see it. It's even funnier. I just had to show this to you because it got even wilder. But you have to see the Ilhan Omar crash out was insane. Check out my video from yesterday. But Zoran Mamdani is getting now obliterated by the current governor of New York. The current governor of New York is absolutely cooking this man. Because all the things that he promised, she basically went out and said, no, we can't actually do any of the things that he promised. So, terrible day for leftoids everywhere. They think they're winning, but they're actually literally shooting themselves in the balls and importing their own destruction.
The idea that free buses would make them faster?
No.
Why not?
Because more people will drive them, so they'd be even more crowded.
No, yeah, obviously free buses isn't going to make them faster.
It would take longer to load them.
How do you answer that?
Because it can't just be making it free alone. You have to be making it free while actually making the infrastructure for it to be fast.
Zoran Mamdani, ladies and gentlemen, he figured it out. He figured it out. What are you gonna do if it's gonna be slower?
Look,
well,
you're
he's
a
gonna make
joke.
it faster. He's literally so fucking smart. If we would have had a Jacob Frey, I'm sorry, man. The woke Jews, every once in a while, they do something right, all right? I'm just saying.
So you have to increase service alongside making it free and ensure that there's full use of all-door boarding, because a lot of the issues of the dwell time at the bus stops is because everyone has to go through the front door. No one's allowed to go through the back door, even though this was something the MTA proposed more than a decade ago. And in Boston, when they did this, they decreased dwell time by 23% on a single route just by making all-door boarding a part of it.
But isn't that an MTA thing that you as mayor can't control?
Epic foreshadowing! Epic foreshadowing! Even though this proposition of yours is retarded, you still couldn't do it because you're just the mayor.
Water.
Epic foreshadowing!
Well, we saw with Mayor Bloomberg, he was the mayor of New York City, he built an entire subway station because that's how much he believed in the extension of the 7 train to Hudson Yards. The city has a lot of ability to influence what the MTA does. It's just that we haven't had a mayor who actually cares that much about...
You never had a mayor with empathy like Zoran
Yeah.
Mamdani.
Never
So I have
had a
one
mayor
aunt
that
that's
cared.
like,
Maybe
she's
this
like
is
kind of
such
right
a
wing,
low
but she's also like
priority.
very feminist. It's pretty awesome. So I basically I called her to say, hey, did you know that all the white women voted for Zoran Mamdani? And then she hung up the phone. I still don't know why, but we're figuring it out.
The slowest buses in the United States.
A day after his big victory, New York's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani says he's got a clear mandate and he plans to use it. He's promising affordable housing, rent freezes, and free buses. He's just
And $30
announced
an
his
hour
transition
minimum
to,
wage.
But as mayor, his actual powers are limited. So can
No! What do you mean his powers are limited? But he promised free buses.
he really deliver? He wants a 4-year rent freeze on the city's 1 million rent-stabilized flats. But to make that happen, he'll need approval from the city's Rent Guidelines Board. And current mayor Eric Adams could still appoint new members before leaving office to make it harder. He also
Epic foreshadowing! Epic foreshadowing! Even the BBC doesn't believe in them, and they're an actual terrorist organization at this point, in my opinion. They're out there editing Trump speeches, like literally running defense for Hamas terrorists, pro-Pakistan. Dude, if there's anyone in the West that's like, oh, I take the pro-Pakistan position, that dude is a fucking bot, all right? Get him out.
also wants to make public buses free and faster, a plan he says would cost around $630 million a year, though some officials put it closer to $1 billion a year. To pay for it all, Mamdani wants to raise corporate taxes and add a 2%
They make a lot of
surcharge on
money.
Yeah, that's right. He's
driving
just gonna
those
make
buses
things free
too.
by making everyone pay for them. He's so smart. He's so smart.
anyone earning over $1 million. But the governor and state legislature would have to agree. And Governor Kathy Hochul's made it clear she's against new taxes ahead of her own election. So will
No! So you mean he promised a thing that he literally couldn't actually do, and then the governor just basically said, no, you can't actually do it? No way.
Zohran Mamdani turn his bold promises into action, or will political reality hit first?
Boy. So we got to talk about New York Democrat Governor Kathy Hochul, who is officially stuck between a rock and a hard place. She is one politician that I would never wish to be in this moment, because she put herself in an impossible situation to win because of very short-term thinking, okay? And what I mean by that is her decision to endorse Zoran.
This has got to be one of the most diabolical twists of all time. It really is. Because by doing this, Zoran Mamdani isn't actually going to be able to push any of the things that he promised, right? He promised all the free things that he didn't have any power to promise, and now he's not going to be able to do any of them. And Kathy Hochul, who supported Zoran Mamdani, is now literally going back on her promise. She's literally going back on her promise. Not being able to, because she's trying to get the votes from like the actual
she's gonna run for election,
leftists
not
in New York State. So
Zoran Mamdani's race. She's got to run her own
her
race.
entire career with this one. Like Zoran Mamdani's platform can't work because he's not actually fulfilling any of the promises that he promised, and she completely cooked herself because she backstabbed everyone. She literally backstabbed everyone. She supported this guy and she's stabbing him in the back at the same time. Like, dude, this has been a cataclysmic failure on every level, and it's really funny. The leftists are actually eating each other. It's great. It's awesome. It's awesome. She virtue signaled her way. Congratulations.
Mamdani, who is a socialist. A lot of people say he's a communist, okay? So she endorsed a communist in the New York City.
Some people would even say he's a terrorist, but I wouldn't be one of those people. Partially because I don't want to get sued. Also,
No, but I
partially
could go for
because
some ice cream.
I don't think he personally flew the plane into the Twin Towers, even though he thinks the biggest victim was his aunt.
The general election.
Now, a lot of people
I don't know
this,
why.
but Zoran Mamdani's aunt was not actually
How do you want help?
flying one of the planes that crashed into the Twin Towers. This is actually, like, a lot of people don't actually know about this. Zoran Mamdani's aunt
I know you
was
would.
not one of the pilots. I want to make this clear, and that's because the Muslims in
I mean, I
Al-Qaeda
can.
knew better than to trust a woman to fly a plane. So
Yeah.
realistically, broken clock, right twice a day. She was dead ass not one of the pilots. This is just this is a fact. This is just a straight. That's how you know, because it was effective. Like if she would have been a pilot, they would have hit the wrong building. I'm just saying. Like, I am just saying.
Which means that she endorsed him doing all the things that...
Was that sexist and Islamophobic? Yes. Was it funny? Yes. Do I care if you're offended?
He's in the bathroom
Actually
looking at himself in the
subscribe if you're
mirror.
offended. If that offended you, subscribe.
She knows that he actually can't do. And the reason why she knows that he can't do it is because she's responsible for doing the things that Mamdani promised. Like, for example, raising taxes,
What you doing?
free buses, free childcare, right? All this stuff basically comes down to the state.
His agenda is incredibly
That's
ambitious.
right. He doesn't have any of the power to do the things he promised, and people still believed him anyway because, well, I
3-year-old
mean,
energy.
he cried on
Wish I
camera
had
about
it.
Islamophobia. Yeah, I gotta whip out this meme. Actually, it turns out, yeah, this is completely my feeling right. I fully support this. This is my response. That's right. Enough about my racist past. All right, enough about my racist past. I don't care. Now we talk about my racist future. All right.
It is, as he has described it, a democratic socialist agenda. Free childcare, free buses, rent freeze. The list goes on. I talked to him on Monday night. He said to me he hasn't wavered 1 millimeter on raising taxes on New York City's wealthiest residents to pay for some of that. Now, Governor, you have said repeatedly that you would not raise taxes. You said, quote, I've said there's no new income taxes. Do you stand by that promise?
Yes. Again,
She endorsed the guy whose whole platform was raise taxes, and now she's saying she's not willing to raise taxes. Congratulations. You've all played yourselves. Dude, this is insane. This is like an actual Democrat human centipede. These people are insanely retarded.
I find so fascinating is all this conversation about how I'm continuing to lead New York State. I'm the one putting money back in people's pockets and cutting middle-class taxes, as I've done, and finding ways to support child care. These are areas where I'm aligned with Zoran Mamdani.
Okay,
and
sure.
we'll work on this and build more.
It's such a nothing statement. Like, she's like, I align with him that free things would be lovely. I'm just not willing to contribute to do any of those free things thing that he promised.
I didn't sneak it the other night and eat it right out of the tub.
Like, there's a lot in here.
There is.
Housing so people can have a roof over their heads in New York City.
Okay, and Zoran Mamdani thinks that his fans and the voters are so dumb that they wouldn't know that he doesn't actually have the power as mayor of New York City to accomplish any of these things. But they voted for him anyways because, this is the current state of the Democrat Party, right? Now, the problem with this for Kathy Hochul is that she's facing a strong general election challenge from Republican who is currently beating her in the polls, right? We're talking about a Republican currently beating the sitting Democrat governor of
Which is
a
insane.
blue state in the polls.
That's crazy. If we get an actual, this is like insane to even think about. If there's an actual Republican governor in New York, holy shit, it would change everything. It would just be such a massive butt fuck to the Democrats.
A year out before
Don't play with it.
the election. This is a big deal because what it means is that voters do not like the fact that Kathy Hochul has taken such a far left turn. They don't like the fact that
she's literally losing it because A, she supported this guy and everyone hates that, and B, she's refusing to actually let any of the things that the guy promised work, so they also hate that. She's getting eaten by both the left and the right, and Zoran Mamdani can't enforce anything. It literally doesn't get better. This is a great video.
It's a table.
This is a great video. All right. You see, if all we needed was this. This is all we needed, and everything would be different. All right. All we needed was Jacob Frey rallying the clans. Bro could have gone up there and be like,
Rallying the
Shiite
spies.
Muslims to me. Give me a haircut, my Mohammeds, specifically from Syria, but not the ones from Sudan. Bro, you could make war. All right, listen, it's not like all the different Islamic factions get along either. Like, he'll be like, the Sudanese Muslims, the Ugandan Muslims, we don't fuck with them. But the Syrians and the Iranians. I don't know. I feel like that's something diabolical. That'd be crazy. Holy shit.
In bed with socialists like Zoran Mamdani. But at the same time,
Well,
she needs the far left freaks and lunatics,
don't
right,
know.
Zoran's fans, in order to get turnout during the general election to beat the Republican. But again, she also is facing backlash for endorsing the socialists and being in bed with the socialists in the first place. So she's stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, no, she's getting absolutely obliterated. She is like the center of a human centipede, which is pretty rough. It's the worst spot. It really is. It's the worst part of the human centipede.
At the table.
I can actually draw you a picture if you want to know exactly what this kind of looks like. No one does, but I feel like it's important just for the illustration. So let me explain. Let me show you what this is kind of all about. All right. Now I don't want to get graphic here, obviously, but we actually have to do it. Unfortunately, this is important. All right. So obviously, this we'll make him. All right. So this is Zoran Mamdani over here. All right. So this is him. This is Zoran Mamdani. Okay. This is Kathy Hochul. All right. So this is important. This is Kathy Hochul over here. And over here you have the classic Democrat establishment. All right, so this is important to understand. So the way this works is Zoran Mamdani, he's doing pretty well. He's getting a lot of support. So he eats. Now, the trick is with the human centipede is that you don't actually have to feed the other people in the human centipede, because you see, when it leaves Zoran Mamdani, that is the nutrition for the center part of the centipede. Now, obviously, this is pretty diabolical in certain instances. It doesn't go certain well. So this is the nutrition here. Now, when it leaves, it's not like the center area of the human centipede can actually have a wonderful time either, because that ultimately becomes the food for the third part of the human centipede. So in this actual analogy over here, this is Kathy Hochul, however you pronounce your name. So this is her right now. This is her receiving promises. Right, this is the promise that she made that she would support Zoran Mamdani, so she loses all the people on the right because she supported a radical socialist communist. And this is her losing all the support on the left because essentially this is her saying that no, actually Zoran Mamdani can't enact any of the promises that he actually promised. So basically, this is kind of where the Democrat Party is at right now. So this is the diagram. This is Mamdani, obviously. And this is just the generic Democrat Party, the generic D's. All right. So so basically, this is the current state of politics in New York.
And it is hilarious to watch her squirm and piss off.
Almost forgot the main character in this story. Obviously, this is Zoran Mamdani's aunt facing Islamophobia in the distance. All right. So and in a hijab. All right. So anyway, so this is basically where we're at now. This is the current state of New York politics.
Off the far left by telling them that, hey, all that stuff, all that free stuff that Zoran Mamdani promised, we can't deliver on it, right? We can't actually deliver on that, right? I'm not going to allow him to do that, which will definitely destroy her in multiple ways, right?
She's getting obliterated on all sides. It's amazing.
Either via the primary or in the general election, because she's not going to get the turnout and support that she's going to need to beat the Republican, again, who is being emboldened by the fact that she got in bed with the socialists in the first place. So it's really damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I hope this is a lesson to Democrats thinking about getting in bed with these socialists, that this is a lose-lose situation in the long run. So without further ado,
well, it's a lose-lose for the regular Democrats. The issue is, unfortunately, the radical socialists are really picking up steam. And if we get like a Zoran Mamdani type figure as the next president of the United States, it will be the end of America. They will open borders and literally import millions of illegals, and they will all be able to vote in no voter ID states, and that will be the end of the country. The important reality is here, if a Democrat wins, that just means they're going to fuck up a lot of shit that we're going to need to take care of the next time a Republican wins. And it'll be definitely a net negative. If a radical leftist, like one of the communist people, like an AOC or a Zoran Mamdani, wins, then that's the end of the American project. Not even trying to be controversial here. Then it's the end of the democracy test.
Let's get into it.
It's the fourth and final day of the Somos conference in Puerto Rico. It's where key figures...
I totally forgot to mention this. On the first day of Zoran Mamdani's victory, he went to Puerto Rico to a mosque. Did you know that only 1% of Puerto Rico is Muslim, but he managed to find himself in a Puerto Rico mosque?
New York politics are debriefing after the election and planning their next steps for the year ahead. Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani is eager to build up support for his agenda, while Governor Hochul says she's not sure how quickly the state would be ready to help deliver on some of Mamdani's campaign promises. Like,
you mean she can't keep her promises and Zoran has no power to do these things that he promised? Oh my goodness gracious, that's crazy.
Free buses and universal childcare. Our Bernadette Hogan has been following all of the developments at Somos. She joins us now from San Juan with more. Bernadette.
Puerto Rico would never go Muslim. They're too Catholic. Egypt was too Catholic. Egypt was too Catholic. So was Libya. So was Jordan. So was Lebanon. Now they're all Muslim majority countries. Kind of weird how that happened, actually, now that you think about it.
The final day of the Somos conference was kicked off by both Governor Kathy Hochul and Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani addressing a crowd of labor power brokers. They both spoke about their message for New York and pledged a
went to a mosque in Puerto Rico to talk about New York City. It's crazy.
To work together for the betterment of the city, especially in light of threats from the federal government. Governor Kathy Hochul later spoke to reporters where she was asked about Zohran Mamdani's policy promises, especially his dedication to try to see if he can nudge Hochul on taxing the rich and raising or attempting to generate other revenue sources, such as a corporate income tax, etc. But Mamdani has also said that he would accept other means of getting that money for his programs. But, however, Governor Kathy Hochul appeared to throw cold water on his idea.
Infighting, baby, infighting. Dude, am I the old... I can't be the only guy that really likes the two retards fighting drama. You know what I'm saying? As a big fan of two retards fighting, this is everything I've ever wanted. Literally everything I've ever wanted. Like, we have these two people, they're both retarded, and they're getting annihilated. They're destroying each other. She can't keep her promise, he can't keep his promise. Oh, it's perfect, man.
A free bus program from the MTA explaining that she's already invested a lot of money into the system. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
I cannot set forth a plan right now that takes money out of a system that relies on the fares of the buses and the subways. But can we find a path to make it more affordable for people who need help? Of course we can. And
what about childcare, though?
Childcare I already committed to. So we'll be on.
Oh, she's like, we'll make it more affordable. We'll pull a rabbit out of the hat. It'll be amazing.
A path to get there, because I'm committed to this as mom governor. I get it, but also to do it statewide right now, it's about $15 billion, the entire amount of my reserves.
AKA, we ain't got the money.
Right? That's right, baby. That's exactly right. I'm glad we're all on the same page. I'm glad we're all together on this one. We don't have the money. We're not willing to tax people extra, but don't worry. We'll magically make it work out. Absolute cinema. Just literally absolute cinema, dude.
We ain't really got the money like that. And she already said she's not taxing the rich, that she is not trying to do free buses because, again, they can't afford it. And here's the thing, right? They already have programs to help out.
Here, I have a visual representation of what Kathy Hochul just said on stage. Homeless man calling another homeless man a broke-ass neighbor. This is essentially what we just witnessed. All right? This is what we just witnessed, man. Diabolical.
Out people who make less than $40,000 a year, right? In New York City, they already have programs to help out the poor, okay, or people who are working for low wages. They already have programs to give them free transportation. That's already a thing, right? So again, Zohran Mamdani promised stuff that the governor can't deliver on, right? Stuff that, again, you already have services to help out the poor. And on top of that, they can't afford it. They can't afford it. You're talking about the Metro already being insolvent, right? It is already in debt. It's already a disaster financially. And they're saying that, hey, we need to just pour more fuel on the fire, right? With more of these promises that they can't keep. So, again, it really is a terrible situation for Kathy Hochul, but it's her own damn fault because she got in bed with a communist.
Dude, the best part is this is like, it's bad for everyone. Like, it's a real nightmare for all of these people, and that's awesome. And that's awesome. Have I mentioned how awesome it is? Oh, God, dude. They went from 100% cooked to 200% cooked, like, on the turn of a dime, bro. Yeah, don't bet on communists, it turns out.
Mamdani also spoke to reporters, and when New York One asked him about his message to those that did not support him, because he said on stage that he is not pledging to, quote, remake City Hall in his likeness, here's what he had to say.
I've said throughout the entirety of this campaign that this is a campaign to bring the struggles of working New Yorkers back to the focus of our politics.
Except they're literally not fighting for working New Yorkers, and working New Yorkers did not vote for him. He got the vote from the retard college kids and the immigrants. That is literally who voted for him. I think it's really important to note that he did not actually get the working man vote. It's insane. He got the votes from the immigrants and the retard college women. That is the primary voter base.
And to ensure that City Hall is seen as a place that not only recognizes...
But he makes believe he's fighting for the workers so that the Nepo baby college kids in debt that can't contribute anything to society because they all have degrees and surprise underwater butt sex and AIDS taste testing, those guys don't actually contribute to society. They're in debt. They want free shit. That's who he's fighting for. He literally went out there and he decided to just promise free things.
...those struggle, but it actually delivers.
Yeah. Just waiting for the music to stop playing.
You're not painting it tonight.
Superman was in bad shape. His cells were breaking down, and his strength was fading fast. To keep fighting, he turned to the Enchantress, who used magic to hold his body together, while he and the Authority waged war against Mongol. But when his team managed to convert Warworld's red sun into a blazing white star, everything changed. The energy from that star didn't just heal him, it pushed his Kryptonian physiology into uncharted territory. Under the white sun, Superman's powers skyrocketed. His strength and speed surged beyond anything he'd ever known, and he even unlocked new abilities. For the first time, he could teleport instantly, vanishing and reappearing across vast distances. He also gained tactile telekinesis, the same power Superboy once had, allowing him to tear apart Lex Luthor's most advanced war suit with a single touch. The combination of the white sun and Warworld's Genesis energy even let him create glowing energy constructs from pure willpower, which he used to defeat a kryptonite-infused Metallo. It was the closest we've seen to Superman reaching his ultimate form, a being fueled not by a single sun, but World Saga.
Leaf. Poker. I for paper. Not paper. Craft paper. ahead. Leave.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! Holy shit! Bro, this was like so much fun. This would be such a crazy ass trip. Yeah. Dude! Oh, he's dead. Oh, mega dead. So dead. Yeah, that's concussion. Yeah, the waivers let players gotta be like, are you okay with dying?
Yep. See what they got. I saw that U.S. bombers buzz Russian border, so.
Yes. The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Their intro is pretty cool. Like all the military vehicles. But yeah, they just cover war news. They're very try to stay apolitical. But sometimes it ekes out.
Can't do it.
Clean up. Time to get ready for bed.
52 bombers have deployed to the Russian border and buzzed the border near Estonia. We've also seen that gunfires erupted on the Thailand and Cambodia border, and also Iran is warning of an imminent evacuation of Tehran due to the water crisis. And we have very big news from around the world, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have heard significant developments once America buzzed the border today in a show of force against the Russian Federation within the areas of Finland and Estonia with B-52A Stratofortress bombers, along with multiple other aircraft of the United States Air Force and United States Army that were at the disposal of U.S. EUCOM's command over the course of the day. Meanwhile, we have also seen that the Russian Federation is entering a crisis mode at this moment, as multiple Russian oil companies appear to be reaching the absolute breaking point financially and may continue to hold the line against the Russian Federation's armed forces, inflicting significant casualties over the course of the day, while simultaneously conducting massive counterattack efforts around the area of Pokrovsk and clearing out some areas of the northern flank and also some other areas of other fronts, including those on the Lehman battlefield. Outside of that, we have also heard that firefights have now broken out today between Thailand and Cambodia in full, with at least one soldier killed in the midst of the firefight. At the same time, we have also heard that the Chinese are already working on the construction of the Type 004 class aircraft carrier, which will be China's first nuclear-powered aircraft when it enters service in several years. There has also been a heavy amount of air activity around the area of the Pakistani-Indian border, suggesting that the Republic of India may be preparing for eventual strikes against the Islamic Republic of Pakistan within the inevitable future. Meanwhile, the blank boxes have been recovered from the mysterious C-130J crash, which occurred in the Republic of Turkey, or more so within the area of the Georgia-Armenian border with Turkey yesterday, while at the same time, the Turanian government out of Iran is stating that the city authorities have now measured the water supply, and there is only about 9 days of water supplies left within the above ground water reservoirs, and that mandatory evacuations may have to happen much sooner than it was originally anticipated. Meanwhile, the United States of America has also stated that the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China is a significant threat, most importantly, the People's Republic of China and its ongoing rapid military buildup, along with many. Meanwhile, a drone of an unknown type actually flew over a French train that was stopped near to the area of the Gare du Nord train station within Paris. It is an incredibly peculiar incident, considering that the train was carrying Leclerc main battle tanks of the French army, and that this incident happened within the literal center of the city of Paris. There is an ongoing investigation by French authorities at the moment, but it is suspected that this may be another reconnaissance drone like many. A massive amount of news to cover, and these are just the headliners, folks. This isn't even the whole of the news that we have to cover tonight, and we are going to be making sure, as we always have for 1,357 days, to bring y'all through all of the major news that we have over the course of the night, starting with our largest stories first, and then working our way on down into the slightly smaller stories throughout the night. And so, without further ado, folks, let us get on into the news, or as we should say, the new, because we are starting to hear of some fairly new developments, at least within the United States of America's European Command area of responsibility along the Russian frontier. Over the course of the day, we and the U.S. Army were openly spotted and flying with transponders on near to the Russian Federation's border, most particularly that of the B-52 Stratofortress. This B-52 Stratofortress did not conduct a small flight just through Estonia. This B-52H Stratofortress was involved in a flight which started in Spain. They flew all the way across Europe into Finland, then flew all the way along the southern Russian-Finnish border, then across the Gulf of Finland into Estonia, flew several laps in between Estonia and Latvia directly across from the Russian border, and then bounced and flew back to Spain to its airbase of origin. This was quite a significant move, considering that flying larger strategic bombers like this near to another nation's border is usually considered to be a show of force, or at least a test, to be able to see what the enemy air force's reaction times may possibly be in a given scenario where there may be an attack conducted on them as a surprise scenario. We also saw larger amounts of flights that were also conducted side by side with this B-52H Stratofortress that occurred in Estonia today, including the flight of a screen or escort of the B-52, while a Boeing E-3A Sentry operated by NATO itself was also conducting a flight within the area and was conducting an orbit around the city of Parnu within southwestern Estonia. We are believing at this point that the Eurofighter Typhoon and the presence of the E-3 Sentry may be showing that while the offensive side of the operation was largely U.S.-led on the show of force side of things, it appears that the operation has heavy markings of a NATO operation, an international operation behind it, due to the presence of the NATO E-3 Sentry operated by NATO itself, along with the Royal Air Force Eurofighter Typhoon, which appears to have possibly provided an escort to the US B-52 Stratofortress bomber that was in the area. But we would be amiss to just mention the air operations that happened in Estonia when there was also a large amount of additional air operations that were conducted inside of Finland, including the flight of an S-102 Korpen of what we believe to be the Swedish air. That was the one that actually arrived within Estonia later within the day. We also saw the Jake 37, which was an RC-135 rivet joint, which was also conducting a flight within the area, which was soon joined by the B-52 Stratofortress, which followed right behind it. That is a lot of flights to be conducted by generally the NATO alliance. As a whole, due to the E-3 Sentry, were present today within this air operation that was conducted quite literally within the Russian Federation's air defense identification zone. At this point, that the United States of America is conducting a show of force within the area as a part of a larger international operation that was conducted by other members of the NATO alliance, including the other countries that were just mentioned, the British and the Swedish, that also had their flights in the air at the same time today. This is giving us an indicator that the United States of America is starting to put a little bit more, I guess you could say, elbow grease on the Russians. What this would be called in other corners of the world, particularly by the Chinese, is a low-level coercion effort. And these sorts of operations are very indicative of what the Chinese have been doing against Taiwan for a while to try and put a little bit of elbow grease on that situation and force the Taiwanese to give in to their demands. Let me show you all the parallels here to give you all an idea of what the U.S. really did today in spirit. When the Chinese try and pressure Taiwan to join the Communist Chinese and become a part of Communist China or die, they usually conduct a huge amount of flights with the Chinese Air Force around the air defense identification zone of Taiwan, in usually large numbers within the dozens, or they conduct a major naval and air-putting fear within the Taiwanese government and its officials, and through that fear, hoping to compel them to follow along with what China wants, otherwise they'll suffer the consequences. That appears to be identically what the United States did to the Russians today by flying a B-52H Stratofortress, which does possess a great deal of firepower, especially in the modern day, due to its ability to pretty much be a cruise missile bus. The United States of America is generally showing the Russian Federation that the U.S. does possess the firepower and capability to start laying waste to the Russian Federation if the Russian Federation ever decides to take a foolish action, such as starting a larger war with NATO. The Russians do seem to be a little bit keen on this. Of course, they're not unfamiliar with low-level coercion efforts, considering that they are usually one of the largest users of such actions. But a lot of people have been talking about this B-52 flight that buzzed the border today along Finland, Estonia, and Latvia, and their opinions and thoughts about what this was supposed to be, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so obviously this was a very big air operation by NATO, the US, and our partners in NATO, and this was a very big deal because we literally sent the B-52s right by the border of Russia through Estonian airspace and other NATO airspace that way as well, and buzzing the Venezuelan coastline. So Russia is getting almost the Venezuela treatment at this point, which is obviously going to rattle them a little bit. So what was the intent behind this buzzing of their airspace? And 73% said the USA is sending Russia a sharp warning, while 14% said the USA is testing Russia's border defenses, and 8% said it seems like a routine exercise. And this one, it could be a combination of multiple different options here, but me personally, I'm with the 73%. This was more about sending Russia a warning. This was a warning to Putin to let him know that NATO is going to take their airspace seriously, I guess to an extent, because of course they haven't done anything about the drone incursions, but they're also sending mixed signals here. They're sending B-52s to the border of Russia, but we're not shooting down the Russian drones flying over NATO airspace. So it's a warning, but it's a very mixed signals warning, if I do say so myself. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that the flight of the B-52 generally seems to be geared more towards preventing the NATO, such as a possible invasion of the Baltics or Finland, considering that this flight was conducted within that very area, which is the major risk or concern area as far as NATO is thinking, or at least planning at the moment. If the Russian Federation was to conduct elections to stop the drone incursions over Europe, it's supposed to give the message that if the Russian Federation tries to conduct an official conventional ground war with NATO in an attempt to close off the Suwalki Gap and possibly besiege the Baltics or start a larger offensive on the Finnish border, the United States of America and the rest of the NATO alliance, through the British, the Swedes, and so on, will be present, and they will also conduct significant air operations against the Russian Federation that they highly likely wouldn't be able to defend themselves against, considering that the Russian Air Force has a very low amount of training and realistic figures. They also have a low budget, a small number of available airframes, and the NATO alliance combined, including the United States of America and our allies in Europe, have the largest flying air force seen anywhere in the world in terms of multi-role platforms and generally strike platforms that we have available, not including our support aircraft, which are also endless and numerous compared to pretty much everyone else on the planet. The rest really being addressed at the moment, but they're supposed to be put in fear of even considering the idea of starting a larger war with NATO. And I would also believe that this may be a response to the November 4th decree out of Putin's office that they were going to start year-round conscription to quote-unquote protect key sites, but it generally looks like it's a mass conscription to prepare for a possible war with NATO. This may also be trying to give a message that that is not the smartest idea whatsoever, and that there will be severe consequences if they try and start a war with NATO. That's generally what I would believe.
It's still just it's a strange message to send, though, because if you recall, NATO, specifically the United States, there is a little bit interesting to do that, because obviously pulling U.S. forces out of the Baltic states, that is basically giving Putin a green light to a certain degree that the U.S. is not going to defend the Baltic airspace, and trying to at least allegedly send a message of strength. So I'm not really sure. And once again, it's very confusing messaging. It's very odd messaging here. I'm not really sure what the objective is behind it. It seems like a message they're sending, but with the other actions combined with it, it seems like it's not very cohesive.
I would say possibly it may not be the most cohesive thing ever, but at the same time, the United States didn't have a massive contingent of forces that were inside of the Baltics. At best, we had maybe several companies worth of men, but it didn't even equate to an entire battalion. And if we look at far, and then was pretty much postponed beyond that because the Russians are insanely difficult to map out, and so I lost a lot of motivation to be able to try and do this, we still mapped out all of the forces that were inside of the Baltics. At the same time, there were absolutely no U.S. forces in any large scale at a brigade level command or even a battalion level command that were permanently stationed inside the Baltics, or even temporary liaisons in the maybe the couple of hundreds across the entirety of the area in non-combat roles. So as far as battlefield efficiency, at least within the Baltics, not the combat firepower of these forces within the area, they were more so just giving expertise and pointers to the Baltic forces, which at this point, really, to be honest, the only country that needs pointers is Latvia, and the Lithuanians and the Estonians are perfectly fine. They have regular contract soldiers that operate as full-time professionals within their armed forces, while Latvia still largely leans on its National Guard forces and National Guard brigades, which are spread throughout the entirety of the country and made up generally of part-timers, reservists, or conscripts. So not really a lot has changed, at least as far as the combat abilities that are present within the Baltics, and at the same time, that the U.S. does back up the Baltics and Finland 100% in a possible scenario where the Russian attempts to invade the region.
But you do have to admit, though, that even though it was a largely symbolic deployment of U.S. forces in the Baltics, it still sends a bad message to Putin, because Putin is ramping up his escalation. He's ramping it up even more severe than ever. And then the U.S. says at the exact same time, let's remove our liaisons from the Baltic states and just leave them basically alone by themselves in the Baltics. It's huge, because it's at a very bad time to do that. So me personally, my complaint right now is no cohesive messaging right now. It seems like it's confused, and when NATO seems confused like that, they don't seem like they're well put together. They have a cohesive player as maybe the Axis alliance, like for example China, Russia, North Korea. Maybe they're not as cohesive as that, which is dangerous in a wartime setting like we're looking at right now.
But at the same time, as far as the combat abilities within the region, they haven't really been changed at all due to the disappearance of the U.S. liaisons within the area. So while on a symbolic level, it doesn't look that good, in a practical sense of does this change the ability of the Baltics to be able, considering that they're only there in an advisory and training role, and that they would have never been seen to be involved in actual combat operations such as the defense of the Baltics. Still, I would agree with you, not a good idea, but at the same time, as far as the actual situation on the ground is concerned, it didn't really change much of anything, at least for the defensive capabilities of the region. Still, it is a little bit confused, at least on the symbolism side of things, because a singular B-52 bomber, while it can carry a large amount of cruise missiles, would not be able to lay waste to the entirety of the Russian Federation on its own. So it is simultaneously we conduct a token show of force with a singular B-52H, supported by a Eurofighter Typhoon and an E-3 Sentry, the Eurofighter Typhoon from Britain and the Sentry from NATO itself. It is a little bit odd, but still, at least it's something of a good sign to some degree. Although I will always have to say this, folks, and this is something that we endlessly drill, at least as a belief here on the channel, it is a bad idea in general for the U.S. to ever withdraw forces from, look at Afghanistan, look at the Middle East, and look at generally Eastern Europe at the moment. It's never a good idea for the United States to leave, because after we leave, there's always a great deal of regrets that we left, because we are generally giving strategic areas over to the void where nothing is there really, rather than the countries that already were within the area, or there is to try and take advantage of such a situation. But with that, it is time for us to move on into the other major news of the night that is happening right across the border within the Russian Federation. Because while the United States is conducting a show of force directly along the Russian border with NATO, we also have seen that the Russian Federation is dealing with a significant crisis within its own that we would have loved to have seen in our wildest dreams, and it's coming around to really happening at this point. Russia's oil giants are on the brink. Shares have plummeted nearly 20% of the oil industry. Bloomberg reports that almost 1 billion barrels of oil are currently stuck in tankers worldwide with no buyers. Most of that stuck oil is Russian. Investors also fear that sanctions will prevent the companies from offloading foreign assets without losses. Globally, countries are rejecting Russian oil products. Brazil, which is a BRICS member, sharply reduced imports of Russian diesel, while Indian and Chinese oil companies have significant fuel network announced it will cease operations due to the crippling sanctions. And recently, Lukoil declared force majeure at one of the world's largest oil fields in Iraq after the Iraqis halted payments over the ongoing sanctions. Suffice it to say, Russia's main economic tether is about to collapse, through Lukoil and Rosneft in particular. Lukoil and Rosneft make up the lion's share of the Russian Federation's ability to make money, and for that extension, their ability to raise taxes. Taxes, while everyone hates them, nation at large. The Russian Federation is not having any tax revenues coming in hardly at all any longer because their main tax generators, the oil company here of these
but it's necessary to take down Russia.
That if they try and offload, no one might be able to even buy the ships, or they might have to sell them at an extreme loss to find anyone who could even afford the ships. So basically, these companies are to a collapse. They are on the verge of collapse right now. If they are having to consider the possibility of selling their oil tankers to try and keep the company afloat, that means that they are pretty much,
I'll just use my ice cream spoon.
Sense, conducting liquidation at this moment, or seriously considering liquidation to at least keep the company alive on paper. Even still more so, entirety of the globe that have no buyers. Nobody is buying the stuff even.
No buyers, Nope, no buyers. That's the official story right there. But there's always someone.
I'm moving her a little bit.
Now, obviously, the sanctions are huge. Like most of us know,
Mom's gonna
they're
hold you,
going to
buddy.
try to find a way around that. And I think we've already seen proof they're trying to find a way around it, because we've heard and seen at least allegations and pictures appearing to show some Chinese vessels pulling up next to these Russian oil tankers, offloading the oil from the Russian ship via a ship-to-ship transfer, and then they'll take it and that's right here. And imagine on the, I guess you'd call it the black market of oil, imagine how cheap that Russian oil would be just so Russia could try to at least recoup their costs somewhat. There are people out there buying that oil, probably not selling it the way they were selling it, but surely they're selling enough to at least cover some of their costs, I would imagine.
I would doubt it. Ship-to-ship transfers are incredibly different. They're not done commonly, because if it was incredibly easy and efficient to do, they wouldn't even have a ship that would go out and meet the main ship at sea, transfer the oil to it, and then just bring that singular ship right back to port and offload the oil that way. It's really not economically feasible or legit oil from one ship to the other while they're both at sea and not in a safe harbored area. The only way that we've seen the ship-to-ship transfer being conducted so far, at least at the moment, is in the Strait of Malacca, in between Malaysia and Indonesia. And even still, we have only seen proof of one or two of these transfers being conducted, and be more so than a perfectly calm sea state could completely stop or handicap a process of a ship-to-ship transfer, meaning that would be logistically infeasible to conduct it over any longer period of time, as these ships will have to keep their crews fed and paid, as well as keeping the ship's maintenance, which a ship at sea is endlessly costing money while it's sitting, be able to have any money at all to keep their functions running. Don't have the money to be able to spend is just having a crew and a ship sitting out at sea for an even longer period of time, waiting for the seas to calm down, process from one ship to the next, and then they even get a discounted price on the oil at that, which while they can try and conduct some of these ship-to-ship transfers, this is not a viable way to keep these Russian companies alive and afloat. That's also why their stocks are collapsing, and that's also why multiple companies that would rely on the spare money that would be circulated around because of the success of the Russian oil companies are starting to resort to 4-day and 3-day work weeks, or they're completely stopping assembly and production of any sorts of products and goods because there's hardly any money left circulating
Who's
or
that
making any money
calling?
at this point because the Russian oil companies are not making any money either.
Me personally, I would have to say I'm still a little bit skeptical because Russia has the time to kill. Like, for example, it may take longer to do ship-to-ship transfers. It may be more risky. It may be more keep burning money to actually store the oil on those vessels that can't sell the oil. So they have the time to kill. So if someone's willing to buy the Russian oil at a discounted rate, then that gives the Russian oil companies just enough liquidity from the sell that oil, even at the discounted price, to at least try to cover some of their costs so that way they don't go bankrupt. Because if they're not even covering their costs, I mean, they're already in foul shape. They're having a hard time selling the oil even before the sanctions. Now with the sanctions, now they're really hurting. So they have to find a way. They have all the incentive in the world to try to find somewhere they're doing behind the scenes, ship-to-ship transfer to China, or they could sell it to any of the new Axis powers. They could sell it to anybody who's willing to accept it.
I don't know if that would be their purchase orders, and we're also seeing purchase orders being created in the Middle East, and can't be doing two things at the same time because these other companies that are purchasing this oil of Saudi Arabia for a certain amount of hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil, and then at the same time also because they filled out the purchase order in Saudi Arabia or Iraq or elsewhere already to be able to get that path rapidly. So it wouldn't make any sense for those companies to go, you know what, while we've already replaced the Russian purchase orders from Russia anyways, and then also conducting on top of that, at least for India, there's nowhere for them geographically to even do that unless it's in seas to be able to conduct a transfer, because you need perfectly calm seas for these ships to conduct ship-to-ship transfers. It's an incredibly difficult and very technical process, and it requires the sea to pretty much be as smooth as glass. Otherwise, they can't really conduct the ship, completely break or disconnect in the rough seas. So generally, I would say that while they can try and do that, there's no way that they can do that on such a large scale to keep these Russian companies alive, generally.
Some of these countries start trying to buy Russian oil if they're already getting it from elsewhere, and they've already got purchase orders that they can honor elsewhere at a similar price, I guess you could say. Why would they do that for Russia? Because they need it. But that's not the whole story, though. Remember, the Axis countries here, China, North Korea, any potential world war in the future, which I think most people at this point recognize is a real possibility. In fact, it's almost a certainty. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen. Then those Axis powers are going to pull their weight in a world war scenario because they don't want to lose Russia. Even though Russia is, not their best friend necessarily, they're still an ally geopolitically. So they need the event of a world war. So these Axis countries have all the incentive in the world to help Russia out by throwing them a lifeline and purchasing the oil nonetheless, just like China has been doing. They're doing that to try to...
I would have to say, I would doubt that they'll be able to do that in any larger. These require at least 60 to 70% just about of their products to make it to market for them to break even. We already know that because only about 50% of their output has been seen through. Now down to about 20% or less, there really is no way for them to say, yeah, with 20% of our product getting out, we can keep these companies afloat and keep them rolling for a while. But beyond that, about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so now that we are seeing the Russian oil companies, they are plummeting in value. I think they've lost like 20% in value according to the reporting that we have. After the sanctions now prevent the sale of Russian oil, what are your thoughts? What is going to happen as a result of that? And it looks like 53% of the audience said Russian oil will collapse, and 10% said nothing will collapse. So on this one, I'll say this. I am not totally confident right now that Russia is going to collapse due to the oil having an issue because, like I sort of mentioned, I think Russia is getting a bailout from their allies around the world, like China, etc. I believe they are getting some bailouts. So that is going to prolong a collapse of the Russian economy because, remember, the one thing we've been saying the entire time is the easiest way for Ukraine to win the war. In fact, the most viable way for them to win the war is by attacking. Because winning on the front lines is almost impossible at this point because Russia simply keeps while Ukraine can hold their ground, they're not going to be able to just push the Russians and steamroll them. That's not really going to be possible. So Ukraine's been doing the right thing, but it's just in my opinion, it's just not realistic. I think these allies of Russia will keep them afloat. So I'm with the 52%. But Enforcer, what's the?
Eli.
I would generally have to say that if the Russian oil industries collapse, the Russian Federation is going to collapse. I'm going to be with the 52% on that. There is no way on the planet that any of the countries that are actually as a dead husk and keep them going indefinitely. It would cost far too much money for any single country. Look at how much it costs, by the way. Let's just put this into perspective. For the U.S. to develop additional amounts of billions, in the tens of billions, every several months to try and keep them alive, a larger gross domestic product by a far larger margin than that of Argentina. Like Argentina, even with the Russian Federation's incredibly abysmal economic output as it's seen, right, of Russian industry that keeps the entire economic system in Russia alive is dead. That means
like
that
the light
everything
interface.
else that is an external or in a tertiary sort of an industry would have to be pretty much kept on life support at that point by a foreign country, meaning that they would have to find a way to come up with the money that the Russian oil companies used to make, at least at a bare minimum. There's no way that any country on the planet could afford to conduct such an action. Like China would never be able to come up with the money for that, and there would never be a return on that kind of to just try and keep the Russian nation alive hardly. And they don't really get anything back out of it at all. Russia is completely militarily spent. They have hardly any equipment left. They also are economically spent. At that point, the economy is
I don't know that they've been making any new equipment either.
Life support to try and keep them alive for longer, and so there's literally nothing at all strategically or economically that they could get back out of the Russians to justify that expense. On top of that, China would also have to come up with the money, which is a whole other issue in and of itself. They would have to go to foreign banks and start to lend massive amounts of money and then take that money and just hand it right over to the Russians. None of that money would be going into the Chinese economy.
Be horrible for the Chinese economy.
Some additional industrial output or some sort of industrial economic output of any sort. That wouldn't even exist. They would just be throwing it into Russia, taking on a massive amount of debt
China gets a percentage of the oil
and
company.
getting absolutely nothing out of it back from Russia. And even still, that might not stop a Russian economic collapse because additional economic sectors that may have relied China either
Especially
has
these
to go
cars
and
that are
also
running
start
out of
supporting
gasoline
or
now
filling the
in
fissure that
Russia.
those companies created anyways, along with the Russian Federation.
Imagine this, though, to sort of make my point a little bit better. Imagine this. Imagine we're in the situation we're in right now. It sort of gets right back to the precipice, and then it gets slightly delayed again, but we're still creeping, and Russia suddenly actually had that massive, catastrophic economic collapse. Imagine if everybody's out of a job all of a sudden in Russia, and it's catastrophic. Imagine nobody can even worse than it is now or inside of Russia. You're potentially, most likely going to see people have an outlet is to try to overthrow the current
That's
government.
kind of, I think, what
if Russia falls
all the
apart like
government
that, and
hope.
one of their largest groups of, I guess you could say, force compositions, which would be Russia at this point, the Axis, China would be basically on their own. They'd be left with North Korea. They'd be left with the same amount of manpower that Russia can pull on. So, in my
Israel's going to
opinion,
wipe
the
all that
Axis
out
have
again.
even in the state it's in, is pretty much their strongest ally at the moment.
But you know that towards the latter end of really the middle part of 1943, the fascist Italian government and really the economy of fascist Italy collapsed in the middle of that year. And instead of Germany just bankrolling the Italians and keeping them alive, overthrew Benito Mussolini, and then he was practically exiled from his own government and country literally within a couple of weeks after that incident occurred. The Germans, being the third largest economy at that point in history, only third to the United Kingdom and the United States before the war, was not able to financially bankroll or save the Italians from their economic collapse, nor found themselves in throughout the entirety of the war, which they too were never able to be held through the Japanese economic situation and industrial situation throughout the course of the conflict. So while that would seem to be a likely idea that they would like to keep Russia alive, the reality is that at least historically, the Nazi Germans were not able to keep the fascist Italians alive economically, or any other government that was aligned with them in the Axis powers throughout the entirety of the Second World War. Once they went down the tubes economically, they were practically on their own because there was no way to save them at that point.
So your position is this. Your position is Russia is essentially and you believe it's imminent. So in that case, wouldn't that essentially, if it happens the way you're the war scenario, though?
Yes, it would, but they really have no other option. I mean, there's nothing that they can do, unless if China wants to go bankrupt as well, trying to keep Russia alive for another year, which would be completely pointless if they're going down the tubes anyways. There's really nothing that they can do about it.
Russia afloat. I think they've been keeping them afloat because don't most people agree? Like, for example, the people here have experienced some sort of at least a minor economic collapse, and they seem to be. U.S. stability is way different than Russia's stability. But for Russia, though, they're generally stable right now, even though they're having issues financially. We're not seeing any real fallout yet. And you see that. It seems like everybody's generally existing, not in a great way, but they're still existing in an okay way already.
Well, I mean, like it should have happened already. Maybe they are trying to support them, but like you're saying, they are supporting them and they've lasted longer.
Who
But
might
it's
have
not
a
like
lot
they've
of gold
lasted
stored
longer.
away
They're
too.
doing great. They're doing terribly right now. Most companies in Russia have resorted to 3-day work weeks. Oil sector. Most companies have laid off half of their staff. The resulting loss of railway traffic has resulted in the Russian railways laying off half of their staff recently within the last few weeks. So if the Chinese were bankrolling them and they could keep Russia alive, perfect China can do to keep them alive, which I would have to assume this is everything that they can do if they're doing that, to try and keep a country that's dying anyways alive for a little bit longer and it'll still die anyways, or they cut them loose and they drop dead tomorrow.
But don't you see, though, that the thing, well, granted, but the U.S. is also having similar signs, not the same exact signs, but they're having similar signs of economic trouble here in the United States, but we're not collapsing. So it's the same thing in Russia. If Russia was truly collapsing, we would see bankruptcies of these these companies all over the place. They'd be declaring bankruptcy day in and day out, but they're not actually crossing the line and actually going bankrupt, which is something to me that indicates they're getting some sort of external help, or the government's bailing out these companies in some way or another, and Russia doesn't have the money to bail them out. So where's Russia getting the money to keep these companies afloat?
Maybe that's
Because
the
they
money
should
on
be
paper.
going under, but they're not.
But at the same time, if a company is pretty much collapsed and it only is existing on paper and it's only getting enough money to exist on paper, a lot of these Russian oil companies, they practically aren't even producing anything anymore because of the Ukrainian attacks destroying the refineries, at least particularly for Lukoil, Rosneft, and Gazprom. There's practically nothing left of their refining abilities. So there's we could in America say let's take for example, Microsoft completely dies off. They're not selling computers or anything, but the U.S. government keeps putting in about $1 billion a month to keep them alive on paper to where Microsoft still exists. So then can we make the argument that Microsoft pretty much is still alive and functioning just fine and everything's fine on paper and the staff at the corporate office are still working, but the company that was sitting under them that actually made
So, I mean, you have a decent point. Me personally, I'll just stick to my guns on this one. We'll see over time, though. We'll keep struggling, but they'll stay afloat like they've been doing because maybe they're getting outside help.
It's an interesting point. I think that you do have a point about the Chinese supporting them. I wouldn't disagree with that. I think there probably is some support, but even still, I just don't think they can survive even with the support. But quite an interesting rabbit hole, to say the least, and some very good points were brought up. But moving on from that and out of the Russian Federation, at least for a moment, we are going to be moving on over to the People's Republic of China, because they're already starting up their second round of carrier construction, which is going to be the first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier within the People's Liberation Army. The Republic of China currently does not possess a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, or much less a nuclear unmapped waters, at least with maritime development and construction for their own nation. At least for them, considering that this will be their first iteration of a nuclear-powered carrier. Still, in unlimited range. However, there's still going to be a caveat. The escort vessels of this aircraft, and once those vessels start to get out of range of mainland China, where in the world do they get refueled? Chinese ships can refuel at. So then at that point, the carrier can travel forever, but it will not have an escort, which means that it's a sitting duck waiting to be blown up by the U.S. Navy. It isn't really going to be giving them a power projection ability because, unlike the United States, they will not be able to support or sustain a carrier strike group globally for an indefinite period of time like we can. And I see some people saying a tanker. This is the issue with tankers, that generally has refueling posts around the world for the Navy, and an unlimited amount of them. We have, and in Southeast Asia. China has none. So if they wanted to keep that carrier following along with the strike group to refuel them, the issue with that is that those tankers will have to be escorted, meaning that there will have to be additional fuel. That means that those carriers are going to be generally still running out of fuel. Escort to conserve fuel consumption, then that means that the U.S. Navy can just strike tankers while they're on the way, stranded in the middle of nowhere without any fuel. So generally, that sort of a scenario wouldn't be that good of a one, to be entirely honest with y'all. But still, with that, we are going to be moving on out of that little bit of news with the Type 004 class aircraft into another interesting story in Southeast Asia. This one is actually here that Matthew has ran another poll. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so I wanted to get everybody's opinion real quick because I saw a lot of people agreeing with Andrew and I saw a lot of people agreeing with me as well. So I wanted to get the numbers to see what y'all thought about our debate we just had. And the question is Russia's economy able to survive by outside economic support from China? That was basically the entire crux of the debate. And it looks like 51% of the audience said, I agree with the enforcer and Russia cannot survive with outside economic support from undecided. So it looks like actually most people agree with the enforcer on this. Russia's economy is going to collapse anyway. Me personally, I'm going to stick to my guns on this one, and we'll find out who was right or wrong in the end. But I believe that Russia will at least stay afloat, basically treading water with the outside support from China. I believe they've been doing that for a while now. And
I think that the Chinese cannot support the Russian Federation and keep them alive, and for that reason, they can keep the Russians alive for longer. But I don't think that they can keep them alive indefinitely. And there's really no way to get around that issue. Much like the fascist Italians in the Second World War, Italy to be around until the bitter end, they pretty much lost the Italians by 1943. It's wildly poorly. It does not matter what the Axis powers would want at this point, the Russia would assume. But moving on from that, and on out of that general news, Thailand and Cambodia actually entered a peace treaty just several weeks ago that was signed into force in Malaysia, two countries. We actually celebrated this as the first time that a temporary cheap ceasefire fallen apart.
Yep.
And as of today, we have been able to hear a report from the area of the border around the region of Sa Kaeo, which is just about 70 miles to the east of the capital in the Thai territory near Ban Nong Ya Kyo in Sa Kaeo province around 4 p.m. on Wednesday. Thai forces returned warning shots under the engagement, and there appears to have been some form of a casualty or a fatality in the form. Thai soldiers have, accordingly to Cambodian media, the Phnom Penh Post, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, opened fire on civilians in Prey Chang village in the Bante Mianche province. 5 civilians were injured, and we did hear rumors later that one of those civilians had died from their injuries, although we do not know if the story is true. We did get the Cambodian side of the story, however, which is completely different, mind you, than the Thai side of the story. So let me get the Thai side of the story out really quickly so that you can see the discrepancies here, because something is not adding up. Several days ago, Thailand reported that the Thai army patrols near to the area of the Preah Temple were walking down it recently. The landmine resulted in the wounding of the 2 Thai soldiers that were at the head of the Thai army forces then stated that the Cambodians engaged them in a firefight at 2 outposts within the area around the Preah Temple, around Surin and Ubon Ratchathani, and while no casualties had been sustained, the Cambodians were attempting to goad the Thai. And we were able to hear the Cambodian side of the story, which is very senseless, really. But here is the story. Ministry of National Defense of Cambodia. Summary of timeline of the situation along the Cambodia-Thailand border concerning the case that the Thai side began an unprovoked use of violence on the Cambodian innocent civilians in Prey Chan village, Obey Chan commune, O Trav district. By the way, I forgot to mention the Cambodians. At 3:50 p.m., 3 Cambodian civilians were walking along the embankment, were sitting near the above-mentioned location, approximately 10 meters from the civilians, to a side which targeted 3 Cambodian civilians who were walking on the embankment, injuring 2 of the civilians. When our armed force intervened to rescue the civilians, they also became the target of the Thai attack. In addition, the Thai side expanded their scope of assault toward other targets where the innocent civilians were sitting nearby, resulting in 1 injury and 1 being killed immediately. At 4:20 p.m., the unprovoked use of violence by the Thai side ceased a round of assault with 5 shots of rifle gun toward the Cambodian forces. Forces did not retaliate at all, as they strictly adhered to the guidance principle of maintaining maximum in Cambodia and Thailand, as well as all agreements previously reached by both parties, while firmly commit to resolving disputes through peaceful means in accordance with international law to ensure the safety of our civilians. So that is the statement from the Cambodians. One thing I gotta say that is a little bit odd about this story, and I gotta point this out here, is that The Cambodians are claiming that they're soldiers that are on the border to protect the supposedly, according to the Cambodians, unarmed. What type of army is that? There is a peace treaty in place. You still were at war with them not too long ago, and supposedly dictate that if you are fired on, you can fire back in defense, and then the Cambodians didn't have guns, but because they wanted to ensure that the peace treaty remained in effect, all those do have the responsibility to fire back in self-defense. So I'll be honest with y'all, I'm not trying to, but the Cambodian story is not making any sense at all. This is one of the most, probably the Cambodian armed forces are unarmed. That goes against the idea of them being the Cambodian armed forces. And also given the fact that in the prior engagement between the two sides, the Cambodians were the ones to instigate the conflict and also were the ones to picture evidence. So why in the world did the Cambodians go from blood-lusting warmongers of the Khmer Rouge to now they are peace-loving pacifists that don't even have an armed army? That doesn't really make any sense at all. I'll be honest with y'all.
But it sounds like bollocks to me. Honestly, I think the last time we saw this as well, I will say this, between the two countries, Cambodia or Thailand too, I think the U.S. would support Thailand like we discussed last time. So with this very sketchy statement coming out of Cambodia, I would say personally, this is very indicative that Cambodia probably is the one. It seems like they want to fight. Like I said this about the Middle East situation as well. Like for example, Thailand, they're wanting to fight. That's why they literally just halted the ceasefire agreement. They are not interested, and they would rather fight it out than simply let it lie and rest, basically. So if they want to fight, it's going to happen. The U.S. can try to put an end to it, but it's only temporary at best.
Now, I'll be honest with you all, with the Cambodians lying this badly at this point, this is going to turn into a like they did last time after the Cambodians started larger conflicts along the border once more. For the current U.S. foreign policy strategy, which is to force a ceasefire no matter what, and like it never happened. So generally, Matthew, what are people thinking about that sort of foreign policy approach, at least in this instance, since this is the one that made it the farthest and it still failed, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so right now the U.S. kind of does have pie on its face because the Cambodia-Thailand situation, there was a brokered ceasefire and a brokered peace agreement that was signed. I believe even the U.S. president attended, I believe he attended the signing, if I have that proper and if I have that correct. So yeah, he did attend the signing. So right now, this is somewhat embarrassing because, like always, he kind of counted their chickens before their eggs hatched, basically. And we're back in the same boat where we are kind of getting embarrassed because the situation has fallen apart so bad that they've halted the ceasefire, and now they're back to fighting on the border, which is basically back to square one. Cannot broker a new peace. While 28% said it's a 50-50 chance of peace. The peace that was brokered has been halted. It was halted by, I believe, both sides, and neither causing new tensions and new escalations, and it's essentially out of control at this point. So to bring it to an end, and it looked like they had for a minute. I was getting somewhat convinced that maybe I was wrong in issues here, underlying tensions between those two countries, and those have to be resolved first before possible. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I'm with the 46%. The United States cannot broker a new around and broker a peace everywhere on the planet. I don't really know if the president knows this, and I know some people just want to kill each other, you know, like just being completely honest here. There were a lot of dead. That's just the truth of it. Thailand and Cambodia is like any other country out there in the world right now. It's completely over the other, and the other has no choice but to accept it. That's the only way that there's going to be a peace within this region. There's no way that the United States can come in and tell everyone to settle on down and get them into a negotiated ceasefire and then a peace treaty, because this is exactly what's going to happen. They still have a bone to pick. Even though they have a peace treaty, they still want to kill each other, and they're going to go to war. So it's going to happen anyways. I just don't know why in the world the president has this idea that coming in like Kylie Jenner with a Pepsi can and very nasty place. And foreign policy is a nasty business. Sometimes the best two countries to do is duke it out. And then at that point, we pick a side. That's really the only thing we have left at the purchasers of U.S. weapons, at least historically. And on top of that, they're also the more economic than us. We just got to let them duke it out. The Thai will eventually take the prey of a hard temple and start again in the future because the Cambodians won't accept that they lost the temple and they'll start up the fight again to try and retake it. But there's really no way to end this thing because the fight here, like the fight right here between Thailand and Cambodia, it's the same fight that we see in the Middle East. Who in the world owns something? That's always the crux of the issue in Southeast Asia and also in the Middle East. Keep going because both sides who claim that they own the area that Israel's in right now will still be for that land until the end of time, until one group or the other ceases to exist, or the other one of the groups is weakened so significantly they can't really fight any longer and they just have to give up. That's how it's going to be. There's really no other way for this to go. So I would say that the United States shouldn't even get involved in brokering a peace within this area. We ought to just let them go at it, back the side that we would naturally back. And then, but I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, it's a bit, especially from inside of Europe, which we're quickly going to be working our way back towards. But before we get on into all of that news, I do want to take a quick little moment to be able to speak to each of y'all, at least here for a second, and answer a couple of questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, I got to say, just a note for you, Enforcer, do not drink the coffee during the stream. That has been a huge mistake tonight. I've been struggling over here after drinking the coffee the entire. Not a good idea. I'm never doing that again. But jumping into our first super chat here, this one goes to none other than, guess who? It is Bobby, who's also known as LC39A. He puts, I think, like, I can't keep track of how many times it's been now, but thank you very much, Bobby, for that huge support. Once everyone loves payday, and your payday is almost every day, LOL.
On Matthew and my behalf, because you help us to be able to keep our lights on and buy those, Matthew hit it, $5 Costco chickens. Man.
Oh, yes.
Man, I gotta be honest with you, Bobby. You're one of the folks who helps us to make that possible for your support tonight, because you're once again helping this channel to keep on running and helping us to keep this show on air. A large number of people. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that next one. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And also, what are you laughing at?
Also, by the way, I see people coming up with interesting theories here. I was actually being coffee. It kind of dries your mouth out a little bit, so it's making it difficult to talk. And I'm sitting here like struggling, like I'm like my mouth's dry. I'm sitting here like, what's going on? I'm like, the coffee. I'm the air out here because of that coffee. So that's what I was talking about. Everybody's like reading way too deep into that. It's nothing like that at all, like in the live chat. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Daryl Barkhouse, and thank you very much, Daryl, for that very generous 72 fully unpacked in your new homes. And I can say for me, Daryl, I am fully unpacked. So there I go with the dryness again. The coffee, dang it. But I am actually fully unpacked. And
dang.
Now I'm coughing too. I'm dying. I'm struggling. He's choking. He's a choke artist. He's struggling over there. Can you not get it out a little bit? I mean, come on. Do you not know what you're doing? But honestly, though, I'm fully unpacked, and also I'm in the process of actually setting my place up with an actual sofa this time. Can you believe it? An actual sofa. Didn't have that before. We have that now. So I'm getting there. But thank you, Daryl. And Enforcer.
Yes, and somewhat no. Pretty much everything that I need to be able to function on a day-to-day has been unpacked, because it's stuff I don't need for studio stuff. And two, some stuff hasn't been unpacked because everything's been unpacked, except for the hobby stuff, which is still sitting way downstairs.
Together.
I'm on this channel to keep on running and asking a great question. I gotta be honest with you. I gotta be on a long shot. You know something that's crazy, folks? When you drive around Salt Lake City, the streets are well paved, which is unheard of in Alabama. Like, is that there is a lot of stuff to do and see around here, which also was not the case. That Alabama was nicer. Like, I would be honest with y'all. I really don't have a bone to pick with Alabama. Alabama is actually a fairly pretty state, and I think that it's actually quite nice looking. The problem is, though, is that there's just nothing there. Like, it's basically things, but it isn't making enough money to carry the whole thing along, and that's kind of the problem. If it had as much to do as Salt Lake City, because Salt Lake City's got so much to do, folks. Like, I was looking around today in my free time while I was trying to run some errands to cook some food today, and I was just blown away with all the little malls that they have around here and all of the different of in Alabama, folks. Every single storefront in an open mall or a closed mall being full. That's not even heard of in Alabama. Like, most of them would be empty. And I was just like, that is crazy to see that there's enough business here to keep that going. So I just saw someone say it's the most boring place I've ever lived. Alabama or Utah? I'm curious. Like,
I think it's about Utah. Honestly, I love it being boring personally, because I mean the alternative was it's exciting in the streets or something back in Alabama. So it's better to me having it boring. I would much rather have it.
Maybe so. Like today, we actually rode the train, one stop that we went to, and there was this guy who was hacking like he had gotten tuberculosis and he was dying out there, and that was a little bit something. But that was like the most wild thing of the day, and that in Alabama would have been nothing. Like, that would have been the smallest thing that happened in the day. Like there would have been a lot of other crazy stuff that would have happened. So
Funny
honestly,
major.
I'm really happy out here. I think this is a great. He said he loves Utah. So yeah, you know, like honestly, like I hate to say it, we get wonderful folks, but then if you like once you get done working like we do every night, there you know they're like at least in Birmingham, Alabama, there was one road which is Highway 280, and if you're not on Highway 280, there's literally nothing at all. So there was just that one highway, and that was it, and there was nothing else rather than fast food and car wash for support, and we have generally unpacked at least at this point. And so with that, it is for the night. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, and this one goes to none other than Hokey Redneck, and he puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Hokey, for that $50 support right there. No respect, I'm working on 5, okay? I'm working on 5. But anyways, joking. But Hokey said,
United States of America, by far, the United States of America produces the most oil, and we also have the most. And so I hope that does address that well. And a huge thanks to you once again for the support. And also, I gotta say, folks, many of y'all may know it as Five Guys Burgers and Fries, but here in Salt Lake City, Utah, it's
Wildin'. That's Wildin' right there. That's Wildin' out.
Man, you gotta admit though, that was pretty smooth though. I mean, like it was seamless.
Man, that's Wildin' right there. I tell you, that's crazy talk.
Guys, just a different name.
State.
But no, all jokes aside though, Swig. You know, it's just some bogus about selling sodas. It actually is really good. Like that is really the Swigs. They're pretty cool. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into the rest. Someone else who is supporting this channel and going out of their way to. Nobody has to support the channel, but the folks who go doing this every day and focusing on this full time. And so with that, it's now time for us to get on into the rest of our news for the night. Moving on to the Republic of India, we have been able to hear of heavier air activity around the border with Pakistan, which is suggesting to us that air operations may be coming here within the future, and Islamabad explosions, which happened one day after the other. Moving on out of that, are down to an estimated 9 days of drinking water. President Masood, 10 million people, may be necessary. So,
rumor has it that they've resorted to not really working. But can you believe it that they're actually just 9 days out from having to evacuate the entire capital of Iran, Tehran? That's crazy. Like, I'm having a hard time processing that
And that's when their leader
to
is
be honest,
assassinated.
it's really crazy that they're that close to just completely running out of water. But you know something else, Matthew? I've actually heard that there was a wise philosopher in Iran called Toto. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, I think I've heard of him. I think isn't that the fellow that went down the helicopter crash? You know, helicopter.
No. That's the guy who.
Oh.
You get it, right? Toto, the rains down in Africa, bless the rains in Africa, all that stuff, you know, like the song? Like
yeah.
Oh no.
God, it fell flat. Oh no. Oh no. Man, at least some people in the chat got it. Some people got it in the chat. Thank God. Thank God. I thought I was going crazy there, folks. I thought that joke made no sense at all. Thank the Lord it made sense. But anyways, moving on from that, now the Islamic Republic of Iran. I just got so scared that joke literally fell flat to everyone, Matthew. I was like, oh my God, no. I was like, I didn't just like flop a whole joke.
When you're saying Toto, you know, like Toto toilets, I was imagining that. I was like, what's he like? Where's this going? Like, is he gonna make a bathroom joke? I'm like, where's this going? Oh, you're talking about the song though. You're talking about this. I'll be honest with you. I know I'm gonna get hate for this, but I've seen this song. I've seen the name. I don't know anything about this band. I don't know anything about the song. I don't know anything about anything.
Man, dang. But anyways, moving on from that on up into the Turkish C-130J story, we were able to hear that the flight data recorders from the C-130 crash have been recovered today. So they're going to be getting to the bottom of why the crash occurred. Here is the clips that we did not show yesterday. We can see what appears to be the main fuselage section venting fuel and spiraling in a flat spin to the ground, along with an additional fuselage section which is free falling over to the left. Yes, they did. And we also got another clip here. Now, what's interesting about this, except for the area near to the wing roots, has ripped off. And now let me show you top view. There we go. That's what we're looking for. So this is a C-130 from... So if you look at this, you can actually see here the main wing spars and wings are still connected along with all 4 engines, although one of them looks like they may be missing a propeller, but still, everything ahead of that and behind that as far as the fuselage goes is gone. We don't know what happened in those parts of the aircraft. It looks like at least separated in flight, but the central area of the fuselage near to the wings remained intact.
That's just crazy. Like, just looking at footage there. To me, my
been the
hunch is
nose
still
to the
some
right.
type of shoot down. That's my hunch. I saw a lot of people speculating that maybe it was some type of poor maintenance or something that maybe caused the tail just to snap off. I just don't see that theory being true, though. I think it was shot down.
It's very mysterious, especially with how
Yeah,
the plane
that
broke
was
up in
that
flight
broke
like that. And now we can see the fuel explosion coming from the central area of the fuselage, which still had some fuel within it. But just
Some people were saying maybe
Oh,
there was an
no, it's
explosion
okay.
on board. That's better. That's a better theory than just snapping apart, just randomly.
Yeah.
That seems like, plausibly it could have been carrying things that were flammable or explosive since it was a military aircraft. So maybe.
Possibly, but what is bizarre about it, though, is that the whole head end of the
Yeah,
all the
you would
fuselage
expect that
around the
to
wing
be the back.
spars remained intact, which is very...
Yeah, I just don't get it. Like, it's very weird, very suspicious.
Yeah, that's just that we have from around the world. We've also been able to get some news out of Washington today, here in the United States. The Chinese are undertaking the most rapid military buildup in human history, and part of that is their expansion of their new... Greatly concerned about the Chinese being an open risk and threat to national security for the United States. We've also been able to hear that U.S. troops are not liable in the deadly strikes on alleged drug trafficking boats in Latin America, a new classified Justice Department memo announced, according to the Washington Post. Moving on out of all that news here in the United States and back towards Europe, we have also been able to hear of an incident that occurred today on the SCNF, or a nationalized railway system. So in America, many of y'all will be familiar with the name exist in France, Germany, or many other countries in mainland Europe. They actually have a nationalized SNCF. SNCF apparently had an incident that was reported last extensive rail yards north of the station. Apparently, a train carrying a convoy of Leclerc main battle tanks, pictured here, had a drone fly over it while it was near to the area. And apparently, the Mulhouse police station officers tried to track the device near the Gare du Nord, where the tanks were parked. The drone remains unidentified in another European country on the mainland. Now, for this first time, the Republic of France. You know that many countries have stated that they will shoot down the drones when spotted, but none of them have shot them down. And also on top of that, the French
wave
may
the white
also
flag
have a
before they
greater
actually shoot
issue,
one.
fairly laborious and quite lengthy to follow through with to even get the orders to fire. So moving on from that situation and on out of France, we are now going to be moving on over and into because we have a load of news that came out of Russia today and Ukraine and the war in Ukraine. So without further ado, let's get into it. Moving on down into the border areas in the Belgorod Oblast, we were able to see an explosion in Belgorod at the village of Nikolskoye. Following a drone strike, locals reported a powerful explosion just before the blaze, which would suggest that it may have been a munitions depot. The smoke is thick and black, however, which also would lead us to believe it may not be a munitions, and will lead us to believe that some form of munitions or fuel was stored within the area. Moving on out of Nikolskoye and Belgrade, and further on down the way, we also were able to hear of drone incursions here, there, and everywhere, as drone threats were reported in Belgrade, Voronezh, Lipetsk, Oriol, Tula, Kaluga, Ulyanovsk, Nizhny Novgorod, Penza, Saratov, Volgograd, Rostov regions, and the Republic of Mordovia, or as some people will call it, Mordor, from The Lord of the Rings, in the temporarily occupied Crimea and in the Kuban. So basically everywhere. We also have been able to see additional reports and news of those attacks that did get to see that an oil terminal was once again hit in Feodosia. Take a look at this.
Look.
It is quite a large one, but a little
jumbo.
one. But a little one in the sense that it's nostalgic. It reminds us of the good times in Feodosia. Just never have good days. They just never do.
It's a tough day to be a Russian.
You know, I'll be honest with you, man. I think the Russians were having tough days before this war even started, just living in Russia.
Honestly, I think you could be right.
But moving on out of that news from that area of Feodosia and further on north into the port of... Take a look at that tracer fire. Oh!
Ooh.
Oh, and also, take a look at this. Once again, more heavy air defense fire around Berdyansk. It does appear that the Ukrainians are slamming those locations heavily. And also, I have to check this for a legend, Richard Minieren, who said that to the enforcer official, it was not in Paris, but at the Gare du Nord in Mulhouse, east of France, near the German border. And let me check that really quickly, because when I was trying to find the Gare du Nord, the only result I could find was in Paris. But I actually was seeing that that would be somewhat odd that that was the case. So let's see if we can find this Gare du Nord in Mulhouse. So let me Gare du Nord Mulhouse. Let's see if we can find that here. And is this near? This is near to the German border. I'm going to have to give an official retraction on air, and a huge shout out to Richard Minieren, who just helped us to be able to properly Mulhouse in France, which I actually thought that Mulhouse was a specific arrondissement of, and I'll also have to give an official retraction, because it actually appears that that incident occurred near to the French border, or the Franco-German border, better way to put it. So with that, we are going to be moving on, mistake that was made earlier in the stream, and moving on from that and out of the attacks that the Ukrainians conducted, getting hit within the area. Take a little look.
Did you see that half wolf man, half cyborg thing at the beginning right there? That was impressive. Look at that. Look at that thing. Half wolf, demented wolf, half a skull man wearing nods. That's a very wealthy skull man to be having those nods like that.
You best start living in believing in a retirement fund, boy. You're in one. The night vision like that, the nods can pretty much be a retirement fund in their own way.
And look at this vehicle driving down the road, but little do they know that they got caught lacking in 260p.
Man, look at that.
Oh, that thing's literally burned to a crisp. Look, it's just a shell left, a metal shell.
Man, a little cooked out van. Man, that thing is cooked, blood. We can also see them here hitting a little truck with a deflated tire. And now they're flying it over, doing a little victory lap here.
You know, could you imagine if the Russians had a proper budget and a proper research department, if they could come up with a viable way to either warfare system, the Ukrainians would be in some deep trouble if they were able to do that. They better be very thankful. If there was any country out there that came up with a proper, real, concrete solution to repel drones, that would extremely badly hamper the Ukrainians a lot.
Man, it would. Thank God
they're broke.
Man, and we can see another drone coming down on that Lada Niva. You can always tell a Lada Niva because they're the hatchback ones. You now see them hitting another one. And also I saw Tom Exman say they had, both sides now use fiber optics. Fiber optics are only used in limited scenarios. Still, we commonly see that the wireless connection drones are fairly used, heavily as a matter of fact, and fiber optics are used a good amount, and of course the videos of the fiber optic cables scattered all across the fields would make you believe that it's the only drone used, but generally for maneuverability of drones in the war.
Yeah, I think most of these were watching the video. That's the signal or the connection data up there at the top left.
Well, you can also tell that they're non-fiber optic type because these are losing signal as they're getting closer to the ground, which is showing that it's a wireless connection, as fiber optic drones are never affected by altitude. Oh, look at that thing! That one apparently failed. They tried to blow it up and it didn't explode, so they... Man, and now they're going on down on a Buhanka from that and on into the rest of our news for the night and on down into the Ukrainian front lines. We're going to be deploying the world's first drone wall, an innovative air defense system developed by the small drones that create a flying minefield in the sky to destroy enemy kamikaze drones, and never heard of it. And from the French, nonetheless. That's really something right there. Huge shout out to the Shahed with class, with an M134 minigun. This is something you don't commonly see out there. I think you got him.
Damn. Yeah, don't you?
Honestly, man, this felt like World War One to me, man. This looked like a view of like one of those BEA 5s doing like the the Airco DH1s, like in the dog. I got to show you what I'm talking about there. The Airco DH1. Yeah, there it is. This thing, the Airco. Let me see if I can get a clearer picture of a replica or something. Because
they had a minigun on this thing.
They didn't have a minigun, but the POV felt like it was from an Airco. So what this thing, the propeller was in a pusher configuration instead of a pulling configuration. So give him a machine gun on a swivel, on a mount. And he would be able to engage German aircraft placed towards the end of 1915, but they were really cool. And honestly, this view right here, man, looking at it from the side, like for some reason to me, man, it made me think of like one of those like the gunners on an Airco, and he like swiveled the machine gun to look to the left of the plane.
Video right here for that Vietnam era song, the one about the senator's son or whatever, to come on the. That could be it, yeah. I think that is it.
It's Fortunate Son. I was playing around with the son of the Fortunate. It's Fortunate Son, but that's the one. But still. But moving on from that and Snoopy's adventures in the Red Baron, we also were able to see the Russian for the records, as Kiev Independent did not publish their own individual casualty report today. According to Ms. Disa, keeper of the records, these are estimates of Russia's combat losses according to the Armed Forces of Ukraine as of the 12th of November of 2025, day 1,358. Except for tanks, these are close to the current daily averages. And +1 Bobcat for Enforcer Matt.
Oh, hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this gift. So much, Ukraine, for coming through and hitting one more Bobcat, one more skid steer, one more piece of equipment. Thank you so much.
Look, Jack, you gotta understand. When they hit those Bobcats, they cause a lot of damage. They really hurt. They go, ouch. Stop hitting me. And then they get hit again. But anyways, beyond that, the casualty report of the day is as follows. 1,000 troops wounded and killed, 3 armored personnel carriers, 13 artillery pieces, 1 MLRS, 1 air defense system, 162 drones, 87 supply trucks, and 1 Bobcat skid steer. All in all, it was a pretty decent day, and we love to see it. Moving on from that, and on into the front lines. It's now time for us to get to the business. For the Oskol River. Oh, those Russians.
Oskol?
Yeah, Oskol with an L.
I was about to say Oscar seemed like an odd name for a river for this region.
Man, honestly, that would be kind of weird to have a river just named Oscar. That's like naming a river Jim.
He's dead, Jim.
Damn it, Jim, I'm a river and not a creek. Or something. Man. Man. Captain, I'm giving it out, she's got. My acting skills aren't that great, or something.
Yeah, something, you Spock.
Okay, you almost walked yourself right in. Then you walked right out. I was gonna be like, whoa, Jack, whoa. But
man, they were getting crazy on Spock. I'm not gonna lie. Like I know it's just there.
Man, honestly, man, I got to be honest with y'all. When y'all watch the original series over again, they had good acting skills. To be entirely honest with y'all. Like, it felt like amateur hour. Like, the Next Generation was the real deal. Everyone on the Next Generation seemed to be really good actors, at least in my opinion. The original series was pretty sketchy at times. Like, they really were just, like, reading the lines and putting no acting into it at all. Operations Forces Regiment infiltrating the Russian lines and clearing them out. You can hear the sound of nature. Oh, is that the crack of rifle fire? Oh, is that an explosion? Oh, is that machine gun fire? Are they clearing out Russian positions? Oh, they are. Oh, a little grenade went off right over there. Oh, they're going in.
Hot smoking like hell in there.
Man, they call this bunker Mark Zuckerberg because they're smoking them ribs. I tell you. They're plugging the merch. Bible, a Baofeng, and a letter.
Yeah, that's.
Well, big shout out to the 8th SOF Regiment. They did great work today in the Lehman front. And moving on from that area and on down into the Battle of Pokrovsk, which is where pretty much all of our combat footage is coming from these days, we were able to see some Akhmat Chechens driving down the road. Safety challenge impossible.
Are those mines?
Yes.
Oh my
TM62
God.
to be precise. You know the firepower of a single TM62, don't you? I mean, we've watched them go. There's a dozen of them here in this one spot. So, if they fall off the motorcycle or accidentally run over one of these, they're so there they go, driving right through them.
The modern day Chechen evil.
I don't even know how it happens, but the Chechens somehow can make every single thing unsafe, including driving down a street with a motorcycle. I don't know how they always do it, but it's like the Akhmat Chechens are like the lemmings of Russia. They find a way to die in the dumbest areas closer to the front. We did get to see some Russian trucks getting hit by the Fighting 93rds. Is that a moped?
Very unfortunate. It looks like this thing was waiting on this guy.
Very unfortunate for sure. Oh man, it's picking up speed. Ooh, oh my goodness. And now they're doing a rapid montage. What is that? Oh, it was VTR.
It looked like a thing for a minute.
Man, honestly, up towards the front. We did get to see the moving on down into the city of Pokrovsk, we did get to see the 425th Skala Regiment doing a little bit of building clearing within the north of Pokrovsk. Take a little look. Oh, we're going to have to mute
Man,
that.
they call him a Skala because he got that brain.
Man, they call him a Skala because they about to skull the Russians' ass. Man, like, honestly, like, respectfully.
They're taking the Russians to the clinic today.
Man, they about to give the Russians that chopped cheek.
In the middle, 1-by-1. Here, take a look. Look at this.
He's like, look. Take a look.
Compete for Medyar spot.
He needs a car antenna. Like, he needs a car antenna for that.
That'll, like, raise your XP a little bit.
Oh, this guy is trash talking the Russians on the mic. He's like, hold up, let me get back to that. He's like, hey dude, your mom is like stupid and fat or something like that. The Russians are like, not my mama.
About my mama.
Man, I remember Pacific Ocean, man. He went off about that, about the inside joke that Matthew and me have from middle school folks. If you don't know who Keebler Elf and Pacific Ocean are, that is a story for a whole other time. But we can see the 425th Skala here continuing to do their work.
You're not going to talk about my mama. As they'll be the exact same ones to go home and cuss their mama out that same day. But dang it, you better not talk about their mama.
Man, honestly, man, that's deep. Man, it's the problem with the youths these days, honestly, man. I mean, it's crazy, man, for real.
Look at these Ukrainians creeping. Look at them.
Man, the guys in the Scholar are like, this is another Wednesday for us. We was clearing them out like it was no one's business.
Man, they're moving like they got that motion like scholars out here. Look at them, the way they academically enter that building and score on those Russians.
Oh, look, there's a Russian. Oh, bleh! This guy's on the intercom with him going, hey. And then the Ukrainians hit him with a grenade.
Ukrainians are going to give him that pop quiz on the spot.
Oh, here comes the Ukrainians. They're coming in to put in the work.
There's the scholars. Look at that other guy chugging that thing. He just, dang. Look, he's wiping it off. He's scratching. He's got the caffeine scratches.
Man, minus 2 years on his life expectancy from that much caffeine in 2 seconds. Jeez.
Man, bottoms up. Jeez, he started scratching. So I tell you what, I seen.
Honestly, that's real. Like, that's real. Oh, and the second one went in. And then they gave their post-game report. They said things went well. You know, all that business. But anyways, with that, that's the end of that clip. And moving a little bit further on up into the area outside of Pokrovsk for the Ukrainians trying to get into the city, this guy engaged a Russian drone and took it down. Riding in on that ATV.
The Ukrainians, right?
Yeah, this is the Ukrainians.
I'm about to say, this is way too nice of an ATV style.
Only thing they get are those Desert Cross Baofeng little ATVs, and that's it. Oh, and there we go. You got it.
That's impressive. Well, the
And
red dot.
Yeah, and he's back on the way. He immediately starts moving again.
He's like on a shotgun ski course or something. The way he's driving around and taking these things down. Oh, look, he just drove right past it too.
And he styled on that thing. He said, "Get the hell out of here, trash!" And then he just drove right by it. But moving on from that clip and on out of the area at Pokrovsk, the battlefield situation today, folks, is practically the same as it was yesterday. So there isn't really a lot of frontline analysis needed there. Of northwestern Ukraine, we have been able to see that the Ukrainians have been fortifying that the Russian Federation may possibly launch an attack against the Rivne nuclear power.
That is fascinating that they're deciding to fortify this specific nuclear plant. Oh, like we did see there in the video, Ukraine has begun preparing the Rivne nuclear power plant for about to happen, but once again, we have very little details on it. So 67% said yes, Ukraine must know something's about to happen in that nuclear plant, while 15% said no, Ukraine is simply adding defenses, and 12% said it seems like a 50-50 chance that they had the Zaporizhzhia plant under their control, so they could stage something there if they were going to try to do. Seems like Ukraine might know something, but it's just simply, we don't have enough information. Right now, we're just going off of what we're hearing, and that's pretty much it. We have no extra information to say exactly what's happening. But
the Ukrainians must know something is up, because why in the world would they fortify that nuclear power plant out of all of the others? That would be quite interesting, to say the least. I also have to give you all a little bit of breaking news myself, folks. I hate to tell you all this for our American viewers, but today is the day that the penny has died. Today is the last day that the penny is going to be minted at the U.S. Bureau of Printing and Engraving, and from this point forward, there will be no more pennies that will be minted for circulation in the United States of America, or anywhere for that matter. So unfortunately, that just happened. I just saw that a second ago while Matthew was talking, and I gotta say, Matthew, I didn't really expect that one to come around the corner, did you?
No, I was expecting that one right there. You can expect more forms of currency probably to go by the wayside.
That's absolutely ridiculous. It costs 4 cents to make a penny, but at the same time, I like the idea of keeping the penny around. But unfortunately, the penny just died. So the penny has been in circulation practically ever since we had standardized currency within the United States, which happened around the middle of the 1800s. And now we have officially killed off the penny. It is time for us to move on up into Kyiv on that unfortunate news and cover the speech from the president. Here is the speech. Peach!
Здоров'я, шановні українці, українки. Повинна бути максимальна чистота в енергетиці всіх процесів, абсолютно, і кожне розслідування правоохоронців, антикорупціонерів я підтримую. Ми підтримуємо. І це абсолютно чітка та однакова для всіх позиція. Жодних схем. І добре, що Кабінет міністрів України надаватиме повне спричищення та перезавантаження управління енергоатомом. Друге, я вважаю, що міністр юстиції та міністр енергетики не можуть залишатися на посадах. Це питання, зокрема, і довіри. Якщо є звинувачення, на них треба відповідати. Рішення про відсторонення від посади оперативне, найбільш швидке, я попросив міністрів. Я прошу депутатів Верховної Ради підтримати ці заяви. Буде рішення РНБО щодо санкцій за поданням Кабінету міністрів України. І зараз всім в Україні надзвичайно складно проходити через відключення електрики, руські удари, втрати. Абсолютно ненормально, що при цьому в енергетиці ще якісь там є схеми. Я підпишу указ про застосування санкцій проти 2 людей, які фігурують у справі НАБУ щодо енергоатому. Зараз нам всім треба за це. Порушувати закон значить відповідати за це. Я хочу подякувати всім, хто з Україною. Я дякую всім, хто захищає нашу державу і українців. Слава Україні!
And Slava. And with that, that is the end of the speech from the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on day 1357 segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. Some folks will have to retire that statement because there are no more pennies.
There are no more pennies.
What is up, boys and girls? Welcome back to another Ioki Tuber. Today has been apparently asking for it for a while on a daily basis. So we are going to be playing some swing against a pike, but he actually went electrocute, so it's a little less scary. But yeah, the whole enemy team and just zaps them. It's going to be fun. But yeah, it's been a long time since we played some Swain, and I genuinely do really love this champion. Like, he's so unique. I think the rework they did on him, what was that, like 8 years ago, is just one of the best reworks they've ever done. Ugh. Don't even want to think about it. Time keeps moving on, boys. Hit it. Ah, not finding that one. Okay, we do get hit by the hook, but that's okay. We still have the level 2 advantage. Swain is basically like an AP hook. Not gonna land all of them, but kind of position and posture in ways. Not quite finding it. She's a little smarter than most ADCs. I kind of need full HP and a potion and a biscuit and barrier. And it's like, I can only frontline so much, you know? Like, if I get hit by that, I have to literally flash and I still might die, man. Pike is very scary laner, but we will outscale. He's going to become nothing but a mosquito. Well, I will do nothing but get stronger. Why are ADCs so scared, man? Yeah, instead of panic flashing, she should have just, like, at most barriered, popped her potion, and then just autoed him one time. It's okay, though. We got the pike. I mean, that's the thing with, like, it can somewhat be sometimes hard to focus the pike because he can just dip out and get his gray health back, but if you can all in him, he's genuinely one of the squishiest champions in the entire game. And then when you get him below, like, half HP, he's kind of, like, forced to make a forced play, right? Better slowed. We just fight our way out of this. We just fight. Just get the wave here. I'm definitely. No! That's all right. All things considered, we did pretty good there, guys. I think I'm gonna be going for. Is it a Rylai's angle?
Seems
Is
interesting.
it here? It was good play though. I did what I could. Yeah, Wednesday. We're halfway through the week. Wednesday used to be my app. Got him. Oh my lord! Wanna zap this wave? Either want to dive her or walk up and like deny her everything here. Yeah. All right, here's Pike. This is fine. As long as we don't take turret aggro, we're fine. We chillin'. MF's gonna die as if they get their follow-up damage here. Gwen is there, so I need to kind of like try and get my Rengar out so he doesn't get collapsed on by 3 people. He's not going out, he just keeps going in. I mean, he's got a level advantage. I'm kind of down to fight this. We see Fizz is mid as well. We play for the jungle in this household. Oh, baby. Got him. Zapped him. The Fizz is missing. But I'm gonna be real. He can't kill both of us. And I got a feeling he's not even looking at me. Maybe he can kill both of us if he sharks me there. An inevitable kill. It is what it is. All right. Nah, let's do Malignance. Let's do some Maligma. Please listen to pings, guys. I mean, pings can only get you so far, right? When you have a play that lasts that long under bot lane turret, you get like sucked into the play. It's not like you can just like, oh, my mid laner pinged me call it off, guys. Call it off. Let's put a pause on this play, right? Like, you may be literally in the middle of a fight that you can't get out of. All right, we just want to shove. We want to get them under their turret because Pyke is a really, really strong roamer, and I'm never going to be able to match those roams. So instead of trying to match them, what we do is we just farm plates, threaten dives. Just completely pull Jinx us. Oh, that's interesting. Let's hit the Pyke. He eat and flashed. No, no, she's gonna run out of it. Oh my god. That's crazy. Oh, I'm screwed now.
Up there?
I love ADCs. Probably gonna die here, but... Oh, you know what? I wouldn't have died if I didn't take that turret shot.
No.
Could have actually cutted it out.
Okay.
Not the worst at all. Once again, we pulled another laner into our lane. We traded some kills. We got Pyke's flash, which it's super nice to have that down. 9,000 was kind of unfortunate, but... we do have Rengar ult. I feel like we can fight this. Don't leash it! You're leashing it! Oh my god, we got the dragon. We got the dragon. Oh my lord, I love my team. I love my team. What a crazy freaking collapse. MF, tisk tisk on you leashing that for them though. Alright, and then I'm gonna be entirely real with you guys. I think this is a Swain carry bot lane, so I'm just gonna take the wave. MF won't even care. She won't even mind. Honestly, I feel like this is probably just a dive. Baby. I should probably go back to that thing. It's like and they pack a little knapsack, put it on a stick, and then walk outside their home, and it's like, oh wait, actually being homeless sucks. I should go back home. Oh god. ADCs, man, they crack me up. They really do. Probably just Sork shoes, man. Now let's do Lucidity boots. I have another pretty reliable AP threat on my team through Cassiopeia, so I don't feel like I have to do all the AP damage. Better just get my pull on a lower. Alright, Pyke is... I love Shen players. I'm gonna wait for a root. Nice. Put the W there. Not quite enough to save him, but should be able to kill her here. Zap, baby! Can we take the whole turret here? Probably not. Huh. At least we get him. At least we get him. And I'm gonna grab my tier 3 upgraded boots. Watch the entire videos. I'm very gracious that you guys support my channel in that way. So thank you very much for those that do that. I see a lot of you guys making comments about it all the time. Grateful that I make content that is worth your time. Like, that's the only thing. Yeah, anyways, I got all the sappy thank yous out of the way. Now sit there, shut up, and watch me play Swain. Let's look for a Diveroo. Oh, I did hit him. Oh, they're TPing into this too? Not good. The fizz was just untargetable. The pike flashed out of my E. There was a lot of really unfortunate things that happened there. It was a pretty forced play. Like, I don't really even see why we were going for that. Should definitely just be going for one of the two actual objectives. Dang. Called him a slimy bastard. See if I can... Aw. Didn't even get a chance. We had dive angle. I'd have to look at it again. It was definitely like... It's a play that could go either way. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they went down to 10 HP several times, so... It's probably a play that could have worked, but... Sometimes you need to ask yourself, are these plays that... Oh, free blue buff. Don't mind if I do buff. MF is doing some questionable stuff over there. He's probably just gonna walk away here, isn't he? I don't know. I might go for a dive. I get spotted. He's too fast. He's too tanky. Swain, don't. I mean, I have nothing really else to be doing, bro. You're not my mom. You can't tell me what to do. I'll make suspect dives if I want to. Oh my. Keep the suck going. Ah, he queued out of it. Slimy bastard. Certainly he dies, right? Dude, are you joking me? This fizz lives through everything, man.
Fizz live.
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oof.
Need some more of our damage here coming. Nice. Not bad, not bad. I got him slowed. He's dead. Whew. It's wild how close that fight was, considering they didn't even have their carry there. Oh.
There's Fizz.
He just jumped like right here. Would have gotten Jinx's flash and then not died to Fizz. Guys, chill. Chill, bro. Chill. Everybody needs to stop freaking out. It's a very close game. The team...
Same with Bribe. Man, I feel like I freak out early on. But hopefully I can
Something tells me he didn't mean to all chat that. Like bugs. Alright, let's see if we can like get posted up and get ready for a team fight. Like around an actual objective, not just random random tower dives. That hits me. Right, actually, nice. Just suck him. Okay, I was worried I was gonna have to flash there, bro. They are getting saved so many times. I'm dead here too, bro. Are you joking? Oh my god.
All of them are there.
Figured they would be bot side for this. Alt. Oh boy, it's gonna be one of those games.
Yep. Ooh.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Not sure why Dragon is just now spawning. I'm on 2 items though. Should be seriously with just 1.
Yeah, they really haven't taken.
W is actually so absurd.
What is this W range? I hope well, sniping that dragon.
joking me? Are you kidding me? This guy lives with 1 HP every single time. Shoot him! Oh my god, bro. ADCs are so bad at the game. It's crazy. Just like
I do find it funny when people complain about others.
in the face with your Glock, man.
I mean, I'll be far away
Really fast.
without the stress of the game.
You didn't, bro. You didn't.
Good. I have no situational awareness whatsoever.
Aggro the dragon. Put a little damage on Pike. Our assassin can't pick anything. I mean, that do kind of be true. Would be nice to have, like, the assassin threat that they have.
Actually, go for the dragon or no?
I wasted my flash, though, last round. Or last fight. Oh, boy. Cooked.
Yep.
Everything's so cooked, bro. Our team is just... These are always just, like, such one-sided, awkward fights.
It's a long game.
No,
I got love.
question marking us now. It's all right. We can still win this. We can still win this. I need to get Morello's, or at least anti-heal. My Landry's done 2,000 damage. Malignant's done 2,000 damage. I feel like my jungler hasn't done 2,000 damage total.
Probably not. There's the Rengar.
Kind of shits on ours. I hate it when people say that because it just feels like it's an excuse for like them playing suboptimally. Like,
There's two top side.
All right. We should try to cheese Baron and burn it. That's what we should do. We should be like walking together looking for picks here. Get a pick and then try to do Baron off that. We're on a ward, guys.
Oh.
Like, I don't know. Like, how can a Rengar not
Yikes.
like that? I don't know. Oh, we should, like, legitimately just... Oh, we pulled out Maokai ult. That's pretty good. Yeah, we should literally Baron. We should literally just go Baron.
This is mid.
Holy god, they used everything on me and I still just lived. The power of Swain, baby. Now we should literally just try this. Just do it, just do it. This is all our Hail Mary play, guys. Oh, baby. Nice.
Shit
Okay.
idea.
Okay, now we're back in it. Let's go. I think I need Zhonya's. Because if I got
Thought he was building
like that and
what?
Zhonya's, pull out a bunch of spells, Zhonya's, oh my god.
Anti.
We just win the entire game. That's the game plan, boys. Absorb as much as possible and keep sucking.
We are at war. Not.
Is not. That's okay. We can push mid to make up for it. Flash from my Rengar now. She has no flash. Rengar, no flash on Jinx.
Sick.
I mean, we can't push.
Sleeping in the stroller.
Dude, there's 3 in the bot, though.
3.
Like, bro, how are we not Rengar ulting this? just go kill him, man. This guy is so incompetent.
He always gets like acorned.
Okay. I guess we just got Baron for like the aesthetics, you know? Yep. How does that end my ult? I feel like my ult should not have ended there.
Again, and
Was I not like right next to Maokai when that ended? I don't know, bro. Like, no one on my team cares. No one's even trying. It's so weird. Just delete the pike, bro. Just delete the pike. He ults oxygen molecules, man. There we go. There we go.
he's
Oh,
stunned.
okay. Okay. Okay, weird game, weird game. Go get our dragon, fellas. Go get our dragon. This is a weird game. I think I probably am. Games, the raw ones, where you got 5 people all doing 5 completely different things, and there's throws and misplays and chaos and...
Bro.
Alright. Until we find a pick. If Rengar can ever find a pick on this Jinx. Save for this? Maybe not,
Whole
actually.
team.
Yeah, maybe not, actually. Maybe we were just caught out of position. They are all bot. They are literally 5 people bot. I'll admit, yeah, we're probably tilted here. This is probably a tilt. We're gonna do our best, though. We're staying positive. We're enthusiastic. Perma rotating. You know what? I think the one good macro call we've made that got us Baron was made by me. So maybe I need to be stepping up and being a leader here. Listen to me. I am Swain the Great. Top us for group. Yes, there it is. Trade the fizz. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We can wrap this. We can wrap this.
MF is running.
It's not worth flashing on that because she'll still get out. I don't have Rylai, so just getting my ult landed on them is not enough. The Fizz and Jinx are dead. Like, they have nothing, bro. They cannot win any fights. We can take full inhib here.
That just ran.
I've been abandoned by my soldier. Drop an ER on them and they get sent to hell. But because she didn't click a single button and instead just ran away, they were able to just jump.
Oh, there goes the whole team. Fingers can get piked.
Oh, this is bad. No, legitimately. Like, we have 5 people trying to be leaders. It's actually so funny. Alright, that's Baron. Every ping on getting on the same page of your team is a skill in itself.
the game.
And like, we do not possess that skill.
Push waves out of
Getting on the same
again.
page of your teammates, like, there's going to be so much variance introduced because you're going to be playing with literally thousands of different players, all with different, you know, play styles and champion pools and ideas on how to win the game and just everything. So being able to kind of like slip into a lot of these play styles and being able to coexist with them is very important. And it can be very frustrating. You think you know how to win the game? Everyone else does. Now, they might not be that kind, like, she is the carry, right? She's the one that knows how to win. Her team just needs to listen to her. And I feel the exact same way. And I'm sure MF feels the exact same way. Using the Maokai, bro. Yuck. Abyssal Mass Cassiopeia. Wait. What? Why wouldn't you ever just go Bloodletter's Curse? Can't kill him out. I mean, dude, I don't even know what to say. Like, no one is listening to anyone. This is just complete chaos. Like, this is just a dysfunctional team. We fight fights from like healing. Half of us aren't even like aware that there's a fight going on.
When I think that's what he did though.
Like, this guy's just like casually doing our wolves. Like, what is this?
There's Fizz.
Gotta make sure I don't give him a reset. All right. We did it. We absorbed spells without instantly dying.
Right behind it.
Fizz though, right? Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, we did it.
And there's a pike behind.
I think a game like this, in order to preserve my mental, I need to, not try to be the leader. Like, who cares? The game will play out how it's meant to play out, you know? It's in God's hands now, guys.
Pike. He
Because
didn't
if I don't
notice.
tell these players exactly how to win and then they don't listen, I'm just going to get frustrated. And what... we ain't never going to catch this guy. Back for Maokai, though. There we go. Holy God. Oh, expires. Are you joking me? I don't get to continue sucking while he's dead. That's crazy. Oh, my Lord. It's all good. It's in the hands of God now, guys. However this game is meant to play out, that's how it's going to play out.
Might push out.
8.5 thousand damage from Leandries is really nuts, though. All right. I'm full build. We've got their soul in a minute. We should go posture for Baron. Actually, you know what? Let's do whatever you guys want to do. I take it back. I'm not even calling that fun, kids.
They think they have won. Pathetic.
I mean, what's stopping us from just like doing this? Uh-oh. Got the biggest pull of all time, baby. Yep. Just let the game play out however it's meant to, guys. Can we end through top, maybe? Actually, you know what? Do whatever. I'm not clicking a single thing. I'm not pinging a single thing. Half of us can do Baron. Half of us can push mid. Half of us can just walk around. It's okay. Just have fun, guys. Just have fun. Oh, no.
Yay. Get it.
No clue what to say about this. This is not at all the Swain game I thought I was playing. This is not at all the Swain video you thought you were clicking, most likely. Just an absolute chaos engine of a game.
Both my around it. I like that.
All right, bro. So you
Just gonna.
wanted some clout. I was gonna make a shirt, but I don't want to make a shirt because I make profit off of it.
Man, you way picked the wrong person to come mad about apparel. Will you put that on all the money that you're about to make off of Charlie Kirk's death over the next like 3 to 5 years? Because your gram is all about, because you clearly buy your followers. I mean, your engagement is garbage. I have less than 300,000 followers, and my I run circles around you for engagement. I don't know if you know this, but people know that you're buying followers. That'll be way better. We will expose you getting knocked on your on my Instagram. How about that?
Bruh, you know you lost a debate when you won a second debate the same night. If you won a debate and you just beat me in a debate, that's the end of it, ain't it? You embarrassed me in front of all my people. You won a debate and me. Let's debate again.
Oh.
Let me show you what this food. Let me show you the funniest part of this whole thing. Like and subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell so you get notifications anytime I go live and make a video. Make sure you still subscribe to this channel and also subscribe to my Espanol channel. Let's get into this. So, all right, y'all. I got to talk about this clown. The guy's a clown. I mean, people were showing me videos of this guy named Ian. What's his name? Wentz. Let's go to his social media. Do we got his social media pulled up? Like back to back, bruh. Back to back videos. I had never heard of this guy. I didn't know who he was. People were sending me clips. When a person is not relevant enough for me to know who they are, I don't remember their name. I just see the clip and I comment on the clip. Go down. Did he delete them? No. How many got? He got the one in the car right there. That one. That's 1, 2. All right. Go to the other one. 3, 4, because the masks. Go to another one. 6. All right. That's it. This is round 2. So that he must got another one. So that's 7. 7 of them are back to back. And I say to myself, who is this guy? I'm on the live stream yesterday. This is why I'm finna blast him. He want attention. He want popularity. I'm going to give it to you. We on a live stream yesterday. I'm on a live stream talking about the whole thing with Erica Kirk. I get a bots coming in my thing going. I don't say bots. I get a bunch of people coming in my thing say, debate Ian. And I'm like, I'm not debate Ian. And they put his name, Ian Wentz, debate Ian. And I'm like, who is Ian Wentz? He pops up in the thing. Debate me. Put me in the screen. Debate me. And I'm like I got 2 million more subscribers than you. Like who stands to gain out of this? I'm punching down at somebody if I'm debating you. But enough people were in there running their mouth. I say, man, if you ain't be calling me on my live stream, I ain't gonna say nothing. Come on, bring him in. Then before he brought him in, I remember who he was, and somebody sent me a couple of his videos. I bring the guy in, he gets raked over the coals on the interview, on the debate. I'll let y'all decide who won the debate. He loses the debate. He's losing the debate. And everybody in my staff that was here and my wife know I was hitting accept. I closed out the app, came back in on his live, hitting accept. Everybody saw me do it. It wasn't letting them in. Which you know what probably happened, bro? Nick? You know what probably happened? He probably just never really accepted it. because I requested it, and it was nothing there. And he like, I accepted it, bro. I accepted. I'm like, bro, how is it not working? You just came on my live stream. I'm pushing accept, and I can see in my thing where it says request. Like he didn't accept the request from me. But he's on his live saying, Brandon refused to debate me, whatever the case may be. We come back on my channel. He's losing the debate so bad, he goes say he got to put his kids to bed. He leaves the debate after he claimed he had to put his kids in the bed. These fire pits are absolutely incredible. The thing that I really love about it is the branding. You could put your brand, you can put whatever you want to put on it. We have the Officer Tatum one. My guy Jim got one at the house. You can also grill on these things. They put the top right on the top, and you can put some steaks on it. Jim was Tips Farm Lovers, and the owner here is an incredible guy, man. He came right here to the headquarters. We fired that thing of your life. It's thick metal. I think he said it was like 12 gauge metal. Proud you one of these fire pits, and you can also use it as a grill. Look at the reviews. All 5. I'm telling you, every other product that they try to make like this, they make it cheap. It falls apart from. So make sure you go on to Fireside or myfireside.com. Tell them BT lead a debate. Say he got to put his kids to bed. After that, he go on a rampage, going through story after story, lying, accusing me of stuff, telling me to debate him. Bruh, you know you lost a debate, and you just beat me in a debate. That's the end of it, ain't it? You embarrassed me in front of all my people. You lost the debate, so he DM'd me. Let's debate again. Funniest part of this whole thing. And Nick is going to read the comments to you. He goes on a rampage. I'm going to tell y'all why you cannot say nothing about her husband, and she going to just discover everything you're doing. So this guy, Ian, went on his stories. He goes and he screenshots some message. He said, somebody, we should probably go to that. Is it still up? Left over is now exposing everything you're doing. So he takes it, he scrolls the next thing. I think my wife said he deleted it. He hyper scrolls. Little did he know that women will catch you. Somebody screen recorded his screen recording and slowed down the scroll to where they can see every message that's in this messaging thing that he scrolled through at source at the bottom of his scroll because he forgot to blur it out. He deleted it, but it was too late. But she got a burner account that she's sending crazy stuff to him about. Then we end up saying the craziest stuff you ever heard. Bro, I wasn't even going to make a video about it. All right, let's go through some of these things my wife captured. This is people to do what?
Says, guys, I need every single one of you to go on Brandon Tatum's live, right? That this debate has been offered multiple times and that he has refused and ignored it the entire time. Go blow his chat up like never before.
So I ain't never in my life sent no message to my audience, go blow his chat up, I want to debate. So you see here that he's begging to debate me. It's his idea, man. I'm not even thinking about this guy. His idea to debate me. All right, now let's go, and then the debate happens, he loses. Now, let's go to some of the outrageous things that this little sleuth he claimed that's giving him information is saying about me. The most outrageous things I ever heard. I feel bad, bro.
It's pretty bad.
All right, let's start. Is this the first one?
Yeah. I don't know if it's the same one to forget. The article is about Tatum's new warehouse. I don't know if I sent you everything on what I found. She found nothing, by the way. States that there's going to be 50 employees there. He's only / store based on having, I think that says, I can't really tell what's behind there, 50 or 50 employees employed. My county, Lee County, Florida, same as, can't read that, gives funding to some businesses who employ chargebacks.
All right, now look at this. These people are so stupid. Wrote an article because he has the biggest, he worked for the biggest, he is probably the biggest broker of. He wrote on there, he was talking, because I was a new company in the area, in the airport, outfits about 50 employees, so that's an expectation. We'll have about 50 employees coming to the city. So he wrote this really nice kickbacks, no scams. We have over 20 employees, and I don't think I'll get some kickbacks with 50 employees. Like nobody does that. You know how stupid you got to be? When you go and you file your taxes and you do payroll with HR, you know exactly how many employees you got. You can't fluff that. if there's some pushback or kickbacks, you got to verify your employee number. You can't just say, I have 50 employees. Give me money. You're going to get audited and go to jail. So if there was some type of employee number that you had to meet to get some kickbacks, you have to prove through your payroll how many people are employed as payroll employees. Anyway, let's go to the next one. All right, what does it say?
His wife was Corinne Scraggs. Something girl dated should be very unchristian behavior.
Let's go do a deep dive on Brandon's wife. It should be some unchristian behavior. What kind of weird stuff are you doing? First of all, that's not my wife's maiden name, thank God. And then said my wife dated a lot. Where is that? What kind of silly? All right, I'm not going to get into that. She worked at Sunglass Hut. That's the only thing that was true. These people go online and they look at stuff and they try to put stuff together like a conspiracy. None of this is right. My wife was heavily in the church. She was active in the church before she met me. And this is why we get along well, because we both came from a church background. All right, next thing.
The deep dive on him needs to be how before he converted to Christianity in 2008.
Islam! God damn. Keep reading, bro. Nation of Islam. That's insane. Islam! God damn. Keep reading, bro. Nation of Islam. That's insane.
Could you imagine Jews finding that out? I have the info, all screenshots of his background. It's now been scrubbed. I told Jews I knew about him going from extreme anti-Israel, Christian, extreme pro-Israel, Zionist, impossible.
Look at that. You know how crazy. I'd put my whole company. I ain't never had none of the Nation of Islam. Was she trying to say, no, that's Hebrew Israel. I feel bad for him because his source is telling him that I was a part of the Nation of Islam. Israel 2 years ago, I thought Israel was a third world country. I had never been out of the country. I thought it was like Afghanistan. I knew nothing about Israel. All right, anyway, let's go to the next one. Hilarious, bro.
This one. I have suspected she's his beard for ages. They don't, since he still sets the bed. He's 5 and can't read, write, or go without diapers. So they talk about, and I've said a bunch of her stories. And the
hold on, let's start here. Let's stop here. My wife, I don't sleep in the same bed as my wife, and it's not because somehow you got a bad relationship. Peaceful sleep. I go to sleep at midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes. And my wife had already put the baby to bed, and she do co-sleep. Is that what you say? Are you trying to say you sleep in separate beds like you can't get busy? When you want to get busy, you just get busy before you go to bed. Or you get busy after you put the kid to bed. Any rational person is not stupid enough to care. What do I care? We both sleep. So anyway, that's the only thing that's true. And these people, if they decide to do that, my kid is not 5. My kid doesn't need diapers. My kid doesn't wet the bed at night. My kid is smarter than every kid that I've ever seen at 4 years old. All right, let's continue.
And I've saved a bunch of her stories and the parenting skills. She's such a great mom. Brandon has had to get in a car and come get him a couple times now as he throws fits. Can't really read with the text right there. Stores demanding toys, and Corinne can't handle him at 5. Brandon can't.
Complete lie. I ain't never had to come get my son anywhere. Now, what they do is they follow my wife, and then they come up with these lies, whoop him in the store and drag him by his shirt, by his hair if I had to. What everybody that got kids know is that dad and mom are different. And that's all I got to say. And he get up and get in the car and do what he's supposed to do. He gets no attention. These people are so jealous. My wife don't work. All she do is stay there everywhere they go every day. He sleeps in the bed with my wife. He don't get no attention. People look crazy. And you got a person telling you that.
Can't make one claim and then
that's probably why he hate me and got to some negative idea. This woman is just making up stuff. You know,
Drama. Waste the time drama. Amaru. Hopefully she's okay. Not really. But
toward American taxpayers for hundreds of billions of dollars for illegal aliens and people that came into our country illegally from gangs, from prisons, from mental institutions. They wanted to pay them $1.5 trillion, which would have really hurt our healthcare businesses and are recipients at levels never seen before. Today, we're sending a clear message that we will never give in to extortion. In just a moment, I'll sign a bill exactly like we asked Democrats to send us $1 trillion, this little excursion that they took us on. Republican funding. There's never been a time when one or the other party ever didn't sign a continuation. It's just a continuation, not a big party insisted on creating the longest government shutdown in American history. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, as well as House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, and senators who are here, and frankly spent a long time in Washington getting this with us in this fight to reopen government, including the Teamsters, that's the National Small Business Association, the American Farm Bureau, the America, the Allied Pilots Association, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, and many others, unions and non-unions. Over the past 7 weeks, the Democrats' shutdown has inflicted massive harm. They caused 20,000 flights to be canceled or delayed. They departed so many times. This was a no-brainer. This was an easy extension. But they didn't want to do it the easy way. They had to do it the hard way. And they look very bad, the Democrats do.
Them's always do it the hard way.
1 million government workers from their paychecks and cut off food stamp benefits of federal contractors and small businesses to go unpaid. And the total effect of the damage their antics cause will take weeks and probably months to really calculate accurately, including the serious harm that they did to our economy and to people and to families. So I just want to tell the American people, you should not forget this. When we come up to midterms and other things, don't forget what they've done to our country. I also want to call for a termination to the filibuster and don't forget, we have another date coming up in the not too distant future. We can never let this. So I say terminate the filibuster because, by the way, the Democrats will do it immediately if they ever assumed office, which hopefully they won't. Today we had the highest stock market price ever in all of the different markets. We set a record. It's the 48th time in the 9 months that I've been. We had a record set, but today is the highest of them all. We're going to break new great business leaders of our country. They're standing right behind me and right really alongside of me. And if we would have told them a year ago that we'd be having stock prices this high, none of them. In fact, I just asked them that question. None of them would have believed it. And that a record high for the people that have 401ks. And also, it was the cost of Thanksgiving coming up and the cost of Thanksgiving from this year than we were a year ago. And it's a very inclusive report, company. I want to also thank the 8 Senate Democrats who finally did the right thing. Majority of congressional Democrats were happy for millions of Americans finally have a point. Even though people have to suffer, we finally have a point, and that didn't work out too well. Fringe benefits of their far-left base, but that didn't work out because now they're far of New York City, who happens to be a communist. When was that going to happen? Remember I said all the time during my campaign, we will never be a socialist country, and that's right. We turned out to have a communist in New York City, and if you look at his country, I hope we can all agree that the government should never be shut down again. And signature, the federal government will now resume normal operations and of living, restore public safety, grow our economy, and make America affordable again. Gasoline is at $2.50 a gallon. Hit pretty close to $2 a gallon. That's like a really massive tax cut. It's the equivalent. Everybody in our economy, middle income workers, low income, everybody, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And it's no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and very importantly, no tax on overtime. You work on the biggest tax cut in history. And one other thing, you hear about rich people with deduction on that loan. So you can take that interest deduction and what you can take is that interest payment and deduct it for income tax purposes. That's a tremendous tax cut right there. But it all includes fixing the Obamacare was a disaster from day one. It's done nothing but go up, and it's a crazy idea. He said everything's going to be great. Rates are going to go down. Payments are going to go down. Everything's going to go down. It went the exact opposite. with the biggest increase of healthcare in any country. It's a disaster. And I'm calling today for insurance companies not to be paid, but for the money, this massive amount of money, to be paid directly to the people of our country so that they can then the disaster known as Obamacare. And I've had, I think, great support. I've used hundreds of billions of dollars. You know, their stock prices have gone up by 1,000% in many cases, 1,000% over a short period of time, because our country stupidly pays them so much money with this Obamacare scandal. So I want the money to go directly to you, the people. And you go out and you'll buy your own health insurance and you'll negotiate different plans and you'll get much better with anyone, including the other party. We'll work on something having to do with health care. We can do a lot better. We can do great. So much money is involved, and we're willing to pay so much money to the people. So we're going to pay a lot of money to the people. They're going to go out and buy their own health care, and we're going to forget this Obamacare madness. So with all of that, I just want to tell you the country has never been in better shape. We went through this, and it's an honor now to sign this incredible bill and get our country working again. Thank you. I don't know if you have questions. I think we really love, and we have a country that's in great shape. As you know, we have now it's over 18. That's a record. There's never been a country that had so much, and that money's going into also building new auto plants, new AI plants, new everything. We've never had a time like this. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, are you prepared to negotiate with Democrats now?
Mr. President, on Jeffrey Epstein.
Thank you.
Free Epstein.
No, yeah. Something is not adding up.
I guess it's Sion. Yeah, lately I feel this matchup is very hard.
Nunu mid a Kali top, trust. So I should go Sion. Yeah.
Wait, I'm actually playing against the boss, guys. It's time to perform. Sheesh, this is gonna be a difficult one. He is scared of E-top. I think this matchup is a favorite for him. Alright, this matchup I can get a lead against him in the early game, but it's quite tough to be honest. Okay, he's hiding in the bush, doing a boss in here. Okay. Oh, he has cloth plus refillable. What the hell? I think he's dead here, to be honest. No? What is this guy doing? No, I love you, boss. Get away from me, bro.
Oh, bad pathing by me. I'm not.
Now he's gonna try to zone me from the wave, but I'm gonna try to get level 2 quickly here. Level 2 from the first wave here. Okay, I'm gonna have to use W at level 2. I think we can kill him here, no? With the Nunu. Yeah, this guy might be dead here. He's dead basically. I have my Q still.
Classic 2 camp gang.
I'm gonna get level 3 and dive him, by the way, I think. W the damage from his. I think Nuno should back off here. I can dive this guy solo. You don't want to waste too many resources. He's dead here for sure. Wait, what? No. That actually hit me. Okay, I see. That actually hits me, guys. That's crazy. We're gonna get 2 long swords here. Maybe I should have went behind him here. Still good anyway. The wave is shoving into us here. We don't lose really that much anyway. You got robbed? Nah, it's fine. Let's go.
It's a death angle, I think.
Wait, is he gonna die for the wave here? Boss, what are you doing?
It's not a death angle at all.
Oh my god. I have no clue what boss is doing here. Does this actually work for him? I'm gonna shove this wave quickly now and look for a recall. Once I get time at, by the way, he can't play the game. Okay, I'm gonna try to carry this game. Okay, got time at. I don't think I have time to shove the wave here, so maybe that's not that bad of a death for him, because he has a freeze right now.
Good death.
He actually got plated steel caps, and the wave is frozen for him, and his entire team is winning. It's gonna be a difficult game, but we're gonna try our... Okay. Can clear the wave quickly here with the timeout, so we don't mind. I might kite away from his ability. Oh my god. No, I need to be permabanned, I think. I definitely need to be permabanned. He is the Messi of League for some reason, guys. It is what it is. He has level 6 here. I don't think Nono kills him. Let's see. Bro, what is my Nono doing? Thank you so much. I will take that. I love you, bossy, so much. Thank you. I get to back. He's gonna try to TP back to the lane or ult. Also, the Kayana didn't recall yet. Just gonna try to clear the wave quickly. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I'm just gonna recall here and we're in a very, very good spot. This game is definitely gonna be difficult. I have all the kills in my team. Okay, he stops my recall. And I walk up here. I'm just gonna ignore him and clear the wave quickly. Okay. I don't mind about all of his damage that he does to me here because I'm gonna recall anyway. We get some damage on him. Let's see if he's... I don't mind since I'm gonna recall anyway. And I will probably not fight him in the next 80 seconds. This here. Yeah, the wave is shoving into him here. I can't need... Oh, and my team is losing very hard. Maybe I try to do some rotations this game.
Where is this guy go?
Especially since the matchup is not gonna be playable soon. This matchup is very tough when he gets his first item. Usually I just rotate after clearing waves. Drop a ward here. I wonder if Kayana is there. We get the Q off. That actually hits me, wow. I don't think it matters since I'm going Titanic here. Kite a little bit away from him. Okay. Q his Q again. Kite a little bit away this time.
Oh, like this damage is fucking nuts when you have Halo Blades.
I think I can outplay this if they want to go. Just gonna go on him and one-shot him here. Flash away. No, that actually clips me. Wow. It's fine, I think. We trade 1-for-1 in a 1v2 situation. Let's see mid lane. Yeah, our team is kinda getting cooked all over the map. We will try to carry those still. Let's go. All good, all good. Kayana has a lot of kills, but she's kinda behind in levels. Instantly go for the jungle fight. There is a huge fight happening here. I will try to help my team and be first there. Okay. Or dive them there. They're all 1 HP and they have huge bounties. My ult is coming up soon. Okay, we're gonna have to... Guy, Q coming up soon. No, I actually died in my Q here. What? I had to... Guy, Q coming up soon. No, I actually died in my Q here. What? I had to go for... All good, all good. Wait, was that the red buff from the Kayana or what?
Oh. We have TP coming in. Kill Nunu.
Okay, let's go back to top lane. I need to get any of these bounties basically to be able to play the game. Right now he's gonna be 2 levels ahead of me because he kills this game on my team. Everyone else is kind of losing hard. Okay. I missed the cannon minion. Typical monster, I swear. Miss every single cannon minion. The entire enemy team is top side. Okay, let's see. I might proxy as well, but I think the enemy team is top side. That's the only thing. Okay, we see everyone around the map though. Only the Kayana is not showing. Have to try to escape. W the damage from her. Kite a little bit away.
He's too fast.
Okay. Do I die here? Yeah, I think I'm dead. Bro, how broken is top lane roll? When your entire team is 3 item, I'm gonna be so strong. The thing is, we're losing bot lane still, even while Nuno is playing bot side. Should have go for the Kayana. Yeah, I don't think I could have killed them there. That's the issue. She can keep going invisible over and over. You can't do much against her. I think he is here trying to clip me with his Q. Okay. Gonna have to kite away a little bit from him. Okay, let's go, let's go. I'm just gonna try to proxy and maybe look for rotations. That's the best thing we can do so far. I feel like Kayana's top side still. I don't mind trading wave for wave if he keeps proxying, because he's kinda ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna shove this wave quickly and rotate, by the way. I think we have to here. We're gonna give him the tower if he tries to take the tower. We have to make some plays with our team. Our entire team is losing very hard. Okay, let's see. Mid lane. Let's see the fight. Let's see the fight. I don't have tier 1 bots even. But I want these bounties. The Kayana bounty is almost 1k here. Okay, let's see. I'm insta gonna flash on the Kayana. Get the 1k bounty. They have here's our best chance basically. Okay, this guy is dead as well. I got all the bounties, so I think I can carry this game actually. I gave Bows a lot of platings there and a lot of gold, but we have to rotate like this if our entire team is losing. Should I go tier 1 boots, guys? Nah, I'm not vegan. We're going pickaxe here. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Absolutely beautiful. We're going full damage with the tier 0 boots. I don't mind giving Drakes right now. I think I should just farm up a little bit, since the enemy team doesn't have any Drake really. No. I think Sion is ulting mid here, or in case the enemy team is bot side and doing the Drake. Maybe I will try to dive this Rise before he gets his second item. He's gonna walk up now. Yep. Just so strong right now. Okay, can we get the bounty? The enemy team is starting all to rotate top lane though. I'm gonna have to recall here by Recurver Bow and bots, tier 1 bots.
Lulu can't kill me. The only one who's scary is the Yi. If Yi opens here.
Guys, this guy anyway. So we should definitely kill this guy.
There's the Yi.
Q his Q. Kite a little bit away. Okay, my team is not rotating by the way. I think we should definitely fight here. Guys, what are we doing? Why are we farming? We definitely should have fought here, no? Okay, let's back. The enemy team here. Yeah, I don't know why my team didn't go in there. Sion is mostly...
I'm dead.
He's dead here. I'm gonna get the bounty. I watched too many boss videos, guys. I know what he's gonna do next. I need 500 gold for my item. Maybe I can carry this game. We'll see, we'll see. We definitely have the chance to carry it. I'm gonna try my best. Philius is dead on mid lane. I have my flash in 60 seconds. I'm gonna try to get my... Okay, I'm gonna go to try and get the scuttle crab. See? Yeah, I got my item after this scuttle. Sion is not that behind, by the way. He's actually really ahead. I just had to give so many stuff or it overall. If I stay top lane, I can't do anything. We basically go even and the enemy team wins the game.
I actually want to look to 1v1 the Yi. He's not gonna expect me to fight back. I think I'm
strong. Okay. They are gonna get the tier 2. I wonder if Kayana is here or not. We're gonna W the damage from him. Q out to the minion here. Okay. I think he's dead here. Yep.
Yeah, right.
Can we go for the rill after? Yeah, this rill is kinda trolling for the kill. Go for more. Kayana has ult though, so she might one-shot me here. Kite away from the damage. Ooh, they don't go in. They don't go in.
Yeah, nice. Playing Sion into Yi. Free items Yi, by the way. I don't know why I tried to 1v1 him. And now we got another 800 gold shot down.
Crazy.
Bro.
I'm gonna recall. I think I have a good recall timer.
Seems
yeah,
like a tough,
the enemy
tough
team will
net.
go Drake here. We should go or try to trade it for the... They will go Drake. Nah, Arnold 8. All good, all good. Yeah. It's a bit difficult with our team scores this game, guys. We're still gonna try our best. I think we can actually carry. Let's see if we can get to our 4th item this game. They might be on it already, actually.
I'm sorry.
On the Drake, never mind.
I'm sorry.
No, we can't kill him. Maybe we should force the Atakan here. Q his Q. Try to one-shot him. He ults away. We go for the Atakan here, no? The enemy team is on the Drake. We should definitely go for that. Yeah, beautiful. I just one-shot the Atakan. It should be good for us.
And we gave Adacon. Why are we giving Adacon?
I need 500 more gold for my item. Israel is trying to chase here. I think we can kill her, no? He's trying to chase. I'm gonna flash and one-shot her. Or try to. She's faster than my ult somehow. Cough. Yeah, I don't have my ult or my E. And the enemy team is sending 5 people. Yeah, I'm just gonna recall here. My team should back off. Alright, beautiful. I got this, guys. I got this. I think I can carry it. Don't worry. Guys, please trying to fight without me here again. Okay, I need 50 gold. I can't bring them to recall enough, sadly. They just don't listen. All good though, all good. I got my item, I just need to recall, but they keep looking for fights. We should wait a little bit until I get my item. Kraken Slayer. Yeah, I think with Lulu ult we can maybe carry this game. I'm gonna bring her here to walk up with us.
I'm OP, but he is OPR.
I think we should play on the side lane. Sion is top side here, so we can force a fight if Sion is top side. I can one-shot everyone now with 4 items. Let's see. Rel has no flash from last time. Okay, he's running away though. I'm the only one walking up. Okay. Insta one-shot the Yasuo. Q to the Rel after. Kite away from the Kiana ult. Can we go for more? He's gonna try to flash away. I'm gonna go to the Ryze here since he is the one that is doing the most damage. W his damage. Kite away from the Kiana damage. No. Okay, nice. Not bad, not bad. I think I should go Terminus here, to be honest, as a last item. What do you guys think? Okay, my team is kinda coming back to the game though. They're not that behind on... only the Akali, I guess, is really behind and... Don't fight without me, guys. We can win. Just play with me. We definitely can win this game, I think. That's... my ult is coming in 90 seconds.
What if I ulti? And then miss on purpose to catch the top wave, top cannon.
They are gonna try to force the Baron soon. I'm thinking I can maybe try to flank the enemy team here. Or go here if he wants to enter the fight. I need Nuno with me right now. They might just do the Baron. Guys, please wake up. Oh my god. I think we should just force. Akali, please. Come on, guys. If they walk up. Go on the Sion here. Okay, you. We block his ult. Kite away from the Kiana ult. Try to one-shot him. Oh my god, I have all the gold, so my team can't do any damage to the Sion. We don't get any resets, sadly. It was a fun game, though. Nice try from my team. Almost tried to carry this game. Let's see if they end the game or go for the Baron. I think this game's over, though.
GGVP.
That was a nice game, though. Coming on the Sion was a bit greedy. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, I feel like this was a win if we got the reset on the Sion there. I could get a reset and kill everyone.
Hit the Nexus.
GG's though, GG's. No, the boss smurfed on me this game. Bro, what?
Look at that Yi damage. Is Yi top good?
Yeah. Do play a little bit of rules.
Show some respect. As usual, I will do all of the hard work while my father slumbers.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, Tandy. Where's Ty? You two are usually inseparable.
That has...
This is my unnatural selection.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3... Area. Got it?
Look upon me, my disciples, and behold...
Taste strange is here.
The moon haunts you! Tremble before fast!
We are
Stand up against a full strength. Look out behind us. I'm opening up. I have many faces.
Your powers are mine! I'm
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Tremble before...
Oh, baby girl, this is just not a great time. Oh, of course, I knew as soon as I would log into a game, she would start crying.
That was nothing for a god.
But good news. Just wants to play a game.
That's right. Thank me later.
Hmm. She needs my attention. She's not feeling well. Seems to be asleep, but every time I stopped it, she would start crying. Expecting oh, good thing I was in combat. Doing good as Loki.
Released in 2024. Democrats intentionally redacted the name of the victim in the Epstein emails they released. The times that President Trump did nothing, and she never even saw him at Epstein's house. So it's bullshit? Wait, what?
Yeah. Of course they're
Okay, let me finish this, and then we're going to look at the post, okay?
That we're getting from the Epstein estate is only because Democrats fought to get that subpoena. Powerful men committed horrific acts against these women and, in some cases, back then, children and girls.
Yes.
These emails that were revealed today.
I do. But
Biden
this is the
Taylor's
kind of stuff
anything
that
when
makes
Biden
me
in
never
office,
want to
huh?
deal with politics ever again in America. Am I the only one that feels that way? Where it's like, I see this top of the pyramid pinnacle evil that's happening, and it's being weaponized, manipulated, hidden, misinterpreted. Everybody's doing this. It's not like there's one side that's good and one side that's
Yeah.
bad. I think they're both bad.
Agreed.
It's so exhausting. I hate this. I really do.
They do not explicitly implicate Donald Trump in any crimes, and I think it's important
pushing the baby
to note that
while they're
his
making
name
sure
is
he
mentioned
does.
in these emails, and it does raise questions about what he knew of Jeffrey Epstein's actions.
I'll have a break.
Congressman, we're just getting a first reaction now from the White House to
Okay,
the
what
release
did
of
they
these emails. This statement coming from the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. I'm going to read it to you in full. The Democrats selectively leaked emails to the liberal media to create a fake narrative to smear President Trump. The unnamed victim referenced in these emails is the late Virginia Giuffre, who repeatedly said President Trump was not involved in any wrongdoing whatsoever and couldn't have been friendlier to her in their limited interactions. The fact remains that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club decades ago for being a creep to his...
The emails were released in 2024. Pretty damning.
employees, including Giuffre. These stories are nothing more than bad faith efforts to distract from President Trump's historic accomplishments and any American...
Because she was fearful for her fucking life, you morons. So she's lying, Trump's lying, everybody's lying.
Or
Yeah,
their entire
come on.
career on.
And with common sense,
well.
sees right through this hoax.
I don't know, guys.
Distraction
Yeah.
from the government opening back up again. What's your response to that?
That's a good question.
Freedom Chatter has inside
Then
information.
release all the files.
You're the one a part of the
I think
committee.
this is a completely underhanded tactic, and it's completely dishonest if I'm
Mhm.
interpreting it the way it seems like it is. But I don't care because I agree with this conclusion. I do. I agree with the conclusion. I'm like, okay, yes, please bring this back up again and again and again. When back, I think that right now, Trump's handling of the Epstein files, and I'm speaking primarily from like an online perspective, because I know that like a lot of average voters care about like, I don't know, like being able to afford groceries. But if you're terminally online like I am, The Epstein files was the point where I think Trump lost the enthusiasm for his presidency with a lot of people on the internet. Betrayal. And nothing short of that. It was a complete and absolute betrayal. And yeah, he's cooked. And I think like there was before that, like there was so much enthusiasm for Donald Trump before that. And then after that, when he's like, oh, I didn't have, well, what do you mean I had my hand in a cookie jar? Did you see my hand in a cookie jar? Well, where are the cookies? I ate them. Well, where'd I get them from? I don't know. No, but there's, no, my hand wasn't in the cookie jar. What do you mean? No, of course not. And he was so fucking, sounded so suspicious saying this. I think Bondi is at fault mostly. No, she's not. Pam Bondi is accountable to Donald Trump, the president. If Pam Bondi fails, that means Trump put a failure in charge. It might be her fault, but it's his responsibility. He's the president. If she failed on something that was a core campaign promise, he should have kicked her ass out and brought in somebody new. That's it. It's not her fault. Whether it is or not. Like, whether it is or not, that's it. The buck stop with the president? Yeah. Like, I mean, again, I understand it might not be directly his fault, but it's still his responsibility. He's the fucking prime acting executive. Like, what do you mean? You said in the past you can tell if a guy's guilty just by looking at him. Is the guy on the right guilty for lying? I think that they know that this is a misrepresentation. It seems like it's a misrepresentation.
If the president has nothing to hide, if the press secretary right there in her comments and statement, if they have nothing to hide at the White House or the Department,
you can tell that he's lying by his eyebrows. Nobody has pointy like this. This is something like some merchant or something like that that's going to sell you snake oil.
Justice, then all we want is for them to release the full files. It's very clear. You can't spend your entire campaign saying you're going to do something and make a commitment to the American people and then backtrack. And so we're...
I agree. I mean, again, I disagree slightly with this assessment, but I don't care about that because there's a greater goal in mind. I agree fundamentally with what he's saying. He led people to believe that he was going to release the Epstein files, and he didn't do it. Yep. This is a prime betrayal.
They want to clear the president's name, and more importantly, also, all of the other men and powerful men that may have...
Andrew. Like, what about them?
Yeah.
Today. That should be the response from the White House.
President Trump has said he wasn't a fan of Epstein's. He's called him a creep. He's
also friends with them. I mean, like, it's simple. They were friends for a long time. They had a falling out. I mean, why is this? Why isn't that so frustrating? For me, it's so incredibly frustrating that you have so many people out here who always, they don't even
the push for more information.
It's so frustrating
about Epstein, a Democratic hoax. What questions specifically do you have for the president about these emails?
Yeah, what is it?
Well, my questions to the president would be first what was your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, did you know what was happening? He was obviously running a huge sex trafficking ring. Why are there so many cases of these connections back to Mar-a-Lago? Jeffrey Epstein himself said that Donald Trump was one of his best friends. Why would he say that? And there's so many questions to ask. And the president could right now end all of the speculation and do the right thing for the survivors by releasing the files. The president himself has said that he has...
this is what's going to sound crazy. I think that releasing the files won't matter.
No, it won't. People will come to their own.
Because I think the files are a lie. You said this already? I did. If they release the files and it doesn't say Donald Trump is a pedophile, and it doesn't say Bill Clinton is a pedophile, and it doesn't say Bill Gates is a pedophile, people will think that the files are edited and they are inauthentic. The public has already convinced itself of the reality of this.
Done nothing wrong, then release the files.
Happened is because of Trump. Trump destroyed the public's trust in this issue possible way.
Powerful men, some of the most powerful, wealthiest men in this country that have done and committed harm to children and to girls and women in this country. Time to end this White House cover-up and release the Epstein files today.
I don't understand it. It's obviously not a White House cover-up. I mean, was Biden covering it up for 4 years? I mean, what are we talking about, a White House cover-up?
Today, Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva will be sworn into the House, where she will be the final vote needed on that discharge petition to compel the DOJ to release the full Epstein files. Do you think these new revelations could sway any other votes? Could there be a pile-on and overwhelming vote for releasing the documents?
There should be.
Look, we hope that all Republicans would really center the survivors and the victims at this moment. What's important right now is that there are women who've talked to us now as adults who have shared that they want the files released. They want justice. They want to know what happened and what men were involved, and who are, in many cases, afraid of the consequences of them being in the spotlight and telling their stories.
What's holding some of your colleagues back? What is holding Republicans back from voting to release all the files?
They're complicit in this cover-up. When Donald Trump, the president...
He's right. I mean, there's no reason not to release everything. There's no reason. I can't see a single reason.
The president says, I don't want to release the files, or he tried to... Remember earlier in this year, he actually even said they kind of discarded them as being even not important.
Yes, he
When
did.
they're not releasing these files,
It's accurate.
it brings questions to be asked. And so,
of course it does, especially after they talked about it so much. And Trump even named people like Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton as being potentially involved with Epstein. I mean, if anything, I feel like Trump is really kind of a piece of shit. It's like if you can't even find any evidence of Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew, why are you going and dragging their name in the mud by saying this if you can't even prove it? That's crazy. Why say names? There's a reason. And you know it? No, the problem is that we can all sit around and theorize on a reason, but we don't really know what the reason is. That's the truth. Nobody really knows. And I think that's why nobody trusts him.
Again, our commitment from day one has been clear. Release the Epstein files. The men that committed harm should be held accountable today.
You've also been demanding answers about Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell's transfer to that minimum security prison. That happened over the summer, and now we are learning of a whistleblower account saying that she's in the process of requesting President Trump commuting her sentence, that he commute her sentence, and that she's also...
He's not going to commute her sentence. I mean, if Trump commutes her sentence, if he commutes her sentence and she contributes to the arrest of 5 high-profile people with Epstein, then yeah, I would be okay with that. If you want me to be honest, I'd rather have 5 birds instead of 1 bird. But unless she does that, no, you're rotting in jail.
Been waited on hand and foot at this camp, customized meals, after-hours time in a private exercise area.
Never? What do you mean never? What are you, retarded? If there's people out there, if there's 5 pedos that are out there that are these prolific molesters that were involved with Epstein, and she could contribute to getting them put in jail, you would want those 5 people to continue running free, probably doing the same thing that they were doing back then, still now, until they die, indefinitely, because of some moral thing that you would want to keep her in jail. You're just retarded. This is the problem with people that think in terms, it's emotional blackmail. Yeah, exactly. It's emotional blackmail. It's an obvious, the right decision to make in the circumstance is obvious. It might not be pretty. It's not pretty, but it's obvious.
Access to a service puppy.
It's not prep act, yes.
Have you gotten any information firsthand on her situation?
It's a trolley lover problem? Yeah, of
Look,
course.
we have also received really disturbing information, and obviously there's been a lot of reporting about it. What's clear is that Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to a facility where she has essentially all of this access to apparently people to talk to being able to roam around. It's a club-fed facility where she is now has much more freedom of movement and things that she never should have received, that she wasn't eligible to receive at the facility that she was at before. But this was all done because someone at the Department of Justice ordered it so. We've asked questions of the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Why was a convicted sex trafficker?
Well, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, if I remember correctly, actually declined having her moved. Like, there was some prison conglomeration that didn't want her moved, and they got overruled.
Someone that did monstrous things to women and girls, transferred to a facility after Trump's Department of Justice, and a deputy AG who was once Trump's personal lawyer. Why did they transfer her? Why won't they tell us why and answer questions? We want Ghislaine Maxwell to come before the Oversight Committee and answer these questions. Ghislaine Maxwell should never receive special treatment. She's done horrific things to women and girls. And again, if we want justice for these women and survivors, today is the day that Donald Trump can release all the Epstein files.
Congressman Robert Garcia.
Yeah, it does seem like this is an opportunistic thing that they're doing as a result of them looking bad for the government shutdown. I think that's what's happening. If it's correct that the information that's been released is just simply information that's been public, but it's now redacted in order to make Trump look bad.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Well, there it is. And I'll go back. I'll look at it here. American politics is just a mess. Yeah, I think so. And you're smart enough to know reason. Of course, everybody knows this. Talking less in absolute terms, approach topics more rationally. Well, it is rational. Like, I mean, if one person can lead to the arrest of 5 people, it's better to have that one person go free and the 5 people get arrested. Like, assuming that their crimes are equal. Like, it's really just logical. Like, I don't think it's basic math. Yeah, is 5 a bigger number than 1? Like, obviously, yes. Now, and I'd be totally fine with that. It's moral grandstanding. And the problem with moral grandstanding is that it gets people killed. That's the reason, is it gets people killed and it causes more harm. A lot of people want to do the thing that makes them feel good rather than the thing that actually is good. And so, yeah, unnecessary hypothetical, though. It's an unnecessary hypothetical. I don't think it's a hypothetical at all. Like, if we're talking about the person that was very close to Jeffrey Epstein that could potentially have information on some of these other high-profile bad actors, I don't think this is a hypothetical. I think it's very reasonable to assume this. These are things that happen all the time inside of cases. It happens constantly. Yeah, this isn't hypothetical. It's realistic. They're getting their base riled up. All they have to do is mention Trump did something sometime. Yeah, basically. What if she was moved to scare other participants out of hiding, thinking that she was rattling in them? Oh, I don't know if it is or not. They're coping so hard that he did nothing, and people are going, yeah, but he knew about it. Okay, so by that logic, should we deport the illegals, but not the people that know that they're illegal too, right? Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that obviously whenever you're close personal friends with somebody, it's a little bit different. So somebody found, let me see if I can pull this up here. So the House Oversight, so this is the post that they made themselves. And let's look and see whether this is actually real or whether it's actually just bullshit. So let's see right here. Okay, breaking. Oversight Democrats have received new emails from Jeffrey Epstein's estate that raise serious questions about Donald Trump and the knowledge of Epstein's horrific crimes. And so let me just zoom in right here. So I want you to realize that the dog doesn't bark. Victim has spent hours at my house with him. He's never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. Victim Mar-a-Lago. Trump said he asked me to resign. Never remembered ever. Of course he knew about the girls. He asked Ghislaine to stop. I think Trump is planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship. I think you should let him hang himself. What is this? This is some other thing, right? And so... Wait. So they released something that was already unredacted, and then they re-redacted it again, and they're trying to think that it's new. There's no way. Are you seriously? Oh my God. It's a clown show? Yeah, there's no way. Like, not quite, I could explain. Political theater. What the fuck is this? Any comment on why you redacted the name of the person who has publicly stated that she witnessed no wrongdoing? Looks to me like you removed Jeffrey from Mar-a-Lago, told Maxwell to stop speaking of girls. I don't know exactly. I agree with the releasing of the files. Why did Democrats cover up the name when the estate didn't redact it in the redacted documents provided to the committee? It's because the victim, Virginia Guffey, publicly said that she never witnessed any wrongdoing by President Trump. The Democrats are trying to spread a fake narrative to slander President. If you are intentionally redacting a name that was previously unredacted publicly, you're doing that because you're trying to mislead people. You are. You're doing it because you're trying to mislead people and you're trying to fucking confuse them. That's it. That's what you're doing. The AOC linked this up. I hope Trump sues them as well. Well, I don't think anything new about this. That's the problem. That's the entire issue. So, yes, obviously I agree with you about that, but this isn't even new. This is old info. So, like, do you guys, I think people aren't really understanding what happened here, okay? According to Democrats, the names were redacted by the Epstein estate. Well, either way, there is a public version of this document that's not redacted. And it has been public since 2011. Or I guess not since 2011, but it was unredacted. It came from 2011. So why would you redact something from a person who said Trump didn't do anything wrong whenever it was previously unredacted? I'm sorry. Think about this for 3 seconds, and you're going to come to the conclusion that they did it in order to create a false narrative. They did. I cannot this is bad faith behavior. It's very obviously bad faith behavior. The victim might be afraid. She's dead. She's dead. Virginia Guffey is dead. She said that she didn't have any problems with Trump and Trump was fine. She went on record and said that. So the reason why they redacted her name is because if they didn't redact her name, it would have shown, obviously, that this is the person that had already cleared Trump of wrongdoing. Why is she dead? I don't know. Yeah, now she's dead. Weird, huh? Yeah, but how did she die? I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe somebody killed her. You're right. Maybe somebody killed her. She killed herself? Yeah, sure. Why are you battling for Trump so much? I thought you only cared for the truth. I'm going to pull you up. You're getting pulled up. Do you think that it is bad faith for them to have censored the name? You're getting pulled up. Go ahead. Explain it. Grok claims it's not the same set of emails. It sure seems like it is. I mean, if I look at this image and then I look at this image, these look like the same email. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I mean, I'm literally looking at it, right? I mean, like, I don't know what, I mean, yeah, it's right there in front of me. Where did this person go? Yes, I agree with that part for sure, man. But I also think there's something rotten with Trump being friendly with all these people who are truly rotten corrupt. Okay, so let me get this straight. You agree with my assessment that this is a dishonest interpretation. You agree that they are lying, but you just want me to come to your conclusion without any evidence. Is that right? So you're just mad at me because I'm not drawing a conclusion based off of evidence. Like, so why would you believe somebody who's obviously trying to mislead you? They're obviously trying to mislead you. They're obviously trying to make you think something that's not really what happened. It's the same timestamp on both emails? Yeah, because it's the same thing. If you follow the case, you know. I'm so tired of bandwagon of this case. Yeah, I mean, is this Trump derangement syndrome? So they don't have to like Democrats, they just hate Trump? Well, I have no idea. Did you not say not trust in data, trust in what you see? Yeah, absolutely. And here's what I see. I see the Democrats that release this big bombshell on Epstein that is in fact a previously released email that is, I think, tactically and intentionally redacted in order to make people draw a conclusion that is inaccurate, that's being done at the exact same time that they are looking bad for the government shutdown ending. And now they're trying to weaponize and mislead people by using the redacted name of a victim who killed herself, who also said, killed herself, by the way, who also said that Trump did nothing wrong. Why did they redact the name? The reason why they redacted the name is because redacting the name would lead people to believe that it's somebody else. Because if they didn't redact the name, people would say, why are you using this email as an example? This woman already said Trump didn't do anything wrong. The reason why they redacted it is so people couldn't say that. That's the reason why. It's that simple. Because that is what follows their best interest. That's it. Or they redacted the name because they want to mislead people. They want to lie. So I don't know. Thank you for putting quotes around that. She specifically said she wasn't suicidal to publish her book if she died because powerful people want to quiet. Yeah, but like that doesn't automatically mean Trump is the one that killed her. I mean, I would say Trump probably isn't the one that killed her, right? I mean, if she could, I'm not mad. I'm genuinely curious about your point of view. You're 100% right that they're trying to mislead us. I'm pretty neutral either way, but I'm just saying something doesn't sit right with Trump having so much circumstantial evidence being near all this. I agree with you. I want all of the files to be released too, but circumstantial evidence does not mean guilt. This is a serious accusation. And also, there's a lot of other circumstantial evidence around people like Bill Clinton, people like Bill Gates. It's not like it's just Donald Trump or Prince Andrew. It's not about who it is. It's about, is this true or accurate or not? And in my opinion, when somebody is trying to lie to you, it's because they know that the truth isn't enough. That's what I think. Why is Trump not releasing all of it? I think that is a great question. That is an incredible, amazing, great question. And I think people should be asking that all the time. I shouldn't label somebody guilty that relevant. Yeah, sure. Right? I mean, for sure, Democrats are using this politically, but they're misleading and dirty. It doesn't mean the other party is clean as whistle. I think that they're all involved. I think they're all involved. I think that every party is involved in this. I think the reason why it didn't get released under Biden is because it would implicate Democrats. I think the reason why it didn't get released under Trump is because it would implicate Republicans and also friends and donors and other powerful people that they don't want to compromise. I think that's what happened. That's what's going on. And so anyway, it really, whenever you take a step back now and you think about, where is it, Dean saying that this is 100 times bigger than Watergate. Oh, man. Oh, boy. It doesn't sound too good anymore, does it, huh, guys?
Hey gang, I'm Brennan Lee Mulligan, and this is my last meal.
Someone is controlling Trump. Trump just went on Fox News, said two things that broke the internet entirely. Democrats released gigantic amounts of Epstein emails implicating Trump. And also, Trump invited an ISIS terrorist into the White House.
Already released
This is one of the wildest episodes of what the f is happening in American politics of all time. Definitely subscribe. Lock in. This is going to be insane. So, Trump first mentioned something about the H-1B visas.
Have to talk about it later.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers...
So for the record, the H-1B visas are specialized visas given to people that are supposedly really, really freaking good. All right, what the H-1B program was supposed to be, because a lot of people don't understand what it actually is. What it was supposed to be was get highly skilled people from across the world, talent like doctors and engineers, the likes of which we would never even see in America. That guy has 4 billion IQ. Einstein would get an H-1B visa. All right, that's what it was supposed to be. For the best of the best. What H-1B visas ended up becoming is you got a rich guy that would rather get a poop thrower from across the world than actually need to pay an American. And they would import the poop throwers. And now the future of America is belonging to the poop throwers. It's kind of insane. So anyway, diabolical. So the H-1B program is a giant scam right now. So that's what she's asking.
You can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
talented people
no, you
here.
don't. No, you don't.
We don't
No, you don't, says Trump.
have talent.
No, you don't have. You don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, "I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles," or "I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
Well,
When you and I were
I'll give you an example. In Georgia, they raided because they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people from South Korea that made batteries all their lives. You know, making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing and very dangerous. A lot of explosions, a lot of problems. They had like 500 or 600 people, early stages, to make batteries and to teach people how to do it. Well, they wanted them to get out of the country. You're going to need that, Laura. I mean, I know you and I disagree on this. You can't just say, he's coming in, going to invest $10 billion to build a plant and going to take people off an unemployment line who haven't worked in 5 years, and they're going to start making missiles. It doesn't work that way.
So train them. So train the Americans, right? Wouldn't you think that that's actually kind of the move here, training the Americans? Like, this is getting scary because there is someone that actually disagrees with Donald Trump. Donald Trump has a rival now, and this is pretty insane. It's not that easy. I'm gonna get there. Don't worry. There's a lot to talk about. You have to kind of see what's going on because there's someone that disagrees with Donald Trump, and the person that disagrees with him is Donald freaking Trump.
Well, first of all, I think, and I know the H-1B very well, and it's something that I frankly use, and I shouldn't be allowed to use. We shouldn't have it. Very, very bad for workers. And second of all, I think it's very important to say, well, I'm a businessman, and I have to do what I have to do, and it's sitting there waiting for you, but it's very bad. It's very bad for business in terms of, it's very bad for our workers, and it's unfair for our workers, and we should end it.
Yeah, so Trump 2016 was a completely different man than Trump 2024. It's almost like he's being controlled by a nefarious entity. Now, obviously, there's a lot of conspiracies. A lot of people just yell Israel because they like blaming everything in the world on Israel, even though there's actually no evidence that Israel controls anybody. Unfortunately, for the Israel people, they would love to control everyone, I assume. But unfortunately, they don't, unfortunately. Now, some would say it's Qatar. Some would say it's different Arab states that are starting to control people, you know, because they're giving him free jets, opening different air bases in America. You know, you got a whole lot of stuff. A whole lot of stuff. It's getting pretty wild. Some would say China. Well, we are going to get into that theory as well. There's a lot to talk about, an insane amount to talk about. But anyway, there's another person that disagrees with the H-1B visa idea that current modern day Trump is proposing. And that would be J.D. Vance.
The fear that we're going to have a brain drain. If you go back to the 50s and 60s, the American space program, the program that was the first to put a human being on the surface of the moon, was built by American citizens, some German and Jewish scientists who had come over during World War II, but mostly by American citizens who had built an incredible space program with American talent. This idea that American citizens don't have the talent to do great things, that you have to import a foreign class of servants and professors to do these things, I just reject that. I actually think we invest in our own people. We can do a lot of good. You've heard that criticism in particular as the president has talked about cracking down on foreign student visas and their abuses. But I think that's actually an opportunity for American citizens to really flourish. And here's the second. But
JDV 48, JD Vance 48. And meanwhile, Trump is like, we don't have enough Indians, which is diabolical. Now, to be fair, I like Indians. I think most Indians are very nice people. They might not have the same perspective on hygiene that some others do, but, you know, they happen to be very nice people. But that poop flinging festival thing that we just covered, that has forever ruined the reputation of India. I'll be real. Like, I feel like if someone's just going to show that poop flinging festival to Trump that we just covered, I can't show it because it's going to get demonetized. Every time I show the poop festival, it gets demonetized. But if someone shows Trump the poop festival, like, that would end the entire H-1B program, like, immediately. But anyway, much more important to talk about is this is a pretty massive change-up. Now, I personally think that the H-1B visa program needs to be overhauled. If you actually want to import unique individuals with high amounts of talent, I actually do get that. It does make sense, all right? If there's an Einstein somewhere, you absolutely want to snipe that guy and make the Einstein part of America, right? Einstein was an immigrant, right? So you absolutely want to do that. However, and I feel like this is super important to mention, random employers just importing random people from Uzbekistan because they deserve to be on the H-1B program because they're professionals at cleaning toilets. You can find an American to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. So H-1B is not used for this anymore, and Trump knows that. He knew it in 2016.
I think he's talking about the other
entirely opposite idea. Also, and this is the wildest part, he's saying that Americans don't have the talent. So this is not looking good at all. But let's just say it gets even more diabolical.
Folks are not thrilled about this idea of hundreds of thousands of foreign students in the United States. We have about 350,000 Chinese. One point during COVID, you were going to, push to, get them out, but that was pulled back. You've said as many as 600,000 Chinese students could come to the United States. Why, sir, is that a pro-MAGA position when so many American kids want to go to school and there are places not for them, and these universities are getting rich off Chinese money?
Sure. Never said about China, but we do.
I absolutely hate, by the way, that foreign countries are giving our universities money. It's like,
to get
you mean to tell me that all of the universities that are pushing communist shit are getting funded by China? It's like, all right, dude. Anyway, let's go.
People coming in from China. We always have China and other countries. We also have a massive system of colleges and universities. And if we were to cut that in half, which perhaps makes some people happy, you would have half the colleges in the United States go out of business.
Good.
I think it's a big deal.
Are they fancy?
They're useless. Colleges suck. They're terrorist breeding grounds. I'm right after this video, I'm gonna be working on a video regarding the Turning Point USA terrorist attack. They beat up a bunch of people at Turning Point USA events in Berkeley. We're gonna be looking at that in just an hour, in like an hour from now.
You would have the
United States.
Yeah, but you would have, as you know, historically, black colleges and universities would all be out of business. You would have a system of colleges.
That sounds like a skill issue. Fuck them. Fuck colleges. Real. It's a broken system. It really is.
And universities.
And
so we're dependent on China to go university system.
But I think it's good to have. I actually think it's good to have outside countries. Look, I want to be able to get along with the world.
They're not the French. They're the Chinese. They spy on us. They steal our intellectual property.
Do you think the French are better?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a crazy good line. That's an insane
you
line.
think the French are better?
You think the French are better? God damn.
Really? No, I'll tell you, I'm not so sure. We've had a lot of problems with the French, where we get taxed very unfairly on our technology, where, they put 25% taxes on American products. Look, assuming everyone treats us badly, because that's the way I am, but we take in trillions of dollars from students. The students pay more than double when they come in from most foreign countries. I want to see our school system thrive. But at the same time, I know you and I...
See, I have a very different perspective. I want to, literally cut the federal funding out of all of these colleges. Every college that has, an Antifa wing, I think it needs to be absolutely and utterly defunded by the federal government. So we have a very different perspective here.
I disagree. We're never going to...
It's like we're in the middle of a trade war with China, and it's like, we should import 600,000 Chinese. They're so funny with their eyes. Okay, I don't think he said that, but that's probably what he was... Okay, anyway, moving on.
But that's okay. And it's not that I want them, but I view it as a business. We have millions and millions of people. Also, I want to get along with countries if possible. People are shocked. Remember, Hillary Clinton said, we'll be in a war. I stopped 8 wars in the last 9 months. I don't want to be in wars. If I am in a war, we're going to win the thing fast, and it'll be violent. I don't want to be in wars.
Sorry, guys. I didn't want to play some games, but baby keeps waking up every time I stop pushing the stroller around. So I'll just keep pushing her. Hopefully I don't fall asleep before I switch off with the wife. But who knows? Maybe I will get some sleep. The meds are actually doing their job, which is a good thing. Making me pass out real easy. But anyway. Hopefully tomorrow we can get to gold and more for rivals maybe. And yeah. I'll catch you tomorrow then. God bless and have a good night, guys. Appreciate everyone that came out tonight.